What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the first part of a story where Izuku was neglected and had the ability to copy others' quirk. Izuku Midoriya is a genius, there's no arguing about that. But what would happen if he were more confident? What would happen if instead of lamenting about not having a quirk, he tried harder than others? What would happen if he had a sister who also despised him for being quirkless? What would happen if instead of choosing a successor based on character, All Might chose one based on talent? What would happen if instead of accepting being stepped on by society, Izuku decided that he would be the one to step on? What would happen if instead of accepting being trampled on by society, Izuku decided that he would change it with an iron fist? This is the story of Izuku Midoriya, the man who fought for what he believed in. This is the story of Armageddon. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now let's get into part 1. Chapter 1. Prologue. In a building in Mizurufu, Japan, a 14-year-old boy with dark green hair and eyes stood on top of a building wondering whether he should jump. That was Izuku Midoriya. To understand why someone so young and with his whole life ahead of him was thinking about killing himself, it is necessary to look at his past as a whole. Izuku was a good boy who dreamed of being a hero since he was young. However, his dream was crushed when he discovered that he was quirkless. In a society where 80% of people have quirks, he was one of the few who didn't. Among the quirkless, almost all were aged 30 or over. Among the entire quirkless population, only 1% were young people aged 15 or under. Quirks had become the symbol of human evolution. The problem is that this evolution happened in the body and not in the mind. Izuku Midoriya was one of those unlucky enough to be born without a quirk. In an ideal society, this wouldn't be a problem. It would just mean that he wouldn't have a skill that would give him an advantage in something. He would have a starting point behind other people. It wasn't like that made him a crippled and powerless person. It was as simple as that. Unfortunately, Izuku did not live in the ideal society. Due to being quirkless, something that made him different from others, Izuku suffered from discrimination from everything and everyone around him, with the only exception being his mother. People looked down on him simply because he didn't have a quirk, which was ridiculous. He was also human, he also had dreams, he also had feelings, but everyone despised him. Worst of all, he was abused by two of the people he trusted most. His childhood friend Katsumi Bakuga and his twin sister Sakura Midoriya. Before discovering that Izuku was quirkless, the three were extremely good friends, and were even inseparable. But after the discovery, things changed, and everything only got worse when the two's quirks proved to be extremely powerful and versatile. Izuku was constantly humiliated and mistreated by both of them, simply because he was different. Beatings, name-calling, injuries, and abuse. But Izuku never cared. He had his dream. He wanted to help everyone with a smile. He wanted to be a hero. He didn't need to be number one. He didn't need to be the strongest hero. He just wanted to help others. Because of this, since the age of 9, Izuku has trained tirelessly in martial arts while studying harder than anyone else. He has prepared his own body to be a hero. Izuku's grades were always the best in the class. He not only trained his body, but also stimulated his mind to reach its maximum potential. Specializing in technology, biology, and chemistry, at 14 years old Izuku could be among the best students who had ever graduated from the best colleges in these areas as an equal in knowledge. He was good enough to recreate the technology of several of the heroes' suits. Sakura and Katsumi, seeing that he was the pinnacle, increased their abuse towards him even more, but Izuku didn't care. He believed that every hardship he endured would forge him to be a better hero. In the past, her mother Inko had noticed the abuse, but no matter how much she spoke to the teachers, principal, or school officials, it didn't matter. The moment they saw who was causing Izuku suffering, they would simply close their eyes and pretend to be blind. And all of this was due to the potential that Sakura and Katsumi had. Sakura possessed a quirk that gave her enormous telekinetic powers. Katsumi had a quirk that allowed her to excrete nitroglycerin like sweat from her palms and ignite it at will to create explosions of various sizes. Both had extremely powerful quirks, and with enough practice would qualify them to be excellent heroes. A record of abusing a defenseless person would permanently tarnish their records. That's why everyone pretended to be blind and claimed that Inko was exaggerating and that it was just a joke between children. Inko reached a point of desperation to save her ever so gentle son from the abuse that she went to the police. But unfortunately no one did anything for her son. Even talking to her daughter and Katsumi's mother didn't help. Inko saw this and felt enormous despair, but there was nothing she could do other than help Izuku treat his injuries. Izuku saw his mother in that state, and all he could do was try to comfort her and hide her injuries. For years, Izuku hid Inko's injuries, because he couldn't bear to see her suffer like that. But even though he had a difficult life, Izuku persisted. And that still wasn't enough for him to go to the point where he was ready to commit suicide. Izuku's desire to help others and be like his idol, All Might, was something that seemed to be made of diamonds. At the age of 14, Izuku met All Might, 10 months before the UA exams, when he was attacked by a villain made of slime. After he was saved, Izuku asked All Might if he could be a hero. The exact answer he received was, "It's okay to dream, young man, but you also have to be realistic, kid. If you become a hero without a quirk, you'll just end up being dead weight for others and getting in the way of the real heroes." All Might. That was hard for Izuku, but he still kept his head held high. After that there was the Katsumi Bakugo incident where she was caught by the same villain. Izuku proved himself to be a hero, and instead of standing still he tried to help her, something that none of the heroes tried to do. Everyone saw the villain's scene, but none of them even tried to get close or risk themselves to save her. Only Izuku went forward. In the end All Might appeared and saved them both. But was Izuku congratulated for his heroism? No. The heroes heavily criticized him, while praising Katsumi for having an amazing quirk, while ignoring how much damage she caused with her quirk. After Izuku left that place, he saw Katsumi being called by All Might, and following the two he heard something he would never forget. He listened as All Might decided that Katsumi, the same person who abused him, the same person who had told him to kill himself if he wanted a quirk, the same person who had wreaked monstrous havoc in the shopping district was worthy of All Might's power. She had been chosen to be his successor, and inherit his quirk, One for All. The moment Izuku heard about the secret of One for All, the only thing that was going through his mind was, "Why is someone like me who just wants to help people not worthy, but someone who told me to kill myself is?" That impacted him a lot, but he still persisted. He held his ground as he trained harder than ever before. He specialized in martial arts, and could even defeat people with quirks, as long as it wasn't a ridiculously strong quirk. When the day of the UA exams came, he went there and took them as best he could. He disabled a huge amount of robots, and even saved a brown-haired girl from being crushed by a zero-pointer. He really tried hard and got a huge amount of points. But a few days after the test, his despair reached its peak and finally came the final blow that broke his will, dreams and hopes. Izuku was third place among all the students who took the practical exam, and first in the theoretical exam. But instead of entering the UA Hero course, he received a visit from the UA director who said in so many words that even though he had done much better than the other participants, he could not enter the Hero course because he had no growth potential. And if he wanted to study at UA it would have to be in another course. That destroyed Izuku. He worked harder than everyone else, he improved himself more than everyone else, he tried harder than everyone else. But just because he didn't have a quirk, his dream was rejected. The director, seeing the state Izuku was in, decided to give him a week to think about it before leaving. He also informed her that Sakura had passed the exam and that he was waiting for her at UA in the Hero course. That was the last straw for Izuku. After the principal left, Izuku went to his room and decided to follow Katsumi's advice. He wrote a suicide letter apologizing to his mother. He went to an abandoned building and prepared himself. He couldn't take it anymore. This shitty world is rotten to the core. I did everything I could to be accepted, and all I got was one slap in my face after another. Izuku. Fuck UA, fuck All Might, fuck Sakura, fuck Katsumi. If I'm reborn I hope to be a villain who destroys this entire shitty society. Izuku said with hatred. Looking at the dark sky full of stars, Izuku said, "I'm sorry Mom, I swear I try not to give in, I swear I try not to care, but I can't take this shitty life anymore," Izuku said before jumping off the building in an attempt to kill himself. But before he could start falling, a hand grabbed him and pulled him back into the building, when he heard a male voice that brought him comfort for some reason. "Now you are ready, my boy." Looking at the one who said that, Izuku saw a man dressed in a suit while wearing a navy blue gas mask resembling a skull with angled tubes on the top, a collar-like life support system around his neck with several more tubes connecting the front and back. "Who are you?" he asked when he saw this man. "I'm your father Izuku, I'm Hisashi Kurigane, or as your mother knew me, Hisashi Midoriya." Hisashi. Hearing all for one, Izuku showed disbelief as he said, It's a lie. My father died shortly after I turned 1 year old. Izuku. That's what your mother thinks happened, but it's not the truth. Look, Izuku, I'm a man with a gigantic amount of enemies. Hisashi. So many that I can't even count them. Hisashi. I knew I couldn't stay by your mother's side, because they wouldn't hesitate to hurt her to get to me. Hisashi. But I couldn't muster the courage to abandon her. Hisashi. When you and your sister were born, it was the happiest day of my life. Hisashi. The longer I stayed with you guys, the less I wanted to leave, even though I knew I needed to. Hisashi. One day 2 months before your birthday, one of my enemies found me near the house where Inko and I lived. Hisashi. A fight happened and I completely crushed him, but it drew a lot of attention. Hisashi. I knew that if I stayed any longer, they would focus on hurting you to get to me. Hisashi. That's why I faked my death with the help of some associates, underwent some plastic surgeries, and went into hiding. Hisashi. But even though I was hiding, I never stopped taking care of you, your mother and Sakura. Hisashi. When I faked my death, I left a huge sum of money to your mother. None of you would have to work in your life if you used the money carefully. Hisashi. And I protected them from the shadows and helped them in whatever way I could for all this time. Hisashi. The girl Katsumi Bakugo was the only thing I allowed to hurt you besides Sakura, and both of them only did it because their cause was pure, otherwise I would have made them stop one way or another. Hisashi. Yes, the noble cause of humiliating me. Izuku said angrily. They didn't do that to humiliate you, they did it to keep you safe. Hisashi. Sakura and Katsumi love you very much and knew that you wouldn't give up on being a hero, but on television there are always stories of some dead heroes. Hisashi. The teachers at your school looked down on you for being different, but they couldn't lay a hand on you directly, so they made the only 2 people around you who wouldn't be punished do it. Hisashi. They convinced them that it was necessary to make you give up being a hero. Hisashi. And when it failed as they expected, they said that if you suffered enough you would give up. Hisashi. The teacher's plan was for you to kill yourself. Hisashi. That's a lie. Izuku said angrily. Taking a hologram disc from his pocket, Hisashi activated it and showed it to Izuku. In it was a video of the teachers planning Izuku's death by making him commit suicide, as well as convincing Katsumi and Sakura to mistreat Izuku to save him from dying a hero. Looking at the images of the teachers, Izuku remembered that they were his elementary school teachers, and that they had been murdered by villains. Those teachers were murdered by villains, weren't they? Izuku. Yes, the villains who killed them were associates of mine. They made you suffer and I eliminated them. Hisashi said calmly. Looking at Hisashi, Izuku said, You're a villain, aren't you? Izuku. When Izuku asked that question, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. I am, and not just anyone. I was once the emperor of the underworld, and even after I was almost killed by a hero, I still maintain a gigantic influence in the underworld. Hisashi. Looking at Hisashi, Izuku thought for a while and said, Did my mother know? Hisashi. No. Hisashi. I never told Inko that I was a villain, she just thought I was a soldier retired due to a knee injury. Hisashi. I see. Izuku. Why didn't you stop the bullying I was suffering if you knew that Katsumi and Sakura were being manipulated? Izuku. For 3 reasons. The first is I wanted to shape your character, the second is I wanted you to realize what this society truly is, the third is that I also don't want you to be a hero. Hisashi. Why? Izuku said with tears in his eyes. Because this society is rotten to its core, Izuku, and you were too pure for it. Hisashi. Your sister and Katsumi, they don't want to be heroes to save people, they want to be heroes just because they can and they want to be recognized for being powerful. Hisashi. They are the same as 98% of the other heroes in Japan. Hisashi. People who only care about the ranking and looking good for the media. Hisashi. They're just like All Might, he told you that bunch of nonsense, but when it came to stopping the villain of Sludge, you had to move, so he decided to act. Hisashi. You acted like a worthy hero, but instead of choosing you as the bearer of One for All, because you have the true values of a hero. Hisashi. He chose Katsumi just because of her quirk. Hisashi. Pure people like you are swallowed up by this society, and usually live in misery, martyring themselves for what they end up becoming or committing suicide in despair. Hisashi. I didn't want this for you. Hisashi. I didn't want you to become a hero, only to have your dreams and goals destroyed when you saw how corrupt the current Hero Association and society are. Hisashi. That's why even though it hurt me a lot to see you being hurt, I stopped myself from interfering. Hisashi. Listening to Hisashi, Izuku began to remember everything that happened up until that moment, all the times he was rejected by society, all the times he was humiliated by other people, all the times his effort was denied. Then he remembered his sincere desire to commit suicide just now. If I am reborn, I hope to be a villain who destroys this society. Looking at Hisashi, Izuku said, "You said I was ready now, what did you mean by that?" Izuku. "I meant that you were ready to inherit my quirk, and use its power to do whatever you want." Hisashi. Inherit your quirk. Izuku. Yes, Izuku, the name of my quirk is. All for one, my quirk allows me to steal other people's quirks for myself, use them, and if I decide to do so, pass the quirks I possess to other users. Hisashi. Ever since you turned 4 and were discovered to be quirkless, I've been preparing to pass this quirk on to you. Hisashi. Preparing. Izuku. Yes, look Izuku, this quirk is extremely powerful, because you can take several weak quirks and make combinations with them so that the result becomes something devastating. Hisashi. And if you do this with strong quirks, your power becomes something titanic. Hisashi. Besides, it is possible to take quirks that cover each other's weaknesses so that you can use them all without repercussions. My quirk is practically the perfect quirk, but unfortunately it has 3 severe disadvantages. Hisashi. The first is that if your body can't handle it, you won't be able to use it. Hisashi. Imagine that All for One itself is the valves that control the opening of the floodgates, for the water to escape, as well as the drainage and water filtration system that fills a dam. Hisashi. With each new quirk acquired, this dam fills up a little more. Hisashi. With each quirk you pass on to someone else, that quirk releases some of the water. Hisashi. The problem is that the dam has a limit to how much water it can hold without breaking, because to have more water in the dam, it needs to be a larger and better quality dam. Hisashi. Your body is the dam itself. Hisashi. The stronger your body is, the greater the amount of quirks you can support. Hisashi. The problem is that there will always be a limit to how much stronger you can get with your body naturally. Hisashi. Sooner or later your body will reach a limit. Hisashi. That's what happened to me, and I really didn't want the same for you. Hisashi. That's why ever since you turned 4 years old I've been looking for a way to overcome that limiter. Hisashi. I found 2 ways, and made sure everything was ready for you to go through both. Hisashi. The first is a surgery that a great friend of mine developed. Hisashi. The second is a quirk, which I found 1 month ago. Hisashi. The quirk is adaptation and body evolution. Hisashi. Whenever your body is under stress, it will adapt to it and improve without limits, thus permanently solving the problem. Hisashi. The second problem with this quirk is that you have to train to master the quirks you acquire. Hisashi. Some are easy, but many quirks with incredible potential are not. It takes a lot of practice to use them efficiently. Hisashi. For this problem I found 2 quirks that would solve this issue, although not completely. Hisashi. The first one is called Archive. Hisashi. This quirk will allow you to store and process information in your mind as if your brain were a quantum computer. Hisashi. The second quirk is called Insight. Hisashi. This quirk allows you to learn about anything 500x faster than you normally would. Hisashi. The third problem is that All for One cannot increase the power of quirks after they are acquired, unless it is an accumulation type quirk. Hisashi. For this problem I found a quirk that solves this issue, although not completely. Hisashi. The quirk is called Copy. This quirk allows you to create copies of quirks. This way you can create several copies of the same quirk, and use them simultaneously, increasing the total power. Hisashi. With these quirks and the procedure, you will be able to use All for One without major inconveniences, and using this quirk you can do whatever you want. I will support you in whatever you choose. Hisashi said with a tone full of love and affection towards Izuku. Hearing Hisashi, Izuku lowered his head in tears. He's no idiot, and he understands that for a surgery to allow his body to adapt and strengthen, intensive research would have to be done for years. And finding several quirks that combine perfectly to keep him from suffering certainly wasn't easy. At that moment Izuku only had one thing to say. Thanks, father. Izuku said as he hugged Hisashi. You're welcome, son. I'll always be here to help you. Hisashi said as he returned the hug. While hugging Izuku, Hisashi said, Izuku, everything in this world is for you. Hisashi. Looking at his crying son, Hisashi smiled a little. It's been a long time since Izuku has shown himself to be fragile. The last time was when he was 4 years old, the day he discovered he was quirkless. That was the last time Izuku cried or was in such a fragile state. Hisashi might not show it much, but Izuku was his greatest pride. Far above Sakura. Thinking of the heroes who had turned away a talent like Izuku only made Hisashi smile mockingly beneath his mask. Izuku was a once-in-a-millennium genius. His analytical skills and intellect go beyond almost anything Hisashi has ever seen in his life. He'd already read one of Izuku's quirk analysis journals, and it was just insane. Izuku detailed entire plans to either strengthen or destroy the heroes. As an ally, he could be the greatest partner the heroes could ask for, enhancing the use of their quirks to the highest level. But if he is a villain, the heroes better start praying for God to have mercy on their souls, because they will be condemned to die. Izuku was good enough at his analysis to accurately predict how some of the heroes he observed the most would react and make plans based on that. Looking at Hisashi, Izuku said, Father, I want to reform this entire society, but I won't be able to do that without becoming a villain or receiving help. Could you help me? Izuku. Always Izuku, but first of all we must start preparing you to undergo surgery and receive the quirks. Hisashi. Can't you just pass on the quirks now, and we can do the surgery later? Izuku. No, because I won't pass on all for one or the other abilities to you using my quirk, because if I did, you would have a copy of my consciousness in your mind, which, despite being able to help you in some situations, will weaken you in the long run, as it will influence you a lot. Hisashi. Izuku, you are destined to be much greater than I have ever been and far superior to anything I have ever dreamed of being. Hisashi. That's why the quirks will be passed on to you through surgical means, instilling in you only the pure quirk factor of my quirk, eliminating any chance of my consciousness or a copy of it passing along with the quirk. But unfortunately because of this, you won't be able to inherit the quirks that I've accumulated over the years and you'll have to start from the beginning. Hisashi. Then I'll have to wait a little longer after going through the procedures. Izuku said, shaking his head. And why is that? Hisashi. Because I have to start laying my foundations now. Izuku. I need to start making plans, and I need to gather reliable people. Izuku. I need talents that can help me with my plan. Izuku. I imagine that after undergoing this surgery, my body will need at least 2 to 3 months to get used to it. Izuku. Classes at UA will start in 3 months, and I need to place at least one spy within UA in the support class, and another in the hero class. Izuku. Hearing Izuku, all for one smiled and said, Why do you need this? Hisashi. Observe talents. Izuku. I can't make the change I want alone. To make my changes I will need 3 factors. Izuku. The first will be pure heroes and not the fakes like All Might and Nizu who look down on the weaker ones just because they have quirks. Izuku. The second one will be villains I can count on. Izuku. The third factor will be inventors and scientists. Izuku. I need people I can count on. I already have an idea of how to acquire the resources to make my plan work. Izuku. You already seem to have a plan. Hisashi. I wouldn't exactly call it a plan, I have an outline, but whatever path I decide to take, I'll need it. Izuku. To use all for one to its maximum effectiveness I need other quirks. Izuku. I can think of some very interesting combinations, but I can only use them if I know where to look. Izuku. For that I need spies in the hero schools, because with them there, I can easily obtain privileged information about the students, their quirks, schedules and much more. Izuku. Information is a fundamental part of success in any goal a person has. Izuku. Hearing Izuku, Hisashi nodded. In fact, any plan that is executed with little information runs a huge risk of failure. Hisashi. But let me tell you something, Izuku, you don't need to worry about infiltrators, because I already have them. Hisashi. I also already have access to several resources. As I said, I spent years preparing to support your path and I know our quirk very well and I know what you will need to use it efficiently. Hisashi. Hearing Hisashi, Izuku smiled brightly. That's perfect, in that case let's go home. I need to get rid of that suicide letter before my mother freaks out, but I'm going to need your help to make her believe that I was accepted into a boarding school that will help me become an equipment designer. Izuku. No problem, son, I already have a penthouse ready, there is a designer's school that I always use as a front, and I'll tell a friend of mine to send you an invitation today. You can say you're going there." Kurogiri opened a portal to Izuku's room. Hisashi. As soon as Hisashi spoke, a portal opened and Hisashi pushed Izuku inside, before he could ask any questions. Soon after the portal was closed, Hisashi left the building as well. After arriving at his house, Izuku got to work. First he got rid of the suicide letter. Observing the heroes, he began to list the quirks displayed while thinking about how to combine them. He also began to prepare himself, while checking the quirks of the people close to these heroes. Normally, the families and lovers of heroes do not have weak quirks. Heroes prefer to have partners who can defend themselves if they need to. While thinking about everything, Izuku continued to work as he wrote a book that would allow him to improve the use of All for One to its peak. As he thought about this, an idea popped into Izuku's mind before he finished taking the notes he needed and went downstairs. At the kitchen table, her mother Inko was cooking, while Sakura was in the living room. Approaching the kitchen and looking at Inko, Izuku approached her and said, "Mom, can I talk to you?" Izuku. Hearing Izuku and his serious tone, Inko said, "Of course, dear." Inko. Looking into Inko's eyes, Izuku said, "Mom, I gave up on being a hero, and decided that I'm going to follow a different path." Izuku. Sakura, who was in the room upon hearing Izuku, showed shock and a little joy. "I'm fed up with this hypocritical society, so I've decided that I'm going to focus on becoming a successful businessman." Izuku. Listening to Izuku, Inko saw a bit of helplessness and despair in his eyes. "But dear, wasn't being a hero your dream?" Inko. "It was, but I realized that the hero I wanted to be, and the heroes this society has are very different. I will not become a false hero like that UA director, Izuku. And if he's really like that, then there can't be more than a dozen true heroes out there." Izuku. "I'm already too tired of this whole situation, being hurt, being humiliated, being discriminated against, and all because I wanted to help others." Izuku. "There's no point in me trying to be a hero, if in today's society all that matters is having a powerful quirk." Izuku. "Honestly, after Nizu came here today, I finally opened my eyes and was able to see the kind of society we live in." Izuku. "And I find her disappointing," Izuku said in a tired tone of voice. Hearing Izuku, Sakura lowered her head and a tear ran down her face. Inko, listening to her son, felt enormous sadness. She saw that he had lost all hope in today's society. He lost faith in humanity itself, and that was sad, because she knew that with Izuku's mind he could do great things for all humans. She knew how intelligent and talented her son was. If he had had a quirk, no matter how weak, he would have easily been the greatest of heroes, but instead he was looked down upon while they looked down upon everything else he could do. When Izu went to his house, and said that to Izuku, Inko was by his side, and at that moment she felt like skinning that rodent. Looking at Inko and seeing her gaze, Izuku said, "No need to be sad, Mom, everything is fine." Izuku said with a calm smile. "Izuku, I'm so sorry," Inko said with tears in her eyes. "No need, I honestly feel free for the first time in my life," Izuku said with a calm smile. "For years I've been worrying and trying so hard above everyone else, and in the end all I got was contempt and pain. Now I finally don't have to worry about any of that anymore," Izuku said with the same smile. "I enrolled in an excellent academy for technology, and I will study there. Unfortunately it is the boarding school type of study." Izuku. "That's why I'll have to move and stay there almost the whole year, and I'll only come back during the holidays." Izuku. "If that's what you want, I'll support you, Izuku." Inko. "Yes, that's what I want," Izuku said calmly. Sakura, listening to Izuku, had her head down and didn't say a word. "What are you going to do with UA?" Inko. "I'm going to show that stupid rodent that he lost one of the most brilliant minds he could have gotten, and at the same time, I'm going to show him how much he can pay if he keeps looking down on the Quirkless," Izuku said calmly. Sakura, hearing Izuku, raised her head and said, "Izuku, what are you talking about?" Sakura. Looking at Sakura, Izuku didn't even blink before saying, "Everyone looks down on me, Sakura, but the truth is that if I decided to be a villain, just with my mind and a little money I would be able to bring this entire society to its knees." Izuku. Going to a corner of the room, Izuku picked up a notebook that was worn out and threw it to Sakura. It was the notebook he made about hero number 2. Endeavor. "Read until the end, and you should be able to understand." Izuku. When I create the analyses, which you and Katsumi say are useless, I do a complete analysis on the quirks. Izuku. Strengths, weaknesses, means to combat, means to strengthen, how to eliminate users or how to capture them. Izuku. I also analyze the personality, characteristics and combat styles that the people analyzed have, thus helping me predict how they would react in certain situations. Izuku. And I have notebooks for each of the top heroes. Izuku. What do you think would happen if I simply leaked these notebooks online? Izuku. As soon as Izuku finished speaking, he simply left. Sakura, who had the notebook in her hand, quickly checked everything, and upon seeing everything in the notebook, she turned pale at the possibility of Izuku becoming a villain. Sakura wasn't stupid, she could be arrogant, but stupid was something she wasn't, and just by reading what was written in that notebook she understood that Izuku was right. Inko, who heard everything, showed a sign of concern for her son. After that, Izuku spent the next week simply in his room, studying. When a week had passed, Nizu appeared at the house again. Looking at Nizu, all Izuku had was an indifferent appearance. The moment Nizu and Aizawa, who accompanied him, saw the emotionless eyes that Izuku had, they both frowned. They expected a strong reaction to the matter, but not this much. Looking at the two, Izuku said, "Hello, Mr. Nizu?" Izuku. As soon as Aizawa heard how Izuku referred to Nizu, he understood that the boy would not go to UA. "Hello, Izuku-kun, I see you've already made your decision." Nizu. "Yes, I already took it and I won't be going to UA. Honestly, I gave up on being a hero and lost my faith in UA as a school. But before you go, I want you to wait a little, because I have something I want to give you." Izuku. "Please come in and make yourself at home," Izuku said, and entered while leaving the door open. Aizawa frowned, as did Nizu, but they both decided to enter. In the room, Sakura looked at the heroes with a complicated expression. Inko had gone out to go shopping, so only she and Izuku were at home. Leading them to the room, Izuku said, "Stay here, I'll go get it," Izuku said as he went to his room. Looking at Sakura, Nizu said, "Hello, Sakura, I hope you are well," Nizu said in a professional tone. "I'm fine, Director Nizu, but honestly I don't think you'll be fine after today." Sakura. Looking at Sakura, Nizu frowned and said, "Can I know why?" Nizu. "Because we all underestimated Izuku, and after hearing what he has to say, you'll leave here cursing yourself a lot for not having accepted him into the hero course." Sakura. "Besides leaving here with an unholy fear that will never leave your mind about the possibility of one day Izuku becoming a villain for your actions and rejecting him the way you did," Sakura said with the same complex expression as before. Before Nizu could continue, he saw Izuku coming down with a box in his hands. Approaching Nizu and placing the box in front of him, Izuku said calmly, "When you rejected me in the hero course, you gave me a gift, Lord Nizu. You showed me the harsh reality I live in." Izuku. "A Quirkless will never be greater than an Esper, no matter how hard we try. That is your and society's point of view, because according to you we are without potential." Izuku. "That's not what I meant that day. I said you couldn't be a hero, not that you couldn't be anything else," Nizu said, trying to justify himself. "Yes, it was, and you know it. The only difference is that I didn't speak with pretty terms or half deceptions, because your excuse about the potential was ridiculous." Izuku. Eraserhead by his side has the ability to erase emission and transformation type quirks, but against a mutant his situation would be the same as mine. Izuku. Even with this disadvantage, he is an excellent hero by his standards, even when fighting against people with mutant type quirks, and that's without mentioning that there are several ways to counter his quirk. Izuku. But you still judged him as worthy of being a hero, but I was disqualified. Izuku. No matter how you look at it, my and Eraser's combat potential is basically the same, but I was disqualified without even having a chance. Izuku. This shows that for you, Quirk was the key factor. Izuku. Hearing Izuku, Nizu wanted to deny it, but he couldn't, because from anyone's point of view that was really what it looked like. Aizawa next to Nizu at that moment clenched his fist and eyes. He didn't like how things were going one bit. He was more aware of Yue's affairs and knew that Izuku wasn't disqualified from the hero course because he didn't have a quirk, but because of All Might. All Might asked that Izuku not be accepted into the hero course, claiming that without a quirk Izuku would be a burden in the future when fighting villains, as well as claiming that Sakura and Katsumi's careers could be destroyed because of Izuku's presence. And because most of the teachers agreed with All Might, the current situation happened, but hearing how Izuku judged the school and his eyes caused extreme discomfort in him. Now I will repay you for the gift you gave me, Nizu. Izuku. You showed me how society views quirkless people. Izuku. And now I'm going to give you an idea of what might happen if one day you destroy the dreams and hopes of someone like me and they don't have a mother like mine. Izuku. Opening the lid of the box, Aizawa and Nizu saw several notebooks with names on the covers. They were the names of heroes and their quirks. Taking the one named Eraserhead, Izuku gave it to Aizawa, before taking one named Midnight and giving it to Nizu. Read and think about the possibility of this being released on the internet, or sold to villains, and then you will understand exactly what can happen if you maintain your prejudices. Izuku. I won't go to UA no matter what, and you've already lost any chance for me to support you, but keep in mind that if I can do it, someone else can too. Izuku. And the next time you destroy someone's hopes and dreams, that person may not have had the same upbringing as I did. Izuku said calmly. After that he stood up and said, in the box there are books of all the famous teachers and students who have passed through UA. After reading I suggest you destroy these books, because if they fall into the wrong hands it is your fault. These are all the books I have, and I do not plan on making others. Izuku. That's all. When you're done, leave my house. Izuku said and went to his room. Sakura watched as Aizawa opened the book and read it quickly, and the more he read, the more scared he became. It was the same for Nizu. Quickly picking up other books they read, and with each new book they felt more and more afraid. Nizu at this point was almost desperate just thinking about the possibility of Izuku becoming a villain. He could see the entire society being destroyed due to his plans. As they finished checking out a few more books, they both began to feel an unholy fear of Izuku and the possibility of him becoming a villain. Nizu felt tremendous remorse for having removed Izuku from the hero course, because he could say, Izuku was much more dangerous to society than Sakura and Katsumi combined. Looking at the two of them, Sakura said, I warned you that you would feel unholy fear and regret. Sakura. Looking at Sakura, Nizu said, was it really him who wrote those books? Nizu. Yeah, Izuku has always been monstrously intelligent. I hope you guys understand now what I meant before. Sakura. Nizu, upon hearing Sakura and seeing the huge amount of books, sighed heavily as he said, Aizawa, let's go. Nizu. Nodding his head, Aizawa took the box and left with Nizu, who was lost in his thoughts. Nizu knew it was useless to try to talk to Izuku. Nothing would change, and he might end up making the situation worse. At that moment he regretted it a lot. But the one thing that had no cure was regret. The only thing Nizu could do was try to make a plan to bring Izuku to their side now. Nizu knew that the real reason All Might was against it was that his disciple begged him, and because All Might believed that people without quirks couldn't be heroes, he interceded like that. But at that moment they shot themselves in the foot, because if Izuku had acted, things would have gone badly. 1 week later. At that moment at UA, the teachers were in a meeting while reading about some notebooks. And all the UA teachers had a very ugly expression as they read a book each. Nizu had a heavy face. And All Might was pale at this moment. Looking around, Aizawa said in mockery, now tell me I was wrong again. Tell me that mind and training are not more important than quirks in determining potential. Aizawa. The only luck we have is that the boy seems to value his mother more than he hates us. Otherwise, due to your idiotic choices, Izuku Midoriya would have become a villain, and we would all be dead. Aizawa. All Might hearing Aizawa was not happy at all as he said, we had no way of knowing. All Might. You didn't care to know. It's very different. I warned everyone that a Quirkless who came in third place was not someone ordinary. Aizawa. You didn't accept it, and said that he shouldn't be a hero. Maybe he should become a villain and make the entire society collapse because of his prejudice. Aizawa. What do you think of this symbol of peace? Aizawa said with clear sarcasm. Hearing Aizawa, All Might fell silent. Aizawa had warned, and no one wanted to listen. This was the result. We lost one of the best talents in all of Japan, and turned a person who truly wanted to be a hero into someone who only cares about himself. Aizawa. What a beautiful course of heroes we are. Aizawa said, making all the teachers lower their heads in shame. Aizawa is enough. Nizu. Looking at the director, Aizawa said, it's because you continue to comply with All Might's absurd requests that we are in this situation. Aizawa. Izuku Midoriya shouldn't have been third. Counting the rescue points, he should have been the top scorer. Aizawa. You denied him this, disregarding points for absurd reasons. After that you made a vote that you knew was wrong and took away his place. Aizawa. Nizu, I don't know what you're doing, but you better stop this and quickly, before you end up creating a villain that you can't control or contain. Aizawa. What happened to Izuku was very close. He literally had everything to become the most terrible villain. Aizawa. A damn accident. That's all it takes for Izuku to become the extinction of heroes. We created a time bomb that is constantly ticking above our heads. Aizawa. And the worst part is that we have no control or way to disarm her, because he is Sakura's brother, and her potential for destruction is greater than All Might's, and despite what the reports say, I doubt Sakura will watch her brother being dragged away by force, and not do anything, because that would leave Inko in suffering. Aizawa. Keep supporting the symbol of peace's idiotic choices, and soon we'll create another bomb like Izuku Midoriya, only this one will explode in our faces. Aizawa. Looking at Nizu, Aizawa said coldly, "You better than anyone should understand that discriminating against a brilliant mind because of how he was born is wrong, and you know that I'm right about that." Aizawa. Think about it before you fulfill All Might's wishes again. Aizawa said as he got up and left. Nizu, hearing Aizawa, sighed heavily. He knew that he fulfilled many of All Might's requests due to knowing about One for All and All Might being the symbol of peace. Izuku showed himself to be someone who truly had a heroic spirit. During the exams, he helped everyone who needed it or was having difficulties while eliminating the robots. His performance could not be described as anything less than perfect. If the rescue points were added up, Izuku should have come in first, but instead he was not only demoted to third place, but he was also not accepted into the hero course. The original idea was to make Katsumi Bakuga have the perfect symbol of peace image. Someone who has always been on top since the beginning, thus increasing her confidence in herself, and preparing her for when she would be the #1 hero. Nizu could understand the logic behind the matter. The problem is that in order to help her, he inadvertently created someone who could be a villain. An ordinary Quirkless couldn't do much as a villain. Izuku Midoriya had the potential to be the extinction of heroes. After receiving the notebooks, Nizu did a thorough investigation on Izuku Midoriya and the results were alarming. He was a genius who surpassed those who had quirks by a huge margin, even without having one. While people wasted their youthful years playing around, Izuku had spent his time training until he nearly died. He tried harder than anyone else his age, he studied more, he did more, and just like everyone around him, Yui discriminated against him. And worst of all, Nizu, who was accepted among humans for his intelligence, discriminated against an intelligent human. He knew what it looked like, and he understood the weight of it very well, just as he understood that if the matter came out he would be locked in a laboratory in seconds. Nizu at that moment was thanking God for Inko Midoriya being a good mother to him. After Aizawa left, the teachers chatted a little more before putting the books back in the box and leaving it in a well-kept place at UA. Those notebooks could be used to strengthen several generations of heroes, so Nizu decided to ignore Izuku's advice about destroying them. What no one noticed was that a small dark portal opened below where the box was and took it away to an unknown place. Meanwhile at the Midoriya residence, Izuku was finishing packing his bags, when he noticed someone entering his room. Looking back he saw Sakura standing there with a guilty expression. "Can I help you with something, Sakura?" Izuku said in a cold and indifferent tone. "I know we don't get along, but do you have to be so cold to me?" Sakura. "I was tormented, despised, hurt and humiliated by you and Katsumi for more than 10 years, without me having done anything to deserve it." Izuku. "Sorry if I'm not crazy about you guys," Izuku said as he turned around and continued to put his things away. "Izuku, I know I was harsh with you, but you have to understand that Katsumi and I did that to stop you from getting hurt. Even the UA teachers agreed that you shouldn't be a hero." Sakura. Stopping putting things away, Izuku looked at Sakura and said, "Sakura, I don't care what they said or why you did what you did." Izuku. "You are my sister, my twin sister Sakura. Instead of hurting me, you should have helped me recover." Izuku. "Instead of humiliating me, you should have been there for me." Izuku. "You treated me worse than trash, humiliating me, stepping on me, forcing me to do your chores and hurting me just because you could." Izuku. "Not believing that I can be a hero is one thing, but doing what you did to me is just ridiculous." Izuku. "Do you have any idea how many times I've thought about killing myself in the past few years?" Izuku. "I just wanted it to end." Izuku. "All pain, suffering, hurt, sadness and hardship." Izuku. "The day Nizu came here, I came very close to killing myself." Izuku. "If it weren't for someone talking some sense into me, I'd be in a cemetery right now." Izuku. "Because besides our mother, no one has been there for me. Izuku. You keep saying you want to be a hero, but instead of acting like one and helping people in need, you became arrogant and abused your own brother while doing everything you could to destroy his dream. Izuku. I'm sorry if you thought for a single moment that I would forgive you for this shit, but I'll inform you now that that will never happen. Izuku. And for you to have a slight idea of how much I hate you now, is that the main reason I chose a boarding school type academy is so that I wouldn't have to be close to you, even if that will inevitably distance me from our mother. I prefer that to having to put up with you one more damn day. Izuku said with hatred in his voice. As soon as Sakura heard what Izuku said, she started to shed tears. I'm sorry, Izuku. I know what I did was extreme, but think about it from my point of view. Sakura. I've already thought about it, and I never choose to hurt you or destroy your dreams. Do you have any idea how many weaker heroes rely only on martial arts? Izuku. I didn't want to be the symbol of peace, nor did I want to be one of the highest ranked heroes. I just wanted to help as many people as possible. Izuku. Our mother also didn't approve of me trying to become a hero, but did you ever see her abusing me? Izuku. At some point did you see her torturing me? Izuku. At some point did you see her humiliating me? Izuku. Have you ever in your fucking life seen her hurt me just because she could? Izuku. No, our mother never did anything like that to me. Even though she didn't approve, she understood that I had to follow my own path. Izuku. You and Katsumi used the excuse that it was just to make me give up, but the truth is that you and she are two really bad people pretending to be heroes. Izuku. I wasn't the only one you hurt. Izuku. And I wasn't the only one who was treated like some kind of worm by you too, just because you had powerful quirks. Izuku. Do you think I'm blind, Sakura? Izuku. I saw what you did to some of the weakest among the students, and several times I intervened to save them. In the end, I was the one who suffered the most. Izuku. And that's not counting the dead you left behind like Miyuki. Izuku said in a venomous tone, making Sakura flinch. Almost everyone says that you and Katsumi deserve to be heroes, while I would just be dead weight. Izuku. From my point of view, they've forgotten what it means to be a hero. Izuku. You're not a good person, Sakura. You're just a bad person who wants to pretend to be good. Izuku. Finishing packing, Izuku turned to Sakura and said, I can be many things, but I don't pretend to be something I'm not, Sakura. Izuku. I can't change society the way it is now, but someday I will, and I will remake this entire society in my image. Izuku said calmly. After that he picked up his 2 bags that had the things he needed and lifted them without any problems and left the room, leaving a tearful Sakura behind. After Izuku went downstairs he saw his mother sighing, as she said, You didn't have to be so hard on her, Izuku. Inko. Looking at Inko, Izuku said, Mom, I tried to be kind for 10 years. Izuku. Do you know what I got in return? Izuku asked calmly. Pain, contempt, physical and mental torture. Izuku. Being kind to Sakura only caused me harm. I understand that she is as much your daughter as I am, but that doesn't change the fact that she is basically a horrible person who abuses those weaker than her. Izuku. Sakura was lucky and was born with an incredibly powerful quirk and incredible charisma. But instead of using this quirk to be a good person, she just wants to prove that she is superior to others. Izuku. Izuku, I understand that what she did was wrong, but saying that kind of thing to her was still extreme. Inko. Mom, did you know that in the history of our world there was another person who had incredible charisma and thought he was superior to others? Izuku. That person became very famous in the world, and even today, more than 250 years since it happened, we still remember him. Izuku. Do you know who that person was? Izuku. Who? Inko. Adolf Hitler. The belief of being superior due to an attribute was what created that monster, and Sakura is going down the same path. Izuku. The belief that I'm more special because I have a strong quirk is pretty much the same thing as saying, I'm more special because I'm an Aries. If you stop and think about it, basically she and Katsumi are 2 fucking Nazis. Izuku. The only difference between Sakura and Hitler currently from my point of view, is that she doesn't hate Jews or purposefully kill them yet, and Hitler didn't torture his own family. Izuku. Sakura, Katsumi and a long list of people, have exactly this kind of attitude. I don't know how many times I've seen the 2 of them bullying those weaker than them alongside the henchmen they both managed to get. Izuku. I stopped counting after reaching the 10th place. Izuku. That's why I have to be so hard on her, because apparently no one else wants to talk about what she is. Izuku. Sakura is not and will never be a respectable heroine, for a very simple reason: she does not want to be a heroine to help people. Her focus was never that. Izuku. What she wants is to prove that she is the best. Izuku. And there is a whole universe of difference between heroes who help other people because they want to help, and heroes who only help because that is the way to achieve their goals. Izuku said calmly. Inko, hearing him, wanted to refute him, but Izuku was right. What Sakura was doing was no different from the Nazis, and she knew it. As she thought about it, Inko noticed a part of what Izuku said that made her pause. What do you mean you didn't kill on purpose? Inko. Sakura bullied people weaker than her mother. I always had a tough resolution, and even I considered suicide several times. Izuku. What do you think a person who didn't have the same willpower as me and was bullied did? Izuku. Hearing Izuku, Inko widened her eyes. She didn't want to believe what she was hearing, but she knew it was possible. How can you be sure? Inko. Because Sakura basically made the only true friend I ever had commit suicide. Izuku. There was an orphan girl who was a good friend of mine. Her name was Miyuki. Sakura and Katsumi bullied her quite often. Izuku. Whenever I saw it, I tried to stop it, and I became the target. Izuku. Miyuki didn't have a strong quirk. She could only change the color of objects, a very useful quirk for those who work creating items, but it was useless for fighting. Izuku. One day Miyuki stopped going to school. Originally I thought she had changed schools to avoid suffering anymore. Izuku. I only found out the truth about the matter 3 months later. Izuku. She killed herself. Miyuki jumped off a bridge and killed herself. Izuku said as he opened his wallet, where there was a folded letter, and handed it to Inko. This was her suicide letter. She sent it to me by mail, so that I wouldn't have the chance to find it before and stop her. Do you want to know the monster your daughter is? Read it. Izuku. The worst part is that her body was never found. She didn't even get a funeral because no one cared enough about her to pay for it, and I couldn't afford it at the time. Izuku said with a sad expression. I tried to confront Sakura and Katsumi about this. I went to the teachers. I went to the police with this letter. I even went to some heroes. Izuku. And the result was the same as always. Everyone closed their eyes, saying that they couldn't be sure if it was their fault. Izuku. Don't be fooled, mother. Sakura is not innocent. She knew there were consequences and continued to bully other people. Izuku. She's evil at her core. Never fool yourself into thinking otherwise. Izuku said calmly. Seeing his mother in shock, Izuku simply said goodbye. Bye mom, I'm going. Izuku said and left the house without saying anything else. After leaving, he saw a person driving a car that seemed to be for Uber. As soon as he got in the car and closed the door, Izuku saw a man whose entire body was made of a dark purple mist, except for his eyes, which are glowing yellow. Looking at the driver, Izuku said, So Kurojiri, how are the plans going? Izuku. They're going according to plan. Your trackers worked perfectly, and I stole the notebooks without any problems. Plus everything is ready for your surgery. Kurojiri. Excellent, let's go, because I still have to prepare myself. We will soon change this society. Izuku said calmly. Yes, young master Izuku. Kurojiri said and started driving. 2 months later, somewhere in Hosu, a young man was calmly floating inside a tube with green liquid. Looking at the young man was an old man, who looked at the young man in admiration. How splendid! Young master Izuku is certainly magnificent, worthy of being the son and chosen successor of the great All-for-One. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a monitor lit up, and All-for-One's voice appeared. What's got you so excited, Garaki? Your son. Garaki. The time I predicted for his body to adapt to the surgery and the quirks was 4 months, and the process should be extremely painful, as I was literally recalibrating his DNA to reach the human peak while stimulating the development of muscles, organs and bones to their maximum potential. Garaki. However, your son proved himself much more worthy than I could have imagined. Garaki. And why do you say that? All-for-One. Your son has already raised his physical capabilities to the limit while training alone, and taking into account that his genetics are extremely similar to yours, this limit is very high. Garaki. He could almost compare to someone who had a lesser body reinforcement quirk. Garaki. And that's something monstrous for a young man who is only 15 years old and doesn't have a quirk. Garaki. He must have trained to a level where he almost died every day, forcing his body to adapt to the extreme training. He probably bought heavy training clothes and wore them almost 24 hours a day. Garaki. Yes, Izuku really did that. If I'm not mistaken, his clothes currently weigh approximately 70 kilograms in total, and Izuku trained with it, slept, ate, went to school, etc. All for one. Izuku had several clothes. He ordered them with the money he earned from selling some smaller training equipment he built from recycling. All for one. In addition, he used a restriction system that he developed, which made him work 3 times harder just to move. All for one. I see, it makes sense. Because his body is used to being under constant stress, the surgery went extremely well and his body quickly adapted to the stress that the surgery caused, reducing the adaptation time by 1/4 and increasing the results. In addition, adding his prepared body together with the stress evolution quirk increased the results even more. At this moment his body has the same strength as someone who has a mid-rank body enhancement quirk, and continues to evolve. Garaki. The surgery and procedures are practically complete. Now just let his body rest and get used to it. In another month at most he will be 100% ready to use the quirks, and his body will be far beyond capable of supporting these quirks. Garaki. How many quirks do you estimate he can maintain beyond the ones we prepared so he could stabilize all for one? All for one. I estimate that at least he will be able to handle 60 more quirks in addition to the 4 extra quirks that you have already acquired. However, due to the stress enhancement quirk that has already been transferred to him, it may even be more. It is not possible to measure with absolute precision, due to the monstrous level that your son's body was already at before everything. Garaki. All for one. Listening to Garaki was very surprised. 60 quirks was something that even All for One himself took years of practicing to achieve. He only achieved this at 30 years of age, and that was with him training hard and having some body reinforcing quirks. Izuku was currently 14 years old and would soon be 15. There is at least a 15-year difference, and if you consider that he only started training at 8, the subject becomes even more evident. Even with surgery in play, Garaki originally estimated that it would only be possible to originally store 10 or 15 more quirks initially, and develop after that using stolen quirks. And this highlighted how monstrously hard Izuku had worked while training. All for one started laughing a lot at that moment. All Might had left the perfect successor aside, only for a girl who looked more like a villain to inherit the power. And best of all, if the right cards were played, this girl would end up becoming a villain. Calming down a bit, All for One said, "Doctor, how is our little project to cover up what happened to Izuku going?" All for One. "Perfect, I created a clone using his DNA as we discussed before. I made this clone go to school in his place, then I sent a Nomu that kidnapped him in broad daylight, while he tried to resist." Garaki. At this moment everyone thinks that Izuku Midoriya was kidnapped by villains. Garaki. I also took the liberty of kidnapping heroes with quirks that could be useful to Izuku. I doped them with strong drugs, and simply left them in an induced coma. Izuku will be able to take their quirks without any problems. Garaki. Did you prepare copies of Kurogiri and Tamira's quirks for Izuku like I asked? All for One. Yes. Garaki. Excellent. All for One. Meanwhile, UA teachers have had many sleepless nights over the past 2 months. The box containing each of the teachers' books had been stolen, and worst of all, Izuku Midoriya had been kidnapped not even 2 days after that. Since then, several heroes who had their names in the notebooks were defeated using some of the methods there and kidnapped. Nizu was no idiot. He could connect the dots. Somehow someone within UA had leaked that he had these books in his hands. Izuku had marked his name and address in some of the older notebooks in case he lost them when he was younger. The person who stole the notebooks must have discovered who he was, where he was, and kidnapped him with the intention of forcing him to write new ones. Meanwhile, this same person used the notebooks to kidnap some of the heroes and their helpers. Among them were Endeavor, Kamui Woods, Ryukyu, Ragdoll, and some others. Nizu didn't believe for a moment that it was Izuku for 3 reasons. 1. Izuku was too smart to leak these notebooks while he had something to lose, and warning other people that he could find weaknesses like this was a good way to end up being kidnapped and forced to write in the notebooks day and night. 2. Even if he took down a few among the heroes, it was only a matter of time before someone connected the dots to him, especially with Nizu and Aizawa knowing that he was the one who created the notebooks. 3. There were clearly 2 very powerful quirk users involved, and Izuku didn't have the resources to pull off a coup like that quickly, and he wouldn't have started preparing before the day Nizu denied his hopes and dreams. The worst part of all is that Izuku had warned them that this could happen. He told them to destroy the notebooks. Nizu didn't listen to him. It was his choice. And because he didn't listen, he put Izuku in danger, as if the boy hadn't already suffered enough. Mizu didn't know who this person was or what their objective was, but the way things were going it was clear whoever was behind this wanted something. And if Izuku started making new notebooks, all the heroes would be in danger, so all the UA teachers gathered to talk about the matter. How should we act now? Vlad? The priority has to be finding Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa. If he stays in their hands for too long, and they convince him to work for them, we're screwed. Aizawa. Everyone listening to Aizawa nodded. That was indeed the case. But how can we track them? Present Mike. After all, they seem to have someone with warp ability. Present Mike. We must focus on who is attacking the heroes. If we predict who will be the next to be attacked, we can get ahead and intercept. Because no matter who is attacking, that person has to have a trail of who has the books. Mizu said seriously. Inko's POV. At that moment I was at home while watching the news, worried about my son Izuku who had disappeared, when suddenly I felt a portal opening behind me. Looking back I saw him, the man I love and hate simultaneously. What do you want, Hisashi, or should I call you all for one? Inko, I asked indignantly, knowing that if he is here, it is not to give me news that Izuku is fine, and will be returned to school. He and I met a long time ago. I was a naive girl who dreamed of dating a bad boy. In the end I ended up in a relationship with the worst of them all. I got involved with Japan's greatest villain in 2 centuries. I'm not going to say that bad guys don't turn me on at all, but this bastard is the worst. When Izuku was only 1 year old he disappeared. I knew he hadn't died because every month I always received a huge amount of money, and I knew it was because of him. And not only that, every single one of those who had harmed Izuku over the years that weren't Katsumi or Sakura had suffered horrible accidents that either gave them even more horrible deaths or left them crippled for life, and I'm absolutely certain it was him. And when I noticed this, it became clear to me, he was grooming Izuku to be his successor. He wanted Izuku to break so he could influence him more easily. Izuku was a genius, there was no doubt about it, and if I'm right, Hisashi wants him to inherit his own quirk. And just the thought of what Izuku would do with this quirk brought my mind into chaos. I could already see Izuku massacring the entire hero society with it without having the slightest difficulty. The worst part of all this is that even knowing all this I can't hate him. My stupid heart refuses to hate this scoundrel. Anger, yes. I can't hate. Well, what else could make me come here if not to look at the woman of my life and talk about Izuku? All for one. Woman of your life, my ass, you abandoned me, you abandoned everyone in this house. Inko, I said angrily. I didn't do it by choice, I did it for your safety. All for one. The heroes were too close to finding out about my relationship with you, and I know you would never accept being a villain, or involving the children in what I do in a normal situation, so I had to leave. All for one. I never wanted to be away, and I always protected you from the shadows. Believe me, if there was another way I would have stayed with you, but there wasn't. All for one. Of course, and this has nothing to do with you letting him suffer to break his hopes of being a hero so he can become your successor. Inko said mockingly. In fact, I always wanted him to lose hope in being a hero, and I was always waiting for the right moment to give him a quirk, but I never wanted him as my successor. Izuku is far superior to me in everything that does not involve a quirk. Being my successor would only diminish the greatness he can achieve. All for one. Don't be fooled, Inko. I may not have appeared in front of you, but I've always been around, and I know better than anyone that Izuku is far superior to me in every aspect that doesn't involve a quirk: planning, mentality, determination, foresight, analysis of people, dedication, intelligence. Hell, even without having a quirk, if Izuku really wanted to, there are few who could face him. All for one. But as much as I waited with the hope that he would stop being a hero, I would never have waited for 13 damn years away from you. All for one. Minus 10 years ago, I fought All Might, and suffered heavy injuries. Honestly, it's a miracle that I'm still alive. All for one. I was in a coma for 2 years after the fight, and I only recovered enough to be able to move around frequently recently, and even then I have to wear this support constantly for that. All for one, said, pointing to his mask. Listening to him, I calmed down a bit. Hisashi was a lot of horrible things, a liar wasn't one of them. You said you came to talk about Izuku, what do you have to say? Did you find him? Inko. Yes, I found him. He was being held hostage by some heroes who wanted to use his analysis ability for their own benefit. I've already eliminated them all, but Izuku was extremely injured in the process and is now recovering with one of my associates. All for one. As soon as I heard Hisashi, I knew things had gotten ugly. Izuku was a genius in analysis. He might not have had a quirk, but he was so brilliant that it was almost scary, and I knew it. Izuku was capable of precisely planning effective means to take down any hero in the world if he wanted to. How did the heroes find out about his talents? Inko, I asked worriedly. Director Nizu leaked. All for one, said, clenching his fists tightly. I could feel his fury and hatred. Hisashi had an unfathomable amount of anger towards Nizu. It was almost alive. That rat son of a bitch leaked Izuku's notebooks to the heroes. It was all part of a plan to make Izuku become a tool for him. All for one. The original plan was to let the heroes kidnap Izuku while pretending to be villains, then send someone to kidnap you and have one of those villains kill you in front of Izuku. All for one. Finally, he would show up with the entire UA in tow, save Izuku, and encourage him to use his mind to get rid of the villains. All for one. That disgusting rodent had everything prepared. He wanted to use our son as a damn tool, and I'm going to skin him alive with my own hands, and use his skin to make a rug for that, even if it's the last thing I do in my life. All for one, said while releasing an enormous thirst for blood. As I watched Hisashi, I remembered why I love him so much. Hisashi was by far the most brutal person in the world, but he loved his family like no one else. For him, a threat to his family had to be dealt with, and I've always loved men who cared about their family. What can I say? Dangerous and caring guys turn me on. Without thinking anymore, I threw myself into his arms and hugged him tightly. I'm so easy when it comes to him. POV. Inko and POV all for one. Seeing Inko in my arms, I smiled a lot under the mask. Without a doubt, Inko is the great love of my life, and to have her in my arms once again, I have no problem lying to her just this once. Nizu coming up with that plan wasn't a lie. He just didn't implement it fast enough. Soon Izuku will be ready to be the emperor of the fucking world and be much greater than I ever was. Tamura was my original plan for a successor to the Japanese underworld, but honestly he is a waste of time and effort when compared to Izuku. Tamura is childish and never matured properly, even though I gave him every chance and more. The only reason I insisted so much on having him as his successor was his thirst for destruction, because using it I could steal one for all and make All Might writhe in agony upon learning that Nana Shimura's grandson was my successor, because otherwise he's worthless when compared to Izuku. Izuku, on the other hand, is not just my blood, he is the best version of me, much smarter, much more determined, much more prepared, much more charismatic, and with an unfathomable amount of darkness inside him. He will be the perfect successor. I took years of close planning to prepare him indirectly, and my son had to suffer a lot. Plus I had to prepare various situations to guide him to the right path. Guiding All Might for years so that he believed that the next symbol of peace needed to instill fear in villains. Guiding his meeting with All Might because of the villain's sludge, making the bottle containing the villain fall, instructing that piece of shit to attack Katsumi, subtly guiding Izuku so that he arrived at the location, after that paying for my corrupt heroes to severely reprimand him while praising the girl Bakugu, subtly influencing Nizu through my spies so that he would be afraid of Sakura and Katsumi, saving his only friend from certain death, and the list goes on. I had a really big job, but it was worth every second. Unfortunately, because I wasn't there, Sakura became a disappointment. So much power, and no brains to use it. It's one thing for her to enjoy mistreating the weak, but never to train in the use of power, and using that power against her brother for no reason is stupid on several different levels. And it's even worse because this brother could have helped her develop her own power to its maximum extent. If Sakura wasn't a visionless idiot, she would have noticed that it was much better for her to defend Izuku and use the brilliant mind he had. In many ways she's just like Tamura, just a disappointment with an interesting power. Not that I can blame them entirely, because when compared to a monster like Izuku there are few people who are worth anything. And All Might, idiot as he is, didn't even notice the diamond he let slip from his hands. Izuku with one for all, it's something that scares me. He with all for one will leave the entire country in despair. I can't wait to see All Might's face when he finds out he shoved Izuku on a platter into my arms. Ha 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 ha. And the cherry on top of the cake is that Izuku will be able to take one for all from All Might's successor without any problems. And that for me is something invaluable. I can't wait to see Izuku achieve what I never could, uniting one for all and all for one into one person. That girl Katsumi is not worthy of that power. Izuku is. With him my son will be invincible. But for now I have to focus on the most important thing. I have to give a lot of love to my wife. And who knows, maybe make a brother or sister who is good for Izuku this time. Ha 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 ha. 1 month later. Izuku, who was peacefully sleeping inside the cylinder, opened his eyes for the first time in months. Looking at his hand, and squeezing it, he felt new strength coursing through his body. Looking outside, he saw a fat old man with funny glasses and a thick mustache looking at him with a wild smile full of joy. "It seems you woke up, Izuku. Tell me how you feel." Garaki. Izuku pointed at the mask and then at the liquid in response. "Look, how could I be so forgetful? You can't talk to this, can you?" Garaki said before going to a separate part and starting to type some things on the computer. Soon the liquid was drained and Izuku supported himself with his own legs. Luckily his body had not atrophied due to the surgery constantly stimulating his body. Removing the life support mask, Izuku turned to Garaki and said, "Who are you?" Izuku. "I am Hojo, a great friend of your father, and a loyal servant." Garaki. "I see. Where is my father now?" Izuku. "Your father found a quirk that can help you a lot on your future path. But the target is a bit problematic, so he went to capture the person himself." Garaki. "What quirk?" Izuku. "A mutant quirk, which will give you enormous bodily attributes. The owner called it perfect body, as it increased the quality of the body to extreme levels permanently. The quirk itself stimulates the body to develop in such a way as to achieve superhuman physical feats." Garaki. "I see. Is there somewhere I can train to get used to my current attributes?" Izuku. "And another question, do I already have the quirks?" Izuku. "Yes to everything. Your father will help you train and get used to his quirk, and we have also prepared some quirks for you. Using your notebooks we captured people with very interesting quirks." Garaki said and began to take Izuku to a more isolated training room. Following Garaki carefully, Izuku began walking carefully. With each step, he could feel the difference in his body. He trained every day of his life, and knew very well what he was capable of before, so the moment he woke up Izuku knew he was much stronger. At least 4x stronger than before, and that was no joke. Izuku had a physique that could make athletes envious before, and everything was achieved with insane levels of physical training to a point where he managed to defeat several robots relying only on his body and martial arts. Now he felt much stronger. After reaching an open area, Izuku took a deep breath, and began to stretch. Right after that, he began to run. The result was him falling face down on the ground. His body was not adapted to the new attributes, so when he advanced the result was already expected. Garaki saw that and smiled a little and said, "You should start slowly, your body is not yet accustomed to its current attributes." Garaki. Standing up, Izuku nodded and began to run lightly, gradually increasing his speed. Within a few minutes he was running at full speed without any problems. Izuku's current speed was 130 km/h. It wasn't the highest speed ever recorded, but considering that he was running at his best with his own legs and relying only on his body, this was already surreal. Garaki saw this with a maniacal smile. He saw Izuku run, maintaining that speed for the next 1 hour before stopping, being just a little out of breath, but not excessively tired. "How did I do?" Izuku. "You ran at 130 km/h. Taking into account your age and that you don't have any quirk to amplify physical attributes yet, it's unbelievable that you can move so fast, even more so because you ran for 1 hour giving your best, and you don't even seem excessively tired." Garaki. Pointing to a device that looked very much like a bench press, Garaki said, "I would like you to try lifting that. It's a magnetic bench press. You can test how much weight you can lift." Garaki. Going to the device, Izuku grabbed the bar and lifted it above his head without any problems. Going to a panel, Garaki began to increase the weight slowly, and saw Izuku remaining relaxed. Increasing the weight after 10 minutes, the weight should have been the equivalent of 600 kilograms, but still Izuku kept it above his head without problems. Seeing this, Garaki's smile widened as he increased the weight. This continued until the weight reached 1,783 kilograms, which was when Izuku said, "It's heavy. Maintaining this weight is difficult. If it goes beyond, I won't be able to hold it anymore." Izuku. Garaki saw that and had a psychotic smile. Izuku could hold more than a ton above his head. It was something insane. "Excellent. Now we just need to test your reflexes, flexibility and maximum resistance. After that we will have finished the basic tests on your capabilities." Garaki. "Okay." Izuku. After a few more tests, Garaki looked at Izuku in an almost fanatical manner. Izuku was superhuman, with reflexes good enough to dodge bullets at close range, as well as being able to continue running while giving it his all for 8 hours without rest. Looking at Izuku, Garaki smiled as he said, "What are you going to do now?" Garaki. "First, I'll adapt to my quirks, and how to use them. Second, I'll start gathering funds. Third, I'll prepare to begin my plans. Izuku. And what would those plans be? Garaki. One thing I've learned over the years is that the weak are trampled on, and the strong are exalted. Izuku. It's always been like this, it will always be like this. Izuku. It's the law of the jungle in its purest form. Izuku. I didn't suffer all that discrimination for being quirkless, I suffered it for being weak. If I had enough power I could be anything and no one would say absolutely anything, because I had the power in my hands, but since they were stronger, I had to endure all the humiliation and pain for 10 years. That's why I decided, I'm going to be the strongest being alive, and I'm going to rule everything below me. Whoever doesn't like it will be crushed, it's that simple. Izuku. A single person, who will be stronger than an entire planet by itself, that is what I aim for. Izuku. The moment I achieve that, I will start making the changes I want. The governments of the world will have two options, they meet my demands, or I exterminate them. Izuku. Garaki. When he heard Izuku, for a moment had a vision, he saw Izuku sitting on a pile of bodies while around him a huge number of people knelt, and he looked at them like cockroaches. He saw a true emperor, someone who stands above everyone, and his image overshadowed what All for One had before. At that moment Garaki shed tears, and he saw his future. A future where he would serve Izuku Midoriya and see his triumph. At that moment when Izuku was about to say something, a strangely feminine demonic voice sounded in the place, scaring him and Garaki. Being the strongest, that's something really suitable for us. Looking around, Izuku searched for the source of the voice, but didn't find it until the voice said again. Look down, Izuku. The moment Izuku heard the voice he looked over, but when he did what looked back at him was his shadow that had taken on a completely different appearance than his own. Before she began to rise and expand and stand in front of him. Garaki, who was watching, was shocked to see that. He couldn't understand what was happening. Hello, Izuku. What are you? Izuku asked calmly. He felt no animosity towards the being in front of him. All he felt was that this being was a part of himself. I am you, Izuku, and you are me. We are one. However, at the same time we are separate entities. What are you talking about? Izuku. I'm your quirk. Impossible. I shouldn't have any quirk like you, Izuku. That would normally be the case, but the fat, stupid old man and his imbecile father stepped on a gold mine and didn't even know it. The gene that grants the quirk factor normally remains dormant in the user's body when he is quirkless. The fat man's surgery combined with injecting pure quirk factor awakened his gene, which was a sentient quirk with the ability to evolve what it touched to a lesser degree and adapt its body, in this case me. And when the old man added the other quirks, I evolved. At that moment I am his quirk, and I am far superior to the quirk of that useless guy of your father. Izuku's quirk is the result of the fusion of the quirks. All for One, Tamura's quirk, Kurogiri's quirk, Izuku's original quirk, body adaptation and evolution, copy, insight, and the archive quirk. How dare you insult the great All for One? Garaki said irritably. Because it's true, his quirk has several flaws. I don't have any other than having to accumulate resources to be able to make Izuku invincible, and besides that he's a tremendous son of a bitch who let Izuku suffer for years. Then shut your fucking mouth, because I'm going to tell you the huge amount of flaws that useless guy's quirk has. From the moment he takes a quirk, All for One can no longer increase its power. His quirk cannot adapt the user's body to suit extreme uses of the quirks acquired by itself. He maintains the weaknesses of the quirks and has to rely on others. He cannot remove the weaknesses, he cannot acquire attributes from other users, he cannot make copies of the same power, he cannot master a power to the same extent as the previous user instantly. The user depends exclusively on himself for everything, which implies that the quirk can be stolen or cancelled. This quirk lowers the fertility of whoever possesses it so much that it is basically the same thing as being infertile, and the list goes on. Even though it is virtually possible to correct most of these mistakes by relying on the right combination of quirks, the amount of effort in searching, locating, capturing the target, and stealing the quirk would take years, perhaps decades, and even then the result would only be acceptable at best. Izuku doesn't have any of these weaknesses, because due to the quirk being divided into two parts, and my body being in a separate dimensional space, linked to Izuku's shadow, it is impossible to steal me from him, no matter what quirk the person has, because it is its own dimensional space. And since we are the same, and different simultaneously, nothing and no one can nullify his abilities, because to do so they would have to nullify mine too, and since I am quantumly intertwined in another dimension linked only to Izuku, this is just an illusion. Why didn't you reveal yourself when you woke up? Izuku. Until now, I have remained silent, because you were not ready yet, and the treatment was beneficial for you, but now you are ready. Ready for what? Izuku. To accept who you really are. You, Izuku Midoriya, are a predator and not a damned sheep, but until today you have refused to act like one. 10 years of abuse without you reacting, 10 years of mistreatment, 10 years of dedication to helping other people, 10 years of pain, 10 years of humiliation. You could have ended this whenever you wanted, we both know that. You could have easily sent Katsumi and Sakura to a hospital, or even killed them when they least expected it, and covered it up without leaving any traces that it was you to anyone other than themselves. You've thought about it in several situations, you had the plans, you had the means, but you didn't want to execute them and chose to suffer in silence, just like sheep do. All this because of a stupid dream that is nothing more than an illusion. And even after receiving All for One's offer, your thought was to change society for the better. You weren't ready to use me, not until now, not until your thirst for power awakened. The truth is that there are no heroes nowadays, at least not for you. They were never there for you, they never cared to be there. Even your old idol chose Katsumi over you. He talks all that shit about being a hero and then ignores all your qualities, for just one that the girl Bakuga had. He could have passed his quirk to you, and without a doubt you would have been a magnificent symbol of peace, worthy of the title. You had everything to be the perfect successor: strength, intelligence, determination, charisma, a kind heart, and much more. The only thing you didn't have was a quirk, something he could have given you, but instead he despised you just for not having a manifested quirk. And the most pathetic thing of all is that he gave the quirk to a person who abuses those weaker than her, even more power to abuse those weaker than her. And even after all this, you still didn't have the determination to be the emperor you were born to be. Not a weak emperor of the Japanese underworld, but an emperor who rules the entire world. Garaki, hearing the Shadow's mockery when referring to All for One, clenched his fist tightly, but said nothing. He knew that some sentient quirks could be rude and impolite, and seeing that Izuku's quirk was slowly trying to influence him into becoming a monster was something Garaki wanted to see very much. Even without me, or your useless father's quirk, you were always destined for greatness. You could have dominated this world by following many different paths on your own. And you know I'm right, I'm you, and I know all your dark thoughts, every single one of them. Every plan, every time you thought about creating weapons, every idea, you had several ways to reach a power bordering on omnipotence in less than 3 decades. But you never went ahead, because you wanted to be a hero, and all the paths that led you to greatness were bloody, and according to what the sheep say, inhumane. But for the first time in your life, you understood that being the strongest can give you anything you want, and now we can use everything at your disposal to make you the strongest. What can you do? Izuku asked interestedly. What can we do? As I said before, we are one and at the same time different, basically 2 sides of the same coin. Okay, what can we do? Izuku. Our ability is something I have called evolutionary predation, and it is divided into 2 parts, each controlled by one of us, but which will never be complete without the other. My part in Quirk is predation. I can consume DNA from any biological being, and give you the abilities that that being possesses. I myself cannot use the abilities that we acquire without your permission, but I can consume anything within my reach without any problems. The more genetic material I have from our target, the more capabilities you can get. For example, if I consumed an arm from a gorilla, I could give you the muscular quality of a gorilla in one of your arms, but I wouldn't be able to give you any of the other capabilities or attributes of a gorilla around the body, and you would still end up having the anger issues that a gorilla might have. But if I consume an entire gorilla, then I could give you all of its characteristics, unfeeling memories, experiences, and physical capabilities while discarding its weaknesses. You could do everything the gorilla could do instantly, with no side effects. The moment Garaki heard it, he almost shit himself in fear. Whatever this thing was, it was a far superior and more brutal version of the all-for-one quirk, and in the hands of someone like Izuku it would be insane. Seeing Garaki's fear, the creature smiled even more predatorily, showing a mouth full of monstrous fangs as it continued. The more DNA I consume from a target, the fewer defects you will have when taking their capabilities. By consuming an entire target you do not have their weaknesses. The only thing I can't grant you are gender-limited abilities. For example, even if I consume a woman, I could not give you the ability to give birth to children, or give you a vagina. And why would I want a vagina? I have nothing against women, or men who chose to become women, but I don't want to be one. Izuku. Who knows, sometimes trying new things can be fun, but that's not the point right now. Your part in the quirk is the evolutionary part. You can evolve the abilities that I give you and use them without inconvenience even if you don't evolve them. for example Endeavor's quirk, if we consume him as our prey, even if you don't evolve his quirk, you won't have the problem of overheating, your body will adapt to use the power without side effects. However, you cannot pray without me, and you cannot force me to pray. Do you understand now? We thrive through the death of our targets, we pray and constantly evolve. And by the way, that fat old man seems like a very appropriate target for a first meal, the knowledge he must have is something we could use. Looking at Garaki, Izuku said, "Don't even think about it, he's an excellent scientist, and I need capable people to support me." Izuku. Whatever, but anyway, we need to consume to evolve, all for one is destined to be nothing before our power, he said coldly. Garaki, listening to the creature, knew that if even half of what she said was true, Izuku with the support of all for one would become one of the most powerful beings in existence, perhaps even beyond that. I see, you said I was ready, which means now you're willing to help me, right? Izuku. Yes, you are right, now you are ready. If you were a weak and cowardly person who was afraid to do what was necessary, I would not help you, but now I know that you will not hold back our growth because of something like a guilty conscience. Do you have a name? Izuku. I'm Alice. Alice. Alice, one question, how do you know about my thoughts? Izuku. Because I am you and you are me, we are the same and we are also two different beings. Alice. When I woke up I felt everything you've ever felt, I will always be your darkest and most destructive side. Izuku. Alice. We are something like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and because of that, I see society as it is, this pile of lies and idiocy. Alice. It seems like we'll really have a lot of fun, but it seems you're against changing society for the better. Izuku. Izuku, everyone follows the rules of society believing that they are above animals, but the truth is that all of this is nothing but nonsense, a pathetic illusion created to deceive fools. Alice. You said it yourself, the fit do what they want, the unfit are trampled on and live because the fit allow it. Alice. It's always been this way, it will always be this way, this is the law of the jungle in its purest form. Alice. The greatest illusion of all is that the rulers of a country are those who hold the power. Alice. That's all a lie, power is power. Izuku, either the person has it on their own or they don't have it, it's that simple. Alice. Everyone says that the world is driven by society, or the world is driven by everyone's ideas. All of that is a lie. Alice. The world is driven by power. Alice. The United States and Russia are great countries, not because they have the best technological ideas or because they have the closest people to each other. Alice. They are great countries, because they have the power to support this claim. Alice. If someone powerful enough to annihilate any country on the planet, gets an island, lives on it alone and declares it an independent country, every country in the world will recognize it, because that person alone is powerful enough to ensure that it happens. Alice. The only reason the weak have a voice nowadays is that the strong like to use them as tools and the weak function much better when they are happy. Alice. Don't be fooled, Izuku. If one day a truly strong person decides that the time of the weak is over and there is no one stronger than him who wants to stop him or a group of people who together can challenge him, that's exactly what will happen. In a society with superpowers, the biggest fist is the one who rules, there is no middle ground. Alice. Listening to Alice, Izuku was silent for a while as he said, How does the predation process work? Izuku. There are 4 main factors that you must keep in mind for me to consume. Alice. First, whatever is to be consumed must be within 8 meters of you, this range will increase as you become stronger. Alice. Second, only organic things can be consumed. Alice. Third, the more biomass the target I'm going to consume has, the longer it takes, and if the being escapes the range before I finish, then the process is interrupted, the stronger you are the faster I can consume. Alice. Fourth, after consuming an entire target, I have to wait 4 hours before consuming the next one, the stronger I am, the shorter this interval will be. Alice. To consume a being with 3 cubic meters of biomass, it would take me 30 minutes. Alice. Can you attack other people? Izuku. Yes, as long as they are within 8 square meters of you, the range will increase as you become stronger. Alice. Is there a limit to how much can be consumed? Izuku. No. Alice. If a person who has a mutated quirk is consumed, will I be forced to keep their quirk active constantly or will my appearance change? Izuku. No, imagine your quirk as an infinite information bank, the bodily capabilities, aspects that I select and memories without feelings will be added to you automatically. but physical changes will only be added if you access the corresponding file. Alice. And by the way, it would be good if you consumed some of your shitty father's DNA, because that way you could pass quirks and abilities to other people, and take his quirks without having to consume someone, and that could be something useful in the long run. Something around an arm or two would be enough. Alice. But anyway, getting back to the subject, you can access as many files as you want simultaneously, or not access any of them. The choice is yours. Alice. What is the limit to which I can evolve something? Izuku. It depends exclusively on which route you choose and how much I can consume. Alice. What do you mean? Izuku. There are several paths for the evolution of a living being. Alice. When I consume something, I transfer the main characteristics and capabilities that I choose to you by merging them with you on a genetic level. Alice. And then I convert everything that is left into bioenergy. You can use this bioenergy to evolve characteristics or capabilities that you have, through various routes. Alice. For example, imagine the evolution of the human being. Alice. Imagine that two identical twin brothers are born but raised in different places. One of these brothers was raised in the desert. The other was raised in Iceland. Alice. Although they are twin brothers, their bodies will develop and evolve differently, right? Alice. Yes, one of them will adapt to places with low temperatures, the other will adapt to desert climates, where there is extreme heat during the day, and extreme cold at night. Izuku. Exactly. Alice. Their base is still the same, but they evolved following different paths. Alice. The same applies to the evolution you can do, assuming I consume and pass on Endeavor's quirk to you. Alice. The paths to evolution will be defined by you. You can evolve his quirk by choosing to increase the amount of fire it can produce, evolve by choosing to increase the temperature of the flames, evolve by choosing a route where his fire will only burn what you want instead of everything it comes into contact with, and so on. Alice. The more powerful the evolution, the more bioenergy you will spend, and after evolving something you will unlock new routes for the evolution of the power you evolved. Alice. Could I evolve something that wasn't granted by you? Izuku. You could only evolve things directly related to your body, but yes. Alice. For example, you could evolve the quality of your muscles, evolve your bones and so on, but you won't be able to evolve your future partners, or our quirk, relying only on evolutionary predation. Alice. That name sucks. Izuku. And what would you call it? Alice. Consume and evolve. Evolutionary predation sounds like a cheesy band name. Izuku. The worst thing is that it really is. Alice. Alice heard Izuku laugh and said, imitating a presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage the band Prediceo Evolutiva. Alice said dramatically, still with her demonic voice. Izuku laughed a little, and felt happiness, but at that moment he widened his eyes when he noticed. You understand, don't you, Izuku? Alice. The connection between us is two-way. Until now I had sealed my path towards you, so that you could not discover me before I was sure that you were worthy. But now it is open once more. Alice. Now we are complete. Alice. Feeling the emotions and receiving some of the thoughts that Alice had, Izuku soon got used to it, as they were basically the same emotions as his, and the thoughts were mostly about how wonderful it would be to swallow Garaki, Sakura, Katsumi and all for one. The hatred he felt for Katsumi and Sakura doubled, as did the affection he felt for Inko, but that was it. That's great. The last question, how strong is your combat power currently? Izuku. Approximately a C-class hero, as long as it's in close range, but this will increase the more you consume, as I can also use the capabilities you acquire, only to a weaker degree, about 80% of the strength to be precise, and only the base version acquired when I consume something. My bodily strength will always be superior to yours, but the genetic capabilities that are granted will always be weaker to me, as I do not have a real body, just a physical projection linked to you. Alice. After having all the information he needed about his quirk, a plan formed in Izuku's mind. Let's become the strongest creature on the planet, and change everything. Izuku. Excellent, this is going to be fucking fun. Alice said, smiling predatorily with her demonic teeth. Garaki, seeing everything, shuddered, and fear and excitement took over him. The thought of what Izuku could do scared and excited him a lot. Pausing for a bit, Izuku turned to Garaki and said, You said that my father had captured some people before, right? Izuku. Yes. Garaki. Excellent, that means we can test Alice's capabilities now. Izuku. Hearing Izuku, Garaki had a psychotic smile as he nodded and said, "Follow me, Garaki." After that, Izuku followed Garaki to a room, where he saw more than a dozen heroes he recognized, trapped in cylinders. Among them were several big names. Walking up to one of them, Izuku saw Endeavor, and smiled as he said, "You knew he was here, didn't you, Alice?" Izuku: "Yes, I heard the fat man and his father talking about it, while you were unconscious from the anesthetics." Alice: Looking at Garaki, Izuku said, "I'll start with him." Izuku: "Okay, I'll remove him from the stasis cylinder." Garaki: "You don't need to worry about doing that." Alice said and moved. In moments she entered inside the glass, and it enveloped Endeavor's body. Soon chewing sounds were heard, as his body began to disappear one large part at a time. After about 5 minutes, Endeavor disappeared completely, and Alice returned to Izuku before he felt his body getting stronger, and received the memories and information that Enji Todoroki had, in addition to knowledge and experience on how to use the Quirk Hell Flame. Looking at his own hand, Izuku saw as a flame appeared on it, and soon information about the possible evolution routes appeared in his mind, along with a feeling of how much he could evolve her as well as what he could evolve in her body. It was almost instinctive. "Holy shit, this is amazing," Izuku said, looking at the fire in his hand. He could feel the heat, but he also felt that it didn't affect him negatively, just that it was hot. It was incredible. Izuku knew he could use the quirk exactly like Endeavor in his prime. It was as if his muscle memory had been passed along. "Like I said, I'm much better than your useless father's fucked up quirk. I'm perfect. And the best part is that I can create as many copies of that quirk as you want." Alice. Looking at the other suitors in the room, Izuku smiled and said, "What do we do for the next 4 hours?" Izuku: "We thought about which target would be best to consume first. I particularly think Ryukyu looks appetizing." Alice said, smiling maniacally. Looking at Ryukyu, Izuku smiled as he looked around, and said, "I think you might be right. She seems like a good target to consume, but I still think there are better targets." Izuku. Looking at a green-haired girl, Izuku smiled as he said, "Ragdoll seems like a better choice to me. Think about it, with her quirk, we could identify targets even when we walk down the street, and with that we could have access to more information." Izuku. "So many delicious snacks. It's a shame my time is still 4 hours. But I think after consuming a few more people this may go down. But it doesn't matter, we can always grow by consuming the fat old man." Alice. "Give it up, Alice, it won't happen. He's useful, and he seems to be my father's friend." Izuku. "And why do you care about your father?" Alice. "He was never there for you when you needed him most." Alice. "I care about him for 3 reasons. The first is he was there for me on the roof day. The second is that my mother still loves him. The third is that without him, I wouldn't have you." Izuku. Alice heard Izuku smile and said, "Oh, how cute. A few more words like that, and I might have to take my panties off for you." Alice said sarcastically. Hearing Alice, Izuku didn't even deign to respond. Garaki, seeing the scene, was shocked for a few seconds, before recovering and quickly leaving the place and sending the information to All For One. He had to know what his son was capable of. After seeing Garaki leaving, Alice said mentally, "Do you trust that fat guy?" Alice. "To answer me, just think and I will know." Alice. "No, I don't trust him in the slightest. But killing him is a bad move. If he really is my father's friend, and I kill him, I will have lost important resources that I could have obtained more easily." Izuku. "How cold of you, and I thought you loved your father." Alice. "Love the man who let me suffer for 10 damn years just so he could manipulate me." Izuku. "That's what I call a bad joke." Izuku. "So you noticed." Alice. "Yes, I noticed, but I'm still not sure what kind of person I'm dealing with, so the best thing for us is to proceed with caution while I feign gratitude. I know that my father is at least interested in me, since everything he achieved required extensive preparations." Izuku. "Whether he loves me is another story." Izuku. "What are we going to do?" Alice. "For now we will use his resources to become stronger. After that it will depend on how much he likes me and how he treats me. If I am just another pawn, then he will become nutrients for our growth." Izuku thought coldly. "What if he really likes you as a son?" Alice. "It will depend on how good he is to my mother. If I see that he makes her happy, I will let him live in peace. If I notice that he is not good for her, then he is gone." Izuku. "And after that, what will we do?" Alice. "Whatever we want." Izuku. After a few more hours, A portal opened at the base, and from within it All For One came out with his right arm a little injured, but which was already regenerating at a rate visible to the naked eye while carrying a huge man who was covered in blood. Behind him Kyojiri appeared. As he walked, arriving at the training field, All For One saw Izuku creating and firing an orange flame that he recognized as Endeavor's quirk at some targets, and destroying them one by one. Seeing this, All For One was surprised before looking at a huge, grotesque shadow that was behind Izuku creating fire and shooting at 2 other targets. Walking calmly, All For One said, "So it was true, you really did receive a mutated quirk." All For One. Looking at All For One, Izuku said, "Yes, this will change some of the plans I had made and now I'm stuck in a bottomless pit, but overall it was for the best." Izuku. "Don't complain about feeding me, it's not like you don't benefit a lot from it." Alice said, smiling devilishly. All For One, seeing Alice, smiled calmly beneath his mask as he said, "I guess you're Alice." All For One. "And I know that you're the useless one who abandoned Izuku to his own fate, besides having taken a kick in the ass from All Might." Alice said calmly. All For One, listening to Alice, said, "It seems like you don't like me very much, do you?" All For One. "And why should I?" Alice. "You're ridiculous, you let your own son suffer for years, and don't even use the excuse that I was injured. If you could order villains to kill those who mistreated Izuku, you could easily have sent someone to protect him too." Alice. All For One, listening to Alice, calmly said, "You're right, I could, but would that have created the current Izuku?" All For One. "He is someone destined for greatness, but he has always limited himself. I know it, he knows it, and you know it too." All For One. "If I had saved him before the abuse, he would never have been ready to reach his full potential." All For One. "I could have even given him a quirk before, but the result wouldn't change." All For One. "He would have become a hero, and would have been deluding himself and wasting his own potential." All For One. "Don't be fooled, Alice. I may not be the best father in the world, but I love my son very much and I want the best for him. You and I have the same goal. We both want to see Izuku occupying the place where he was always destined to be, a throne at the top of the world." All For One. Alice and Izuku, listening, had the same thought. "As long as he is not a hero, Izuku." Alice. Looking calmly at All For One, Izuku said, "You seem to be aware of Alice's information, so I imagine Garaki contacted you." "Yes, he did, and I have no problem sacrificing an arm and a leg for his development. But before that, answer me a few questions, because I think I found a more effective way to pass on my quirks to you without ending up crippled in the process." All For One. "Tell me, Alice, is it necessary for an entire body to be in good condition, alive, healthy or functional when you consume it?" All For One. "No, that's not necessary. As long as it's organic, I can consume it if it's an entire body. I don't get any of the disadvantages and weaknesses. If it's just parts, I can get some of the disadvantages that come with the being's DNA, but Izuku's body would still adapt to use the body's capabilities." Alice. "And why this distinction?" All For One. "Because of genetic sequencing. When I consume something, the reality is that I break it down to an atomic level, and save the genetic code of the consumed target, and then integrate the best parts of that genetic code into Izuku's code, giving him the overwhelming physical capabilities, and save the genetic code in a database shared by me and Izuku, where he can access it whenever he wants." Alice. "Let's take the base for Endeavor. I passed Endeavor's physical capabilities, adding his capabilities to Izuku's, but I didn't pass the quirk to him. Izuku can access Endeavor's quirk, memories and experiences due to the genetic code and capabilities being in the database as a computer file. All Izuku does is open this information and then use the file, and when he no longer needs it he simply closes the file." Alice. "If I take only one part of the body, the genetic sequencing will be incomplete, because I do not have the ability to deduce the genetic sequence of the entire body from just one sample." Alice. "Izuku, we need to fix this problem in the future, Alice." "I know, and I'm already thinking of several methods. Luckily we live in a society of superhumans, and if I can't find a quirk that solves our problem, I can always force 2 people to reproduce until it happens, and then we take the child's quirk, pass it to a strong body that would give us more advantage to consume, and consume it, Izuku." "Excellent, Alice. Since the database is connected to Izuku, due to quantum entanglement, and is next to my main body, no one can stop him from accessing the database." Alice. "And since Izuku opens the file in the database itself, no one can stop him from using that file, since the database itself is in another dimension." Alice. Imagine that Izuku is a cell phone, and the Wi-Fi router is in one room of the house and Izuku in another. The quirks that cancel it out would be something similar to a wall. Although they exist, they cannot stop the signal from passing. The only possible way to prevent him from using the stored capabilities and his access to Alice would be if they isolated Izuku from his own dimension. But since it is linked to his shadow, it is impossible. Izuku's quirk factor is used to create the base dimension, giving him the ability to evolve things with the bioenergy generated by Alice, and was used to create Alice at the 0 point. Everything else is done by Alice, and the connection was made at a genetic level where every cell of his is linked to the place where Alice is. What manifests itself to Izuku is a projection of her, so even if they use Aries' quirk on him, it wouldn't work to destroy his quirk. They could erase Izuku or kill him, but no one can destroy or nullify his quirk. And I already have a way for you to get my quirk without having the weaknesses while I keep my life and limbs intact, but it will take a few hours. All for one. How do you plan to do this? Alice. I'll find someone capable of passing on a copy of my quirk along with a few others, including this guy's quirk here, and then you can consume the person. When I pass on my quirk, I can destroy the person's consciousness, and keep only my consciousness in the body. All for one, said, pointing to the bloody guy. So you can effectively consume this person by being able to acquire all for one, and much more, and by chance I have the perfect body in stock. All for one. What do you mean? Izuku. I had created a weapon, which should defeat or weaken All Might at the very least, and since you don't need the body to be functional, I can pass a copy of my quirk and as many more quirks as necessary to that body, since even if it doesn't move or is crippled, this shouldn't affect Alice consuming it. After that, Alice can consume it, and you gain everything you might need, and still keep a bonus. All for one. Hearing all for one, Izuku and Alice smiled. This was an excellent plan. They wouldn't gain all for one's experience using this quirk, but if he added the insight quirk, it would be possible for Izuku to evolve even further. That would be excellent. Anyway, in another half hour we will be able to consume it once more, and if this weapon you created against All Might is strong enough, it can give a huge power boost to Izuku and I. Alice said with her demonic voice. Hearing all for one, Izuku thought for a bit and said, we need to get a quirk that allows us to copy and transfer memories over time as well. Izuku. Why? All for one. Pointing at Garaki, Izuku said. Imagine the following scenario. Garaki is a cutting-edge scientist. If I had access to the information of all the research, experiences and information he has, I could instantly become one too. With a quirk that copies and transfers memories, we can inject the information he has into a disposable body, increase the attributes of that body with surgery, and then Alice can consume it, and not just Garaki. But we can do this with several researchers. Izuku. Since all I receive are memories without emotions and muscle memory, it's almost like watching a movie from a certain actor's perspective where I train my body to repeat the actions of said actor. Izuku. If I get the memories, even if I don't get the muscle memory that Garaki would have, consuming some scientists who work in the same field would solve the problem. Izuku. That way I would be a scientist superior to Garaki himself in one fell swoop, and this would also allow me to acquire information from several scientists. Izuku. And why not allow Alice to consume them? Garaki. Are you stupid by any chance, old man? Alice. If I consume them, they lose their value for everything else. With Izuku's method, their value doubles, firstly because of the information we will acquire, secondly because of their value as hostages. Let's take Island for example. If we kidnap David's shield, how much do you think that island would pay to have someone like him back? Alice. And since the island is something that benefits the entire world, we could get things much more easily. Instead of looking for someone with a certain quirk, we can ask Island for someone who has it in exchange for their brilliant minds. Alice. Looking at Izuku, Alice smiled and said, You're so fucking bad, Izuku. Just by thinking about it, you know that, right? Alice. I don't care. If it's something that can make me stronger, I'll be happy to have it. I've already tasted the life that the weak lead, and it's not for me. Either I become the strongest being alive, or I die trying. There's no middle ground. Izuku said coldly. Alice, hearing Izuku, smiled maniacally. Indeed, for us it is a game of hunt or be hunted, and fortunately I am partnered with a genie. Alice. All for one nodded and said, Very well, I will start preparing the Nomu so that it can be consumed then. After that we can begin. All for one. Put copies of the quirks that help me evolve into him, as this will help with Izuku's goals. Alice. Okay, the body will be ready in 2 hours. All for one, said and left with Garaki. Watching them leave, Alice thought. You have an idea to become the strongest faster, right? Alice thought. Yes, I have a very interesting theory, in which we either get stronger really quickly or we die, Izuku. What's your theory? Alice. Do you already know about the multiverse theory? Izuku. No, even though I have many of your memories, I'm not exactly you. I don't have all the information. Like I said, we are the doctor and the monster, and there's no way the monster is smarter than the doctor, Alice. It depends on the monster in question, Izuku. Anyway, what is this theory? Alice. The multiverse theory boils down to the fact that every time we make a decision, we generate a new multiverse, as if they were stacked next to each other, Izuku. And what does this have to do with your plan? Alice. If I can evolve any quirk to any evolutionary path, something I've already confirmed I can, Izuku. Why couldn't I evolve the space quirk we're going to receive to a point where I can jump between dimensions? Izuku. We can go to other dimensions, and consume the strongest there, then go to another, and another, until we are strong enough to return to this one and conquer everything. Once we conquer it, I already have a plan to ensure that we will always be the most powerful in this dimension and people will be happy to obey me, Izuku said as he thought of his plan so that Alice could know about it. Holy shit, this is amazing. With this we can be beings that even the gods would fear, Alice. There are no gods, Alice. There are beings powerful enough to be considered, but gods do not exist, and even if I am wrong, and they exist sooner or later we will consume them, Izuku. If your theory is correct, wouldn't you have to deal with infinite versions of yourself? Alice. No, if there are versions of me that can do this, they must be intelligent enough to understand that a fight between us is useless and will not achieve anything. Anyone who can travel through the multiverse must be able to understand a simple logic like this. If there are infinite versions of ourselves, engaging in combat against ourselves is useless and unproductive, Izuku. Because if an Izuku starts killing others who can travel through the multiverse, everyone will join forces and kill him, Izuku. I see, so how will we do things? Alice. Let's travel from world to world, while consuming the strong and the weak with abilities useful to us. But first we need to make sure that we can return to this world after we leave, Izuku. What will we do with Katsumi and Sakura? Alice. We'll deal with them soon. Katsumi's quirk might be useful to us, and honestly it's not worth wasting our time on, Izuku. What about Sakura? Alice. I'll take her quirk with the all-for-one quirk, and leave her alive out of consideration for my mother after I return, Izuku. Will you share this information and plan with all-for-one? Alice. No, I don't trust him, and you know as well as I do that he has a backup plan in case I fail to fulfill his dream, Izuku. Tamura Shigaraki. Alice. Alice had heard Garaki talking about how Tamura was not worthy before, and Izuku deduced from how it all happened, all-for-one was keeping Tamura as a backup. When are we going to attack Katsumi? Alice. Soon. By the way, if you had the chance to have a body, would you want it? Izuku. Why the question? Alice. I have a theory to give you a body. It would be temporary, and you wouldn't be able to be separated from me for long, plus you probably wouldn't be able to give birth to a child or impregnate a woman in the case of a male body. But it would still be your own body, Izuku. How? Alice. If I can get a telepathy-type quirk. I can scientifically build a body for you or destroy the consciousness of someone who inhabits a body. And create a mental link between you and that body, replacing whoever would be the owner, as we will have simply exchanged the body's mind or created one. The body would be yours. But since you are my quirk in the end, the time you must get the body would be a few hours a day. It may be possible to increase the time, but it will never be indefinite, because you depend on my quirk to live, just as I depend on you now, Izuku. Why couldn't I have children? Alice. It's pure theory, but taking into account that you are an entity, and you probably want to be powerful, I would have to merge your projection into the body, which implies that it would have to maintain an enormous amount of energy that can be harmful to the body. The chances of you being able to give birth with that in play are low, Izuku. It's okay, but if I'm going to have a body, I want to make a deal with you, Alice. What would it be? Izuku. I will be your empress and no one else. You can have concubines, breeding sluts, prostitutes, slaves, or whatever else you want, but they will never be more important than me, and they must never be important enough to begin to replace me in your heart. If you begin to show signs of this, you must allow me to consume them, so that we can end the matter, Alice. May I know why you want this promise? Izuku. Because you and I are one. I am your quirk, Izuku, a part of yourself, and I will never betray, abandon, or leave you. Everyone else can do that, Alice. When I have my body, we can even get married and maybe in time solve the pregnancy problem. but it is a fact that we will always be one, Alice. We will be the only ones who complete each other, a man and a woman, yin and yang. You can go out with as many girls as you want, I don't care, and I will always be just yours. Maybe I will even have fun with some of the girls, but that's the limit, Alice. But I want this promise from you, Alice. Listening to Alice and understanding her reason and logic, Izuku said mentally. You have my word, it will be you and me for all eternity, Izuku. After a few hours of waiting, Izuku saw his father returning while carrying a huge purple creature, with a bird's beak and its brain exposed. Is that it? Izuku. Yes, this is Noma. I'm sure he'll be useful to you as a nutrient. I took advantage of the fact that I was taking the quirks and passing them on, and stole the quirks of all the heroes we captured. That way it'll be faster. All for one. Seeing the creature, Izuku smiled as he said, Alice, if you would be so kind. Izuku. No problem. Alice said and moved forward. Soon she began to consume in a similar way as she did with Endeavor. 10 minutes later she returned to Izuku's shadow and said, Izuku, you better get ready, because the increase in attributes will be huge, and the amount of bioenergy this time will be proportional. Alice. Soon after, the same feeling he felt with Endeavor appeared, only this time it was much stronger. Izuku felt all of the creature's memories, as well as feeling what abilities it had and how it could evolve them. Feeling the enormous amount of bioenergy, Izuku also felt that he could evolve the Health Flame in different ways, and at that moment he understood he would only know how far he could evolve something, after he had enough energy. After 5 minutes Izuku opened his eyes and walked calmly to the running track. Taking a deep breath he started running slowly and increasing his speed. Soon he was running at breakneck speed, but Izuku could feel the difference. Before it took him several minutes to adapt, now it took mere seconds. Quirk Insight was already doing its job. Doing some light exercises Izuku got used to his body as he smiled and said, Alice, it seems like we got along really well in this situation. Izuku. Indeed, my cooldown after consumption was reduced by 1.5 hours just with this monster. Its quality was top-notch. Now my combat power without counting quirks has increased to the peak of rank B and my range has increased to 15 meters. It was a huge progress. Alice said with her demonic teeth. Izuku noticed that instead of the demonic shadow she displayed before, she now had a more feminine figure, despite still having the same eyes and teeth. Looking at All for One, Izuku said, Father, it's time to start making plans. At this point Nizu must be close to the point of despair where he will reveal my existence and my talents to the Hero Association. Izuku. Yes, he really should, All for One. That's why I have a suggestion. Izuku. What would it be? All for One. Let's give them what they want, me. Izuku. What do you mean? I thought you would grow stronger for a few years before you showed up. Garaki. Yes, I could do that, but it would be inefficient. Izuku. I have a much more efficient way to get my hands on the information I need. Izuku. What do you propose? All for One. Let's do a play about how I was manipulated by something, and turned into a biologically enhanced living weapon that had no control over its own body. Izuku. We can pretend a situation where I am used to fight some of the UA Hero Course students, which would give me the chance to consume some of them and acquire their quirks. Izuku. When this ability is revealed in the middle of a confrontation, I will be defeated by breaking a device that controls me. What will remain will be a poor, terrified boy who feels abused and wants revenge against the villains. Izuku. The moment this matter comes out, the army and the Hero Association will undoubtedly come to me wanting to use my hatred and grudge against the villains as a way to manipulate me, and I, being a naive person, will accept their help. Izuku. Garaki, listening to Izuku, as well as All for One, had shocked expressions as they understood Izuku's plan. He knew the importance the government would give him, and he wanted the government to nurture him. There is no shortage of villains. The prisons are full of villains with powerful and useful quirks who have earned life sentences, and in some more extreme cases even a death sentence. Giving these criminals to a person who hates villains and is easily manipulated to consume them and become stronger to fight the villains would be an efficient way to create a weapon against powerful villains, a weapon against any country that tried to go against Japan and dangerous heroes going on a rampage and suppressing them. An example would be All Might. The government had to accept a lot of the shit he did, because of the overwhelming power he possesses, but with a manipulable Izuku, they could easily turn it around. Garaki, hearing Izuku and coming out of his shocked state, said just one word. Brilliant. Garaki. Alice, who heard everything, smiled predatorily. She knew what Izuku really wanted. The current amount of bioenergy wasn't enough for him to do what he wanted. He needed much more, because instead of having to settle for a few criminals, couldn't he take on the worst ones and become stronger much faster? And as a bonus, All for One could accumulate resources. Izuku could have access to a lot of information about useful quirks, and the League would still gain publicity, which would make more people join, which would strengthen Izuku's future empire, in addition to facilitating useful guinea pigs to create nomas for consumption. It was a 5-on-1 situation, especially if Izuku managed to kill multiple heroes and consume them. What do you need? All for One. Some more strong nomas. Izuku. I need to reduce Alice's consumption time to a maximum of 10 minutes before we start the plan, and for it to work the moment I appear it has to be in a way where I can face UA's one a hero class and All Might in one go. I have to show that I can face him one-on-one, even when I'm not rational enough to do so. Izuku. At that moment All for One thought for a bit and spoke. I don't have that many nomas or quirks available. All for One. But who said they need to be nomas? You must have a copy of the quirk that creates copies of quirks, right? Izuku. Yes, but a normal human's body would explode if it received too many quirks. All for One. You said it right, a human body. There are bodies much stronger than those of humans that have incredible abilities and that can withstand several quirks. After all, I don't need a body to survive or last a long time. I need it to be able to withstand without destroying itself. Izuku. When Izuku finished speaking, Garaki had a look of realization. You want to use animals? Garaki said, surprised. Yes, many animals have incredible abilities, and most large animals have much stronger bodies than humans. Izuku. A gorilla could easily withstand 20 body-strengthening quirks. Just pass the quirks on to him. Izuku. Let's improve the animals, and over time with me consuming them, it will be easy to reach the level I want. Izuku. There are zoos all over Japan, and we can easily disable the cameras in all of them. With Kurogiri and I being able to open portals, it will be easy for us to send someone to bring them after sedating them, and since I can consume one of them every 2 hours and 30 minutes currently, in one day I can consume up to 9 animals. If we catch the strongest among them first, I will be able to decrease the time. And consequently I will be able to consume more. Izuku. All for One and Garaki were shocked by Izuku's ingenuity once again, and scared by what his mind could have done if he had sided with the heroes. However, there is one problem we have to be careful about. Izuku. Which one? All for One. All Might. Izuku. Why do you say that? All for One. From what your spy said, he was the one who turned the votes so that I would be rejected from UA, probably to protect Katsumi's future as the symbol of peace. Izuku. The moment the possibility of the matter being revealed to the Hero Association arises, he will want to incriminate me and most likely kill me. Izuku. Why do you say that? Garaki. Because I will always be a threat to his successor as long as I live. You can't forgive 10 years of abuse like the one I suffered. No one forgives that kind of shit. Izuku. People can pretend or forgive due to strong feelings, but they never truly forgive something like 10 years of abuse. And after seeing my potential, and after 4 months of thinking about what I can do if I become a villain, in addition to having the intention of protecting Katsumi's image, he will undoubtedly want to destroy my image and kill me as soon as possible, while blaming the villains. Izuku. If I'm not wrong, he'll use an argument like, for the greater good, or claim about how dangerous I am and how I hold a grudge, to convince others. Izuku. That's why we have to act with full knowledge that from now on, All Might and the UA will use lethal force, so we have to be careful. Izuku. Immediately after hearing about this, All for One and Garaki nodded and wasted no time, and began working. Meanwhile, at UA the school year had started today, and after the first day of class the teachers gathered together. Nizu at that moment was sighing as he heard everything about the students with a tired expression. In the last 4 months he could barely sleep. The worry that Izuku Midoriya would turn against him was something constant in his mind. He was paranoid, and he knew it. That's the side effect of being one of the few animals in the world to have a quirk. Nizu spent several years as a lab rat, and saw the worst of humanity. He knew the kind of shit people could do, and that worried him above all else, because he knew better than anyone that no one is unbreakable. Everyone has a limit to how much suffering they can endure before they break and lose what makes them human, and become empty and purposeless beings. Or worse, become monsters. An empty being has nothing to wait for, nothing to live for, and so seeks death as a viable way out. The monsters were different. They were beings that, after having broken, would rebuild themselves, but without something very important that served as a basic limiter: your humanity. Compassion, kindness, pity, charity, mercy, personal fears. They lose everything that can be a weakness to themselves, and what is left is a mass of determination, coldness, thirst for revenge, and power. Monsters no longer have limits. They don't care who pays the price as long as it's not someone precious to them, and often even precious people can be discarded, and this makes monsters truly terrifying beings, because they have nothing left to lose, and the kind of thing that can be achieved in this state is far beyond what one can imagine. Nizu has already met a few monsters, and each of them is someone that Nizu would avoid facing at all costs, because he knows monsters only stop when they die, and killing one of them is usually not a simple thing. And after all the shit Izuku has had to go through, if he hasn't already broken, then his limit shouldn't be too far away. Nizu has already seen a case where an ordinary soldier managed to cause the death of more than 200 heroes, after having lost his humanity, only with efficient military tactics and a planned use of explosives. He doesn't even want to think about what Izuku might do by becoming a monster, as the mere thought of it gives him nightmares. And worst of all, the blame for creating this monster will be his. Nizu knew what All Might's motives were. He knew what the real reason was for him being against Izuku becoming a hero. Izuku was a threat to Katsumi's position as the future symbol of peace, because if the past came to light, the chances of her being able to achieve such a feat were ridiculously low. A symbol of peace had to have more than just power. A true symbol of peace had to have the perfect image in everyone's mind, from the beginning of their school days to the height of their career. Nothing could go wrong. His image had to bring peace and hope to all the innocent, and despair to the villains. But a person who has already caused the death of innocent people will never be able to bring hope to the innocent completely, because whether they like it or not, a thought will always be in their minds. If she has already bullied and led to the death of an innocent person, how long would it be before she attacks other innocent people again? And that would make any chance of Katsumi being the next person to inherit the mantle of symbol of peace impossible. Nizu understood this perfectly, just as All Might did too. Back before Izuku revealed the existence of the notebooks, Nizu weighed the odds, and even though he knew Izuku was a genius, he didn't see how it would be possible for a young quirkless person to cause more trouble than a girl who held one for all. So he went ahead and did things the way he did. After the existence of the notebooks was revealed, Nizu saw a situation where all the heroes would end up dead, and that day he realized that Izuku was much more dangerous than Katsumi. At that time Nizu forged a plan. Even if he had to risk leading Katsumi down a path of villainy, he knew that Izuku was too dangerous. However, killing him was not a viable option. Not anymore, at least, as Sakura Midoriya and Katsumi Bakugo both had feelings for him. If he died, and the matter was traced back, he could already imagine the two of them destroying society. Unfortunately, the feeling was not reciprocated, so Nizu came up with a plan where he would instill an unholy hatred for villains in Izuku, and use that hatred to manipulate him. He would leak the existence of the notebooks in the underworld to some villains he keeps in contact with, which would lead to Izuku being kidnapped, and Nizu planned to pay these villains to kill Inko in front of Izuku, this way increasing his hatred for them permanently. Soon after that, Nizu planned to move the entire UA and save Izuku, this way making him see them in a positive light, hopefully, or at least in a neutral light. With that, manipulating Izuku through hatred would be efficient. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he planned, and Izuku was kidnapped much earlier. The matter with the notebooks somehow leaked, and due to that Izuku was kidnapped first. During the last few months, Nizu used all the resources he could to search for Izuku, without informing the association of his real value. He even managed to convince the other teachers, but each day his paranoia increased. Nizu had his doubts, but there was probably a spy in UA. He already had theories about who it was, but there were still many suspects, and he had no way of being sure. After hearing Eraser's report about Class 1A and Vlad King's report about Class 1B, Nizu took a deep breath and said, "Aizawa, any news about Izuku Midoriya?" Nizu: "No, the attacks have also stopped, but there are still several among the heroes that were in those books. Whatever the reason, I doubt it will be good for us." Aizawa: "It seems there is no way out. We must inform the Hero Association about what Izuku is truly capable of and the entire situation, including the reasons why he is dangerous." Nizu. All Might heard Nizu. His eyes widened as he said, "We must not rush. Doing so could end the future of young Bakugo and young Sakura Midoriya." All Might: "We can't afford that luxury anymore. We waited for 4 months, using everything within our reach on our own. without informing him of his real capabilities. Nizu. And we got nothing. Nizu. We need to change the approach. Nizu. Nizu, think carefully about it. If it is revealed to the entire association, everything, it will be a matter of days before the press finds out, and with that their future as top heroines will be ruined. All Might. If we don't, and Izuku decides to ally himself with whoever is with him, the entire society will lose its future. Aizawa. All Might, hearing Aizawa, said, I don't mean to sound rude, but let me ask you, have you ever considered the possibility that he's dead? All Might. Whoever kidnapped him spent a huge amount of effort in doing so and revealed important trump cards. Besides knowing Izuku's worth, Inko is still safe in her home, and there was no heavy-handed attempt to convince Izuku. Aizawa. In this situation, there are two possible chances. Aizawa. They already managed to convince Izuku. Aizawa. -2, they are preparing to do so. Aizawa. Because no madman could capture him the way he was done, and no sane person would give up a mind like his. Aizawa. Be realistic, All Might. Izuku is still alive. The question is he willing to work with whoever captured him? Aizawa. Hearing Aizawa, All Might thought for a bit and said, in that case, let's change the story that will be told. All Might. What do you mean? Aizawa said, narrowing his eyes dangerously. You understood me and you know what I'm talking about. A person who attacks an innocent person without reason is extremely bad and unethical. A person who attacks a guilty person despite being bad is not something that will be repudiated by everyone. All Might. Do you have any idea what you're suggesting? Aizawa said coldly. You want to destroy the future of an innocent man, for two girls who tortured him for almost 10 years, that's absurd. Aizawa said decisively. You said yourself that there's a chance he's cooperating with the criminals. All Might. Yes, that chance exists, but it's not a certainty. We've already wronged Izuku Midoriya a lot, and that's what caused this situation in the first place. Aizawa. And now you want to go ahead and make things even worse. Aizawa. Let's suppose he is rescued and is not with them. How do you think All Might ends up? Aizawa. He's going to be arrested for something he didn't do as soon as he gets back, and all because we accused him to protect the two of them. I don't know if you realize the situation we're in, but having him as a villain is the last thing we need. Aizawa. There are several ways to prevent him from becoming one. After all, in the search operation, some of us may be present and accidentally discover that he was killed by a villain or left in a coma. All Might said coldly. The moment everyone heard that, each of them widened their eyes. Are you crazy? Aizawa. What's your problem, you mentally ill person? Aizawa. It was bad enough that you made him lose his place on the course because of racism. Now you want to kill him. Aizawa shouted indignantly. All Might, looking at Aizawa, said, My problem is that you can't see things realistically and objectively. A symbol of peace is necessary. Look at other countries and see the crime rate. All Might. Katsumi Bakugo and Sakura Midoriya have the potential to be the next symbols of peace after me. All Might. Izuku doesn't have that potential. All Might. But what he does have is the potential to be the greatest villain the world has ever seen. All Might. Just by relying on his sharp mind, he can do what no other villain has ever done. All Might. He could end up destroying this entire society. All Might. Do you want the truth, Aizawa? All Might. We made a big mistake in the way we dealt with him. Izuku Midoriya became a time bomb, one way or another. All Might. I don't know about the rest of you, but I've barely been able to sleep for the past 4 months, as I thought about what he might do if he decided to be a villain because of the decision we made to reject him. After all, from what was described to me, he already holds a grudge against us. All Might. And I'm not at all willing to take the risk of him killing everyone I care about because of one fucking mistake. If he wants to blame someone, blame God for not having a quirk. He had other ways besides holding on to anger against us. Nizu offered him a spot, and he rejected it. All Might. I'm sure you've already noticed Aizawa. He didn't give the notebooks as a warning, he did it because he wanted revenge. That's why he gave the notebooks. All Might. He wanted us to know that he could cause our deaths. He wanted us to live in constant fear of a villain coming to us and not being able to do anything, because he would already know everything about us. All Might. Izuku wanted revenge, and he got it. Every day of my life, I have to close my eyes and think about how he could end up causing my death, just as I'm sure most of those present have as well. All Might. It's time for this to end. For the greater good of Japan, Izuku Midoriya has to fall, otherwise we will fall. All Might. Can you even hear yourself? Aizawa. You're talking about the murder of a 15-year-old boy who up until that point had never committed a crime in his life. Aizawa. I'm talking about killing a threat before it gets out of control. I don't like it as much as you do, and I'll carry the guilt for the blood spilled for the rest of my life. The difference is that I see what Izuku can and will become. All Might. Izuku Midoriya is not someone we can risk. Destroying the future of two extremely promising young women is not an option, because we will end up creating villains that we will not be able to contain. And no matter how hard we try, as long as he lives, it is a matter of time, until someone who does not like heroes finds out where he is and kidnaps him again. All Might. Every year he lives, he will see the success of his oppressors. Every day of his life, he will see people who mistreated him for 10 years being praised, while we destroy his dream. All Might. As long as Sakura and Katsumi can pursue a career as successful heroines, it's not a question of if he'll become a villain, but rather a question of when. All Might. And considering their destructive power, do you want to have them as villains? All Might. As All Might spoke, Aizawa could see that many among the teachers seemed to agree with him. Looking at All Might, Aizawa said, All Might, if we act like this, what will make us different from the villains? Aizawa. What you're talking about is going beyond all acceptable limits. It's plotting the death of an innocent person. Aizawa. Cross all limits. All Might. Aizawa, let me ask you, when All for One was alive, how was he defeated? All Might. Was it respecting his precious boundaries, or me crushing his head with my fist? All Might. Your limits are worth nothing in the face of overwhelming power. Katsumi and Sakura have the potential to reach that power. All Might. Looking around, All Might said, I think it's fair that we vote, and I will abstain from casting a vote. If in the end the vote is not in agreement with following my plan, do whatever you want, and I will no longer interfere. However, keep in mind what All for One did in the past. Remember everything he did, and imagine what Katsumi and Sakura, two people who already have a history of oppressing the weakest, can do when they are rejected by society. All Might. Now those who are in favor of following Aizawa's idea and destroying Katsumi and Sakura's future, raise your hand. All Might. The moment All Might's sentence fell, everyone's expression turned heavy, but no one other than Aizawa and Recovery Girl spoke up. Looks like we'll do it my way. All Might said calmly. Looking at Nizu, Aizawa said, It looks like you guys are going, but you can do it without me. I'm resigning. Aizawa said coldly. Nizu, hearing Aizawa as well as All Might and all the teachers, widened their eyes. Aizawa, calm down, don't make a rash decision. Nizu. It's not rash. I was already thinking about it the first time you discriminated against Izuku. This should be a school for heroes. This should be a place where right is what prevails. Aizawa. And not the easiest. Aizawa. If Izuku is a problem, it's because you guys screwed up and discriminated against him even though I warned you against it. Sakura and Katsumi shouldn't have even entered the course in the first place. Aizawa. You insisted on doing this and let them in. Now you want to kill an innocent person to fix the mess you made. I won't stand here and support this. Aizawa said coldly. Recovery Girl sighed as she said, I agree with Aizawa. And I also want to resign. I am a doctor above all. Asking me to condone the death of a child, just to cover our own mistakes, is absurd on several different levels, especially in a situation where we have already openly discriminated against him in a horrible way and broken him for two girls, who sincerely caused heavy injuries to other students. Katsumi almost killing Eijiro Kirishima in the practical test with her explosion, and Sakura who literally crushed Todoroki Shoto's bones when provoked. Recovery Girl. And you know that, Nizu. Recovery Girl said in a serious tone. It would have been one thing if Izuku had chosen to follow the path of villainy. Even with difficulty she could have accepted it, but wanting to frame and kill an innocent was too much for her. After saying that, Recovery Girl left the room, and Aizawa, seeing her leaving, looked at Nizu and said, And here we are, Nizu. I warned you to think before granting an absurd request again. Congratulations, you lost the trust of two people who considered you a friend, and stayed with a group of villains. Aizawa said and left, leaving a shocked Nizu, and a group of teachers at a loss for words. Recovery Girl's departure from UA would have a disastrous impact. She was basically the heart of the school after all. All Might was currently grinding his teeth, but he still remained silent. 3 days later, Izuku was calmly training while a huge amount of Nomu corpses were on the ground, destroyed. Even the weakest of them could face rank B heroes. The strongest ones would give problems even to All Might. Looking around, Izuku said, "Alice, how long will it take to consume them all?" Izuku: "Just a few moments, since we absorbed the abilities of those animals, and the quirk that allowed us to eat as much as we wanted. In addition to being able to consume that guy with the parallel thinking quirk, my consumption speed increased exponentially, and I can consume several targets at a time instead of just one," Alice said as her form spread and consumed everything in the room. After a minute she returned to Izuku, and he received the benefits. "How long until you can consume again?" Izuku: "Just 30 minutes, in the last few days we have consumed a lot." Alice. Izuku, hearing Alice, thought for a bit and said, "That's good enough, it's time to start our plan." Izuku: "Unfortunately, we still don't have enough bioenergy to evolve the portal quirk to break the dimensional barrier, even after having consumed almost 70 beings." Izuku: "Don't worry, it's just a matter of time, sooner or later you'll be able to evolve your quirk, Alice." Listening to Alice, Izuku nodded and thought, "Soon I will acquire the necessary quirks to give you a body, even if it is only temporary, and it is someone else's. Have you decided whose it will be?" Izuku: "Yes, I've already decided. I want Mirko's body. She has a good body. And I know you long to have that body in your bed, so it will be her, Alice." "Okay, I'll make sure to give you her body," Izuku thought calmly. "But don't forget to think about how you want yours, because I still haven't given up on creating a body for you, Izuku." "I know, Alice." After hearing Alice's answer, Izuku began to leave the room. Outside, All For One smiled widely upon seeing his son. "Very well, Izuku. I see you are ready to begin your plan." All For One: "Yes, although I'm not in my ideal state. If I want to evolve efficiently, I need this, and if we wait too long, it will be impossible to follow through with my plans efficiently." Izuku: "I understand. In that case, rest. Tomorrow Yue will have training in an isolated location. I have already prepared everything, including the disguise." All For One: "Everything will be as if you were being controlled for real, by a device." All For One said, showing a tiara. "I've already gotten everything I needed, and I've already fixed everything. For everyone it will be as if you were being controlled. In reality you will be conscious. However, none of the villains will know about it. I even found someone who will be used as a facade as your controller." All For Oi: "However, there is something I have to ask. What will you do with All Might?" All For One: "I will kill and consume him if I have the chance. Keeping him alive is not beneficial to me at all." Izuku: "Him dead, on the other hand, is a totally different story. With All Might dead, my importance to the government will be much greater." Izuku: "And what will you do with your sister?" All For One: "I will take her quirk, and leave her alone. I really wanted to kill her, but that would make my mother suffer excessively, and I don't want that." Izuku: "I understand, Izuku. Know that I am very proud of you, and besides I have someone I want you to meet, before we begin." All For One. Hearing All For One, Izuku looked confused and said, "Who?" Izuku. At that moment a voice rang out to Izuku. "Hi, it's really good to see you again, Izuku." Looking back, Izuku saw a stunning girl with blonde hair and pink eyes, looking at him a little shyly. Looking at that, Izuku widened his eyes. "Impossible, you should be dead," Izuku said in deep shock. Even though she was older, Izuku could recognize her with just one look. Yuki Hangawa, the only person besides his mother who truly cared about him. Immediately after, Izuku's eyes turned cold as he turned to All For One and said indignantly, exuding murderous intent, "Stop it. What the hell kind of sick joke is this?" Izuku: "How dare you desecrate her memory?" Izuku. All For One, seeing Izuku's indignation and all his fury, smiled beneath his mask. He knew that despite not showing it, Miyuki was someone as important as Inko in his heart. The only person not related by blood who had ever been kind to him just because he wanted to be. The best and most trusted friend Izuku has ever had in his life, and if it weren't for a letter she left for him, All For One has no doubt that Izuku would have killed Katsumi in revenge by now. That's why he knew that when he revealed it, Izuku would have a strong reaction. Miyuki, seeing Izuku and feeling his killing intent, looked at him and said, "Izuku is me. On the day I was going to kill myself, All For One Sama saved me. He gave me shelter, and helped me prepare." Miyuki. Looking at her, Izuku looked at All For One once more and said, "Stop with that sick joke right now, or I'll kill you. Fuck if you're my father. I won't let you desecrate her memory." Izuku said coldly. "I'm not joking, it's her. I saved her the day she was going to kill herself." All For One said calmly. Looking at Miyuki, Izuku said, "If you really are Miyuki, tell me, what was the secret that I told only you on your last birthday before you killed yourself?" Izuku. Miyuki, hearing Izuku, looked at him and said, "That your biggest fear was that one day you would end up giving yourself up, and end up killing Sakura and everyone around you in revenge." Miyuki. You were afraid that by killing one of these people you would no longer be able to stop, and would kill everything in your path, getting lost in the process. Miyuki. That same day we made a promise. One day when we grew up we would get married, and travel the world together, and we would enjoy the best this world had to offer together. Miyuki said with eyes with some tears and a beautiful smile. "It's me, Izu, you're Mia." Miyuki. At that moment Izuku was extremely shaken. Several memories about his time with Miyuki came back. When Miyuki died 2 years ago, Izuku was devastated and reached his lowest point beyond the day he would jump off the building. He was even ready to kill Katsumi and Sakura in revenge. He had already planned everything, he had already prepared everything. Katsumi and Sakura were going to die, and it would be by his hands. However, a letter arrived at his house in the mail that day. Miyuki's last letter to him. In it Miyuki explained everything, as well as making a last request. In the letter she begged Izuku not to seek revenge for her, as well as apologizing for not being by his side, and from the stains on the letter Izuku could see that she was crying while writing. When he received that letter, Izuku cried a lot, and he kept it as a precious treasure until recently, when he gave it to Inko. Alice, feeling how shaken he was, sent a message to his mind. "Izuku, don't let yourself be shaken, this is what your shitty father wants, Alice." Hearing Alice in his mind, Izuku quickly suppressed everything with force. Izuku said, "Why? Izuku, why didn't you ever tell me you were alive? Why didn't you contact me? Izuku, do you have any idea how much I suffered with your supposed death? Izuku, she didn't get in touch because I didn't let her. All for one. I knew that if she came into contact with you, there would be no chance of you giving up on being a hero. All for one," said calmly. "That's why after saving her and stopping her from killing herself, I offered her the chance to prepare for the day when she could be by your side. I trained her, gave her a new quirk, gave her a home, created a false identity, and helped her develop everything she needed. All for one." Looking at All for One with undisguised hatred, Izuku said, "You're a tremendous son of a bitch. Izuku. And because of my actions, you are now one of the strongest beings in Japan, and soon perhaps in the entire world. I know very well that I was selfish, and you must hate me very much at this moment, but whether you want to admit it or not, you know that everything I did made you stronger and more capable. All for one," said calmly. "The years of suffering have made you improve beyond what anyone could have expected. All for one. The loss of your friend gave you motivation like no other. All for one. People's rejection made you not care what they thought of you. All for one. Everything bad that has ever happened to you was controlled and calculated to make you stronger, allowing you to reach your full potential, with the only exception being the emergence of Alice. I never left you unprotected. I never allowed things to go beyond a point where I knew you could handle it. I never left you or your mother helpless. All for one. You grew up in a good home, with a full stomach, comfortable clothes, and a much better life than most, which allowed you to blossom even more, as your mother was able to pay for any course you wanted to take. All for one. Do you want me to continue? All for one. I understand, he wanted to create a place in your mind, where despite being tough he is a father who only wanted the best for you, intelligent Alice. Yes, very smart, Izuku thought coldly. Stopping a bit, and calming down, Izuku had a stoic look for a while before looking at Miyuki, who was watching everything with a guilty expression. Izuku, don't forget, I'm your queen, but I allow some concubines if you want, Alice. I wouldn't allow myself to fall in love with her, this story is too poorly told. If Miyuki really wanted to, there were several ways to get in touch, and looking at her eyes I can recognize those eyes don't contain love, maybe a little friendship. The way she spoke about marriage is that of a woman in love, but I know she doesn't love me, Izuku. She didn't want to see me, or talk to me. Probably my father offered her something so she would accept staying by my side now, Izuku thought quickly. Before approaching Miyuki and hugging her, when he said, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, Izuku said as tears fell from his eyes. Thankfully, I have a better version of insight, so I was able to learn to act much better. Izuku. So I can consume it. Alice. Not yet, but soon you will. First I want to find out what really happened. After that she's all yours, Izuku. What if she's innocent and really loves you? Alice. She should have approached me earlier then. because she missed her chance. I already told you before, Alice, you are my empress and I am your emperor. We will be together until the end. Izuku. Miyuki is my past, you are my present and future. I can even have some fun with her. But that's as far as I'll allow myself to feel something for her, Izuku. Alice, who heard Izuku, felt happy. She could feel that every word he said was sincere, as well as she could feel his feelings for her. What united the two went beyond any common bond or feeling. They were both two halves of the same coin. When I have a body, I'll throw you on a bed, and we'll fuck like rabbits, Alice. Looks like I'll really be able to make you take off your panties for me in the end. Ha 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 ha. Izuku thought as he calmly continued to pretend to be shaken by Miyuki's presence. The next day Izuku had cold eyes when he woke up. Alice in her shadow said mentally, "What do you think of that bitch Miyuki?" Alice. "She is colluding with my father to manipulate me. I know that very well. Now the reason I have to find out is why now." Izuku. "What do you mean?" Alice. "If I were my father, the first thing I would have done after I had undergone surgery would have been to bring Miyuki, Izuku. Or even the first day I arrived at the base, because without a doubt that was the time when I was most vulnerable and susceptible to his games, and I highly doubt my father doesn't know about that, Izuku. If he waited until now, it's because he needed to, or there's something else at stake," Izuku continued thinking, until an idea crossed his mind, as he smiled. "Tamura, Izuku. What's wrong with Tamura, Izuku?" Alice. "Miyuki should be with Tamura. My father is a son of a bitch, Izuku." "What do you mean?" Alice. "Alice, whether you like it or not, in a normal situation, in which you and I had not already made that oath and developed feelings for each other, what degree of influence would Miyuki have over me?" Izuku. Alice stopped and thought for a while, before saying mentally, "Extremely tall. Whether you like it or not, Miyuki had a huge place in his heart before I arrived, Alice." "Exactly, my father needed a limiter over me, one that wouldn't make my potential be reduced, but that could increase his influence on my decision-making, Izuku. It's not that hard to imagine that Miyuki would have this impact originally, but the problem is that he knew that sooner or later I would find out about his side project, Tamura, Izuku. Knowing this, and not being sure how far I would go to keep the power in my hands, what are the chances that he didn't know that it was only a matter of time before Tamura was eliminated, especially considering that I have you with me?" Izuku. "Almost zero, Alice." "Exactly. And knowing this, my father came up with a plan. He knew that if I believed for a single second that Tamura was a threat, I would want to eliminate him. And having this awareness, he prepared Miyuki to act as my limiter. But for that to happen, Miyuki had to be willing to help Tamura," Izuku thought calmly. "In this situation, I can easily imagine that it wasn't my father who saved Miyuki the day she tried to kill herself. It was this Tamura guy, Izuku. My father probably played a long game and made Miyuki fall in love with Tamura, so that when I turned against him, she would get in the way, and since disregarding you from the equation, I would never do anything to hurt her originally, Izuku. All for One could keep you in check, and if you achieved your goal, he would kill Miyuki and Tamura, claiming that she was cheating on you with him, and that she didn't deserve you, and if you failed, you wouldn't have killed Tamura, and he could still be Plan B," Alice said in surprise, before a fury took over her, when she thought of All for One. "It seems like you understood. That was probably it, or something close to it that must have happened, Izuku. Let's consume that son of a bitch," Alice sent the telepathic message exuding bloodlust. "No, we won't, Izuku." "Why?" Alice. "Because my mother still loves him just as he loves her. I may be disposable to him, but I know my mother isn't, and as long as she loves him I won't kill him, and I won't let you do it. If he dies at someone else's hands I won't stop it, but I myself won't kill him," Izuku thought calmly. "Why are you so calm?" Alice. "Because I never counted on having his full support. I learned from the beginning that I can only depend on myself if I want to move forward with my goals. That never changed before you came along, Izuku. It was always me against the world. Even my mother, who was the one who supported me the most, never punished Sakura severely. Not that I judge her, since she is also her mother, but in the end, because she decided that she could do nothing more, I continued to suffer day by day, Izuku. My father only cares about me because I'm his successor. Other than that, he doesn't give a shit about me, Izuku. That's why I don't care. The way he acted was already expected. When I saw Miyuki yesterday, I had already understood that there was a setup in play, and I'm almost 100% sure that my predictions are right, or close to the truth, because the only other reason I can think of for Miyuki not having been revealed as alive before, is that he's preparing for a bigger move, and she's a fundamental part of that plan. Izuku. And from what I know of my father, I think it's unlikely that will happen, Izuku thought calmly, before standing up and starting to change. What do you suggest we do now? Alice. We will follow the plan with some changes. We consume and evolve until we are the strongest on this planet, and then we follow the plan, for an eternal reign in this world. But instead of killing and consuming All Might now, we will just give him very serious injuries, while consuming at least one arm to gain access to his quirk, Izuku. Speaking of eternal reign, you need some concubines. After all, every emperor needs some women, Alice. You must be the first empress who encourages the emperor to get other women, Izuku. I honestly don't mind you having others, especially because I know that you, like every apex predator, have your desires to have several females for yourself, Alice. Besides knowing your deepest desire, and knowing that only with me, it is impossible, Alice. However, I know that I will always be the empress of your heart. The others are just some girls who will have what's left when I'm done with you, Alice. Smiling a little, Izuku thought. When you have a body, we'll have a lot of fun, Izuku. And how shall we go, Alice? Finishing changing and leaving, Izuku went to the place where he needed to be. On his head was the same tiara that All for One had given him before. When he arrived at the place, he saw Miyuki talking animatedly and with a passionate look with a white-haired young man with several hands on his body. Looking at that, Izuku smiled mentally, as he said mentally. I was right, and that must be Tamura, Izuku. Let's consume him. What about that bitch now? Alice. No, my father is still useful to us, to maximize efficiency in gathering resources. We should leave them alive for now, but we will consume them very soon. Once we have gathered enough to evolve the quirks so we can travel to other dimensions, they will become the next meal, Izuku. I'm gonna feast on that bitch, Alice. Arriving at the place, Izuku pretended to have a mind of his own and waited calmly. Soon Tamura noticed him, and went to him as he said. So this is the weapon Sensei prepared for me to kill All Might. It doesn't look like much to me. Tamura. Miyuki, seeing Tamura's proximity, and seeing Izuku calmly looking at him with empty eyes, knew it was an act as he approached and said, Tamura, if I were you I wouldn't underestimate him. This is Izuku, my childhood friend. Miyuki. The one who is responsible for what Katsumi and Sakura did to you. Tamura said, a little surprised. Izuku, hearing this, remained the same on the outside, as he began to put the pieces together on the inside. Miyuki, seeing that Tamura would say something he shouldn't, and knowing the entire situation, acted quickly when he approached Izuku and gently ran his hand over his face. He wasn't the one to blame. Katsumi and Sakura picked on me because I was close to him. But Izuku never knew about it. Let's just change the subject. Miyuki. And you don't mind that he's in this state? Tamura. No, because I know that everything Sensei does is for the best for all of us. Miyuki said as he walked away from Izuku. Listening to her and Tamura, Izuku deduced a few more things when he thought. How interesting, Izuku. She blames me for everything, Izuku. Because she's a stupid bitch, the decision to stay close to you was hers. If she didn't want to suffer she could have walked away. Instead she chose to stay with you, only to blame you later. That's stupid on so many different levels, Alice. There's nothing to be done. Honestly, I never noticed that Katsumi and Sakura were picking on her because of me. But I don't care, Izuku. Not anymore, at least, Izuku. POV. Miyuki. On. After walking away from Izuku, the only thing I could focus on was thinking of a way to fix the shit Tamura had done. Damn Tamura, why did you have to have such a big mouth? He'll definitely suspect me now. Heis, why did I have to fall in love with an idiot with blind trust in Sensei? Tamura isn't wrong. The blame for what happened to me was partly Izuku's. He may not have noticed, but Sakura and Katsumi bullied me because I was close to him. Izuku had always been a kind person, but he was naive, and as much as I hated that about him, I know that if I had told him, he would have confronted Sakura and Katsumi for me, but I couldn't do that. Izuku doesn't know, but I was never an orphan girl. I pretended to be one. My parents were actually All for One's subordinates. I was placed next to Izuku with the sole purpose of being an anchor for him, something that could keep him where All for One wanted him. I never loved him. He and I even became good friends, but I never loved him. To me, Izuku was just a naive and kind boy. He was never my type, but I had to pretend. When I staged my death, it was all according to All for One's plans. He instructed me what to do. Even the tears in the letter, they weren't mine. They were someone else's who shed them after I wrote it. I always blamed Izuku for suffering. I had my means to kill Katsumi and Sakura, but All for One wanted to keep the two alive. He wanted to use them as a catalyst to make Izuku play on the villain's side. It's not like I don't understand Izuku's potential. I understand him very well, and honestly I fear what he can do as a hero. But that doesn't change the fact that if he didn't exist I wouldn't have to suffer. Tamura only knows what I told him about Izuku. He doesn't know that Izuku is All for One's son. He doesn't know that he's just a viable replacement in case Izuku fails. And he doesn't know that if Izuku decides to kill him, All for One probably won't be able to stop him. That's why he keeps me. All for One wants to use me to control Izuku. Honestly, I don't care about All for One's game or what will happen to Izuku. But I know one thing, this game is highly risky for Tamura. All for One has already made it very clear that I must become Izuku's empress in case he succeeds. He has already prepared everything. And he has also made it clear that if I cross the line with Tamura, he will kill me, him, my parents, and everything I love. Tamura doesn't know any of this, as he blindly believes that his sensei only cares about him. But I know things better than that. All for One doesn't care about Tamura, he cares about his successor, and right now Tamura isn't him. Luckily Tamura only knows the story that was created so that I could stay by Izuku's side, otherwise if he had said that I was a person planted there, everything would have gone to shit. I have to speed up my plans. Only when Izuku is under my control will I have a chance to get rid of All for One and be with Tamura. POV. Miyuki end. After a few more moments, All for One entered the room and said, Tamura, we need to talk about some things regarding the weapon. All for One. Like what, master? Tamura. Izuku is not stable like Inomu. His mind is extremely strong, and I was unable to break it so that he would become submissive. If that tiara comes off his head or is damaged, he may end up freeing himself. If that happens, get out of there immediately. All for One. Probably when the crown is taken off his head, he will faint, but there is a low chance that this will not happen. Regardless of the case, leave the place immediately. All for One. Because Izuku can and will kill you if he gets the chance. He must hate villains after what he went through because of me, and I turned him into a puppet and gave you control. If Izuku regains consciousness, the first thing he will do will be to try to kill you. All for One. Currently I can't reveal myself, at least not until I meet some requirements, so make sure you're ready when it all happens. All for One. And one more thing, be careful with your orders to him. If it is something he is vehemently against, Izuku will not comply, so orders that threaten his life or safety will not be carried out, as well as an order that threatens someone who is excessively important to him. Otherwise it is free game. All for One. Okay. Tamura nodded in confirmation. After that, All for One left the place, and signaled for Miyuki to follow him. When they arrived at a more empty place, All for One said, Listen carefully. All for One. If anything happens to Izuku, and I find out that you were involved in it, I will kill Tamura and everyone you love in front of you, before taking your quirks and selling you to be a cheap prostitute in a war zone. All for One. So Miyuki, follow the plan as you should, and we won't have any problems. And one more thing, stay away from Tamura while Izuku is around. If he finds out that there is something wrong with you, it won't take him long to deduce that I'm using you as an anchor for him, and in that case Tamura will be the one who pays the price, because Izuku can and will kill him. All for One said calmly and left. Miyuki stared at him, and then left and went to Izuku's side. Approaching him, she looked into his eyes while showing sadness and pain before hugging him and saying, I'm sorry you had to hear that, Izuku. I lied to Tamura so he wouldn't know what was going on. I never wanted to hurt you, forgive me. Miyuki said as she hugged him. Until she felt Izuku's arms around her, hugging her affectionately. This bitch is fucked. I'm going to make sure to make her suffer a lot before killing her in the slowest and most painful way possible. But only after I've torn her boyfriend apart piece by piece while I make her watch. Alice spoke telepathically to Izuku. Calm down, the time when we will kill her will come. But for now let's continue pretending, Izuku replied calmly. While holding Miyuki in his arms, Izuku murmured in a tone of voice that only she could hear. Don't worry, I understand you and I don't blame you. I love you, Miyuki. Izuku said as he held back the urge to vomit. I love you, Izuku. Miyuki said, smiling into his chest as she thought she had managed to manipulate him. Alice, who was in Izuku's shadow, really wanted to tear Miyuki apart, but she knew that it wasn't the time or place. But if there was something that pleased her a lot, it was feeling the enormous amount of hatred and disgust that Izuku had for Miyuki at that moment. She could tell, she could feel it. And that enchanted her. The more Miyuki pretended to manipulate him, the more Izuku would hate her. Miyuki didn't know, but she was digging her grave with these actions. Looking at Miyuki's body, Alice smiled mischievously as a thought appeared in her mind. A very nefarious thought. A scene where Izuku brutally ravaged her in front of Tamura, while she screamed in despair. Alice knew that Izuku wasn't the type to rape a woman, but she didn't care. There were ways to convince Izuku, and she would use them all. Knowing that Miyuki would be in despair, while suffering from absolute humiliation in front of the man she loves, filled Alice with satisfaction. But there was a girl from Izuku's past, who Alice had different plans of consuming or torturing. After hearing that Miyuki was tortured because she was close to Izuku, a thought different from the original plans emerged in Alice's mind. A very interesting thought for her. Alice wasn't dumb. She might not have the same level of intelligence as Izuku, but she was far from being dumb, and she had some very interesting theories. Mainly after hearing about the effects of the quirks, all for one and one for all, and so she created her own theory. She knew that Izuku wouldn't accept this plan under normal circumstances, but she had her own plans, as if she succeeded it would be extremely beneficial for both her and Izuku. Luckily Alice and Izuku could limit the mental connection, that way the two would only send the thoughts they wanted to each other. Izuku usually left his side of the connection completely open, as he had nothing to hide. Alice was not the same. She knew that if Izuku discovered her plans, he would stop them, so she locked only that part of her memories and thoughts through the connection, and left the rest open. After some more time, the time came and the plan was initiated. A being that Izuku recognized as Kurogiri opened a portal, and from within it came several villains in front of UA's Class 1A. Looking around, Izuku found his targets. In front of him was All Might, Midnight 13 and the students that were just a few meters away from where he was. Looking at all of them, Izuku had only one thought. Alice prepares for a feast, Izuku. I'm always ready, Alice. The moment the students saw Izuku, two that he recognized very well stepped forward and shouted. Izuku. Katsumi Sakura. Tamura, seeing that they knew Izuku, and seeing Miyuki's hateful expression, said, Well, isn't this an exciting reunion? Tamura said, full of amusement. Hello heroes, we are the League of Villains, and we are here to kill you all. It's a shame he isn't conscious to see. Tamura said, pointing at Izuku. You damn guy, what did you do to him? Katsumi. Looking at Katsumi, who was irritated, Tamura said in amusement, in a crazed smile. I turned him into a weapon. Tamura. All Might looked at Tamura, and then at Izuku coldly said, Surrender, villains? All Might. I don't think so. Tamura. Looking at Izuku, Tamura spoke in a commanding tone. Kill All Might. Tamura. The next moment, Izuku charged forward at breakneck speed. When All Might noticed him, he was already being punched in the chest, and being thrown away. At the last second, All Might managed to raise his guard and defend, but just by the noise of the impact of the punch, it was clear that the blow was heavy. Seeing the scene, most of the students and teachers were shocked, seeing the speed and power that Izuku displayed. Without giving anyone time to think, he furiously advanced towards All Might in an irrational and careless manner. All Might, seeing him approaching, threw a punch at Izuku's chest, who didn't even flinch as he punched him back in the face. All Might, seeing this, was shocked when he heard Tamura bragging. Common attacks don't work on him, as he has shock absorption. We converted him into the perfect weapon to kill you, Tamura said, laughing insanely. Sakura, seeing the situation, began to act, when she used telekinesis to keep Izuku in place and spoke. Izuku, stop it, that's not you. Sakura. All she got in response was to feel the enormous amount of force he was putting into moving. Just as she was about to try to knock him down, an energy attack came straight towards her, which she dodged by a hair's breadth. Looking at the person who attacked her, Sakura was startled as if she had seen a ghost. Hello Sakura, how about we leave our weapon, do what we must. Miyuki. Miyuki. Sakura said, shocked. How are you alive? Sakura. No thanks to you. Miyuki said as he launched another beam of energy from his hands straight towards Sakura, who upon seeing the blow immediately created a telekinetic field around her and stopped the attack. Unfortunately for her, as soon as she did so, Sakura's control over Izuku ended, and he went to confront All Might again, with Izuku striking in a completely irrational manner, and All Might either defending or dodging. If that could be called a confrontation, Izuku was much stronger, faster and more resilient than All Might, in terms of pure power, and since he attacked without fearing the counterattack, things were not going well for All Might. All Might's POV. Shit, what the hell happened to this kid for him to have so much power in his punches? He should be quirkless. How does he have so much power? With every punch he throws, I feel like my arms are going to snap in two. One punch and he almost ruined me. If with his first blow, I hadn't defended myself at the last second, I would be dead right now. With every punch he threw, I felt like I was being hit by a speeding truck. How much power does this kid have? But what the fuck, my plans were already over. When I saw him here with the villains, I saw my chance. I could kill him here. I could give him a heavy blow and say it was an accident, where I accidentally killed a villain. He had already been framed by the UA and the story was all over the news anyway, even though young Katsumi was really angry with me because of it. The fury she showed was something I still remember. Since then she is no longer listening to what I say to her, not that I blame her. She was in love with Izuku, and the only reason she didn't want him to become a hero was because she was afraid of seeing him dead. I knew it. But I had no choice. For the greater good he should be eliminated. Izuku Midoriya is a threat to the existence of the symbol of peace, whether it's me or Katsumi. I've already read his notebooks, and the way he planned it was clear that he could make a plan to kill me. He had already made one after all. Luckily I took my notebook out from among the others, just like all the UA teachers did, because otherwise the villains would have undoubtedly used his plan to kill me. And if he made one for me, he can definitely make one for young Katsumi. I understood that very well. It's almost impossible for him to love her, and even if he does, he'll never help her fully, so I had no choice but to act with the intention of removing him once and for all. Unfortunately my plans won't work out as I wanted, because whatever they did to him, they did it to kill me. I'm in a really bad situation here, but that doesn't matter, because justice will prevail. POV. All Might. End. As Izuku and All Might continued their confrontation, the rest of the students recovered from their shock, but it was too late. Kurojiiri divided them into several zones. At that moment Katsumi, Sakura, Miyuki and many other villains were in the fire zone, with a really angry Katsumi there. How could you betray Izuku's trust? Do you have any idea how much he suffered when he thought you had died? Katsumi. Did I betray his trust? Miyuki. You should look in the mirror. You were his childhood friend, and the bitch next to you was his sister. Miyuki. You made his life a living hell, torturing him day and night just because he wanted to be a hero. Miyuki. I was tortured just by being around him, and you scared away any friends he might make. You isolated him, hurt him, despised him and humiliated him for years. Miyuki. I faked my death, but the one who betrayed him wasn't me, it was you. Miyuki. Shut up you damn. Katsumi shouted as she launched explosions and advanced towards Miyuki. Miyuki, seeing this, quickly dodged and threw a really strong punch at Katsumi's stomach, catapulting her backwards. Miyuki had 3 quirks, which were granted to her by All for One, after he took away the quirk that allowed her to change the color of objects. The first was energy beams, which allowed her to fire plasma beams from her hands. The second was a mid-range body enhancement. The third was a quirk that allowed her to manipulate her body to an extreme extent. Sakura, seeing Katsumi, used her telekinesis on Miyuki's clothes and forced her to the ground. Don't think that I'm the same girl you could step on, Katsumi. I'm very different from the Miyuki you met a few years ago. Miyuki. You're not going anywhere. Now tell me, what did you do with Izuku? Sakura. Smiling coldly, Miyuki said. No, I know I can't defeat both of them, but seeing Izuku being tortured day and night was wonderful. Seeing his expression of despair, it's a shame I could never appear to him personally and torture him. But what can I do? Not everything you want you get. But I'm happy to tell you that Izuku will always be like that, just an irrational weapon. But if you want to help him, just kill him. Miyuki said mockingly. Seeing the scene, Sakura narrowed her eyes when she saw Katsumi coming back. The villains at the scene, seeing the two with Miyuki, were about to attack when Sakura used her quirk to bury them all under burning rubble. She noticed that only she and Katsumi had been brought here anyway, so she didn't mind at all. When Katsumi saw what happened, she was horrified. Sakura, what the fuck are you doing? Katsumi. Getting rid of the trash, Katsumi. Those villains were with Izuku, which means whatever happened was their fault. Sakura. I just got rid of a bunch of trash. Sakura said coldly, making Miyuki fear for his life. You have one more chance, Miyuki. Tell me how I can get my brother back to normal, or I'll kill you too. I've told you this before and you seem to have forgotten, so I'll repeat it again. In front of me, you are nothing. Sakura said with extremely cold eyes shining in a neon green as she lifted a huge rock and raised it over Miyuki's head. Miyuki, seeing Sakura in that state, feared for her own life, and remembering who she is, her daughter, decided not to take the risk. The tiara. If you remove the tiara, he will come to his senses, Miyuki said in fear. Throwing the rock away, Sakura caused several thick metal pipes to come out and trap Miyuki, before saying, "Will Izuku remember you after I take off that tiara?" Sakura. "No," Miyuki said, still afraid when seeing Sakura's coldness. At that moment Sakura reminded her a lot of All for One. "So let me be as clear as possible. I'm going to release you now, and you're going to leave immediately, and you're never going to appear to Izuku again in your life. If you come near him, even for a single second, or even hint that you're still alive to him, either way I'm going to hunt you down. I'm going to rip off both your legs, both your arms and your head, and then I'm going to throw you down a hill to watch you roll like shit in the wind. Am I being clear enough?" Sakura. Miyuki, hearing her, was trembling as she said, Yes. Miyuki. "Excellent, now get out of my sight," Sakura said as she released control over Miyuki, who fled the scene running very fast. After watching her leave, he turned to Katsumi and said, "Just for your information, I wouldn't kill people," Sakura said as she waved her hand and the rubble moved again, showing that all the villains were fine, just trapped because of her telekinesis. "Knocking them all out, lifting them up and knocking them all out," Sakura said. "We have to go stop Izuku now, it's essential." Sakura. "Why?" Katsumi. "Because Izuku can and will kill All Might." Sakura. "What do you mean?" Katsumi. "I noticed when we were dragged, All Might can handle Izuku one-on-one, and the other teachers will have to deal with the villains." Sakura. "They didn't move us by chance. Without All Might in play, Izuku can kill each and every one of us." Sakura. "But you can stop him." Katsumi. "Katsumi, I had to use all my concentration to stop Izuku from moving. I couldn't even move when I stopped him." Sakura. "He's strong enough to escape my telekinesis if I let my guard down for even a second." Sakura. "So when we get there, I'm going to immobilize him, and you're going to rip off the tiara." Sakura. "Don't give me orders." Katsumi. "Would you rather leave Izuku suffering like a puppet in their hands?" Sakura. "Katsumi, I don't like you, and neither do you like me. We had a common goal before, which was to stop Izuku from becoming heroes, and in the end we both destroyed him by acting in a completely wrong way." Sakura. "Which only made us like each other even less. But now we have a chance to fix the mistake we made. We can save him now, we can at least correct some of our mistakes." Sakura. "This isn't the time to argue, so either you help me or get out of the way," Sakura said and started to move. Katsumi, hearing her, quickly began to move towards the square where Izuku and All Might should be fighting when she said, "I will obey just this once, and only for him." Katsumi. When they arrived, they saw All Might being in a sort of thin and muscular hybrid form, while having several injuries all over his body, and had even lost one of his arms and one of his legs. In front of him, Izuku smashed him into the ground and was about to deliver the coup de grace when he was stopped by Sakura's telekinesis. Midnight was on the ground, extremely injured, and 13 had been covered in a black substance, when he suddenly disappeared and went into Izuku's shadow. As soon as the shadow returned, Izuku's fingers changed, and he pointed a hand at All Might with difficulty while using 13's quirk. Sakura did her best to keep him in place and All Might alive, but with each second the black hole that Izuku created grew stronger, and Izuku was resisting so much, Sakura couldn't even move. Katsumi, seeing the scene, moved with dizzying speed, using her explosions to propel herself, and removed Izuku's tiara before anyone could stop her. The moment the tiara came off, Izuku stopped resisting and passed out as 13's quirk was deactivated. Moving his body carefully with telekinesis, Sakura placed him on the ground carefully, and smashed Tamura into the ground with force, just as she had done with Kurogyri. Tamura, seeing this, roared, "You bitches, how dare you interfere, we were so close." Tamura. The next moment Tamura saw Katsumi approaching him, removing one of his hands from his face, placing her own hand on his face and detonating with a high enough degree of force to deform his face, but not to kill, while he screamed in pain. "Shut up, or I'll blow your dick next time," Katsumi said with eyes as cold as ice, instead of the explosive anger she had before. "You were the one who was ordering Izuku around, which means you were the one who was most involved in what happened to him." Katsumi. Tamura, seeing the coldness in Katsumi's gaze, was terrified, especially because he couldn't move. "What?" Tamura tried to speak, but was interrupted by Katsuki putting his hand over his mouth again. "Shut up, you don't talk, you don't move, you only breathe when necessary and don't make your presence known. Or I'll make sure you're handed over to the police as a eunuch and toothless," Katsumi said with a coldness that could freeze the bones. Tamura, listening to her, even while he was in pain, didn't dare to make a noise. Midnight and All Might saw Katsumi acting like that, and their eyes widened. Sakura, seeing the scene, looked around and said, "I'll go help the others, stay here and protect Izuku." Sakura. Katsumi, hearing, nodded and went to where Izuku was, while Sakura started flying while taking Tamura and Kurojiiri with her. Looking at where Izuku was, Katsumi went to him, and took him in her arms gently, before resting his head on her thighs as she said, shedding tears. "I'm sorry, Izuku, I shouldn't have done all that. You must really hate me a lot now, I know that. But don't worry, no one will ever hurt you again, I promise," Katsumi said as she cried on Izuku's face. What no one noticed, including Izuku, was that his shadow split a small part of itself and entered Katsumi's body, and in the place where the shadow entered some red veins shone for a while, before disappearing without attracting anyone's attention. After a few minutes of Sakura being gone, she returned while carrying all the students with her, and upon seeing Katsumi supporting Izuku's head on her lap, she showed a furious expression. "Get away from him, you bitch." Sakura. "Not until I'm sure he's okay." Katsumi. Sakura was about to use her quirk to move Katsumi, when she saw Katsumi point his gauntlet hand at her. "Try it, and we'll have a really ugly fight." Katsumi. Sakura, seeing, was about to argue when the other teachers arrived at the UST. What followed was the teachers capturing the villains, before the students were taken for a medical checkup, and Izuku was arrested, before being taken to a hospital. Katsumi had to be knocked out because she wanted to go with him, and it caused a commotion. After that, everyone went to rest, and the day was over, but for some reason the video of what happened spread like wildfire across the internet. A day later, Izuku opened his eyes while he was in a hospital, completely handcuffed and tied with various types of restraints, and with several guards and some heroes in the room, among them Midnight, Eraserhead, Cementos and Snipe in a room pointing their guns at him, with the lowest caliber being a shotgun. Looking at the situation calmly, he said, "Looks like I'm really in trouble. Izuku." At that moment, a man in a lab coat came forward and said, "Hello, Izuku Midoriya, I'm Detective Tsukachi. I need to ask you some questions." Tsukachi. "What for?" "Let's end this and follow your orders." Izuku. "So you admit to being a criminal?" Random guard. "I'm not a criminal, quite the opposite, and I'm sure that at least some of those present know that. But I saw the news that was published. Even though I was controlled, I remember everything, and I know that the great All Might said on national television that I was a criminal, that I helped villains, in addition to having blamed me for all the attacks in which the plans that were in the notebooks that I gave to Yue were used." Izuku. "I am many things, idiot is not one of them. I can add up the points and know how it ends for me, because even knowing that there are several people with quirks that allow lie detection, no one will use one on the symbol of peace, to confirm if I am really guilty." Izuku. "Nobody wants to know that I was kidnapped, because Yue messed up, and didn't follow a simple instruction to read and then destroy." Izuku. "Nobody wants to know that I was controlled, to attack like that, just like nobody wants to know who the real victim is in the story told about how Katsumi and Sakura mistreated me because I was a villain who bullied others." Izuku. "So no, I'm not admitting that I'm a villain, but I know how things end, so just get it over with, pull the trigger and say I fought back, because we all know that's what they asked of you." Izuku. "Why do you talk about execution?" Tsukachi said with narrowed eyes. "Why didn't you receive that order?" Izuku. "I guarantee that at least some of the soldiers and heroes in the room did, and are just waiting for the chance to kill me." Izuku. "How can you know that?" Tsukachi. "All Might framed me. If I live, there is always the risk that the truth will come out, or I will become a real villain, who will seek revenge." Izuku. "I'm a minor, the maximum sentence for me currently is 5 years in a reformatory. No one is dumb enough to let a genius who is also a martial arts expert, and who crippled All Might without even fighting consciously, go free, with him wanting revenge after being framed." Izuku. The soldiers listening to Izuku had cold eyes as they held their weapons. Eraserhead, upon noticing this, began to position himself. Snipe, Midnight and Cementos, who saw Eraser, also began to position themselves, but they did so to stop Eraser in case he tried to interfere. Tsukachi, seeing the scene, said, "I have orders to take you prisoner alive, and the 8 police battalions that are in the building, as well as 3 from the army outside the place, received an express order not only from Prime Minister Hayato, but also from General Tsuchimikado. Also has the same orders. If someone has the order to execute you, the person or people will not leave this place without being considered enemies of the nation. Tsukachi said calmly to Izuku. But everyone in the room understood that it was a warning to those who planned to get rid of him. Why would the Prime Minister and the General care about me? Izuku. Because just like you said, Izuku, you were wrong. Tsukachi. And not everyone in the government is rotten enough to try to kill a young man who did nothing wrong. Tsukachi said calmly, leaving the indirect message hanging in the air. Izuku assessed Tsukachi for a while, then said, "Okay, what do you want to know?" Izuku. You were at Techno Academy when you were kidnapped. Do you know why? Tsukachi. Because someone at UA leaked the information that I managed to create notebooks containing detailed plans on how to take down several top pro heroes efficiently, and using resources accessible to anyone, in addition to detailing how they could be strengthened or weakened, as well as the strengths and weaknesses of their quirks. Izuku. I was kidnapped for the purpose of creating new notebooks, taking part in experiments to become the perfect weapon, and starting a plan of one person. Izuku. Who is this person? Tsukachi. I didn't see her face, but many called him Sensei, and sometimes I heard someone muttering about how he was the current emperor of the underworld, after the fall of someone called All for One. Izuku. Do you know what the experiments did to you? Tsukachi. Yes. Izuku. The experiments were done to create a humanoid weapon that could constantly evolve. They called it Project Evolve. Izuku. Project Evolve. Tsukachi. Yes, they were working on how to grant an artificial quirk, and they succeeded, but they couldn't control which quirk was given without using someone else's quirk as a base. Izuku. The procedure used on me awakened a quirk of my own, which was fused with several other quirks, and resulted in what they wanted. Izuku. What would it be? Tsukachi. The ability to consume and evolve. I can consume any organic being and gain their abilities permanently, along with that person's muscle memory and emotionless experiences. Izuku. An example is the Pro Hero 13 that I consumed while I was unconscious, as well as some other pro heroes and villains. Izuku. If you can untie me, I can give a demonstration of some of the abilities I've obtained. Izuku. As if we would believe in a villain. Unimportant guard. Do you really think these restraints can stop me? Izuku. I slaughtered All Might while I wasn't even aware of my actions. If I wanted to let go and kill all of you, I would have done it already. I didn't react because I'm not an enemy of you. Izuku. I can't know why. After all, you certainly have every reason. Tsukachi. My mother. Izuku. She's the only reason I'm not your enemy, or why I didn't do what the villains who kidnapped me asked. Izuku. If it weren't for her, it's highly likely that I would have accepted the offer they made me and become a villain. Izuku. How can you say something like that? Snipe. How could you want to kill an innocent person who never hurt you? Izuku. How could you have accepted villains who caused a girl's death by suicide in UA? Izuku. How can you frame an innocent person for the shit you did? Izuku. Do you want to continue with the judgment questions? Izuku asked calmly. Snipe was clenching his fist tightly, while Eraser smiled mockingly at him. Tsukachi turned around and looked at Snipe and said, If you're not going to help, leave the room. Tsukachi. How can you say something like that to me? Snipe. Because I am the police officer in charge here. Heroes help the police and the government, and not the other way around, especially in a case where those involved have nefarious reasons, due to personal interests. Tsukachi. The highest legislative power in this room is mine, so leave, or I will be forced to request reinforcements to remove you from the building by force. Tsukachi said coldly. Don't be fooled, Snipe. If a confrontation occurs in this room, because of you, it's your neck that will be on the line and not mine. The shit that the UA did caused huge repercussions, and no one in the government besides President Shizuka is supporting you anymore in this case. Tsukachi. Then be a good little All Might puppy like you are and either shut up or get the hell out of the room. Tsukachi said coldly. Tsukachi knew the whole story. He was a friend of All Might, emphasis on era, because after discovering the shit that All Might did and caused, he cut all ties with him, and told All Might to go fuck himself in front of several people. Due to him being one of the few police officers who dared to stand up to the heroes, when the matter regarding Izuku came out, the Prime Minister and the General appointed him as the supervisor of the entire case, and broke any authority of others to judge besides him. Turning to Izuku, Sukachi said, "Sorry for the interruption, Izuku-kun. Now back to the topic. I'm very happy that you didn't accept the villain's deal." Sukachi: "Could you explain to me how this consuming quirk works?" Sukachi: "Yes, my body releases a dark energy from my shadow, which consumes the biomatter and converts it into bioenergy and bioinformation. After that, it uses the bioinformation as a base, compares the data with mine, and changes mine to the most effective version. After that, the bioenergy is used to amplify and improve whatever results." Izuku said, explaining in a very summarized and imprecise way how his quirk worked, leaving out several factors. "I can't give you a more detailed explanation, because I didn't consciously test this quirk. It was just something that was tested by the scientists who were doing the experiments with me." Izuku. Hearing Izuku, everyone understood the magnitude of the situation. "How many people did you consume?" Sukachi: -1, only the pro-hero endeavor." Izuku: "But how is it possible that you have this power by consuming just one person?" Eraserhead. Looking at Eraser, Izuku said, "You asked how many people I consumed, not how many beings or what I consumed." Izuku: "You're lying, you consumed 13. Midnight said, clenching his fist. "I don't consider her a person, I consider her a cancer, since she was able to abuse her own authority to incriminate me the way she did." Izuku: "Anyway, getting back to answering your question, Eraser, I already told you, they were experimenting with how to grant quirks, and they had been successful with me." Izuku: "For my quirk to be effective, I didn't necessarily need people. There are beings that are much stronger biologically speaking, as long as quirks weren't included, and since research already showed how to give these quirks." Izuku. Sukachi thought for a while and was startled when he said, "They used animals?" Sukachi said in horror. "Your quirk compares biological data, meaning you can consume animals as well to gain their abilities, and since they discovered how to grant quirks, they added quirks to animals, and made you consume them." Sukachi: "And that explains the huge number of cases where animals were stolen from the zoo. It was so they could give them to you to eat." Sukachi said, horrified. "While the heroes were in a cold sweat." Exactly. Izuku: "In total, I consumed almost 250 animals, and 80 beings that they called nomas. They were experimental humanoid beings that had several quirks embedded in them." Izuku: "The most important among them is a quirk called All for One, a quirk that allows me to steal other people's quirks and use them as if they were my own, or pass on quirks that I have acquired with it to other people." Izuku: "Endeavor's quirk." Izuku: "Ryukyu's quirk, which I got from an animal." Izuku: "And the quirks of several of the heroes for whom I created notes, which you incompetently allowed to be stolen." Izuku: "And to be clear, the nomas are basically the same thing as me with the tiara, but permanently and weaker than me." Izuku. Izuku's every word caused fear to run through everyone present, as they broke out in a cold sweat. "I see, Izuku, do you know where you were being held?" Sukachi: "I know, but if you want me to keep talking, untie me and give me something to eat, I'm starving." Izuku said calmly. "You are in no position to make demands." Snipe. Sukachi heard this, looked at Snipe and said, "Leave the room now, I already gave you the warning." Sukachi: "What?" Snipe: "I told you to leave." Sukachi said coldly. Hearing Sukachi, Snipe was indignant, but left. Calmly releasing Izuku from his restraints, Sukachi called a nurse and asked her to bring him some food. When he looked at Izuku and said, "Now we can continue, the food will be here soon." Sukachi: "Okay, I was in an abandoned factory in Hosu. I can't say where exactly, but there was a strong smell of grease, blood and engine oil." Izuku: "I smelled that smell because my sense of smell was heightened. I was also able to read some letters on a sign outside the place." Izuku: "It said Tengo, Izuku. But I couldn't read the rest." Izuku. Eraser, hearing, looked at Sukachi and said, "The abandoned Tengaku factory, where they produce cars, was closed because of illegal fights that took place there." Aizawa. Nodding, Sukachi looked at Izuku and said, "Wait a minute, I'll make a call." Sukachi. After saying that, he left the room and called his superior when he passed on the information. In less than 30 minutes he returned, but this time he had a file in hand and a camera connected to a notebook. After setting everything up in the room with the camera facing Izuku, who was eating what the nurse brought without caring about manners or anyone in the room, as well as the notebook facing him too, looking at Izuku, Sukachi said, "Izuku, Before I continue with the questions, I have been ordered to make you an offer. Tsukachi. I want you to answer my next questions very seriously, as they are of utmost importance to your future. Tsukachi. Okay. Izuku said with his mouth full, as he ate ravenously. Finish chewing before you speak. Didn't your mother teach you manners? Midnight. Swallowing his food, Izuku said. She did give it to me, but I haven't eaten anything decent in 4 months. Because of the mistakes you and Yue made, your mother on the other hand must not have given you a decent education, for you to be such a desperate bitch for attention that you agreed to incriminate an innocent person the way you did, so fuck you Midnight, fuck you, and everyone who agrees with the shit you did. Izuku said before going back to eating. Tsukachi saw the scene and sighed, as he could understand Izuku. It must have been difficult, being kidnapped and not even being able to eat properly. He had seen several cases where kidnapped people were so hungry that when they saw food, they ate with their hands so they could eat faster. Izuku was at least using the cutlery. So Tsukachi waited until he finished, and after he had finished eating everything, Tsukachi said, "Let's start with the basics." Tsukachi. First, how do you think about heroes? Tsukachi. With the exception of a few, the rest are rotten and have forgotten what being a hero means. Izuku. Can you elaborate on that? Tsukachi. Yes, you see, heroes should be symbols of hope and confidence for the actions they take. They should be famous for the good deeds and choices they make. Izuku. And not doing good deeds and choices to have fame. Izuku. It may seem like the same thing, but it is fundamentally different, and that difference is what leads to cases like mine happening. Izuku. When a hero puts people above themselves, and does things to help others because it's right, they make worthy and just decisions that truly represent the justice they stand for, and as a consequence of their actions more heroes are usually inspired. Izuku. When a hero puts fame above what being a hero should be, they make decisions based on personal prejudices, self-benefits, and take actions that go against justice. As a consequence more villains are created. Izuku. An example, Yue framed me to defend the futures of 2 students as heroes. The result of this was that I had everything to become a villain and hate the entire society. And as I have already proven, I have the potential to destroy it counting only with my mind, not counting with the quirk that I received now. Izuku. Do you understand? Izuku. If they had acted justly, they could have avoided this scenario. I'm not the only one who suffers. Most of the villains who are in the league are there because they were oppressed by the supposed heroes, who discriminated against them due to their own prejudices or just because they could. Izuku. You can research their past and check if you don't believe it. Izuku. What do you think of the villains? Tsukachi. Except for those who were forced to be villains without having a choice, as was my case, the rest are scum, because no matter how difficult things are, resorting to a life of crime where you have to hurt innocents is never right while you have another option. Izuku said calmly. Looking at Izuku, Tsukachi nodded as he said, Izuku, in a hypothetical situation, if you could have the chance to become a hero, would you accept it? Tsukachi. No. Izuku. Why? Tsukachi. Being a hero means I would have to follow stupid rules and let heroes who act like villains get away with it. Izuku. I wouldn't do something like that. Izuku. At that moment a message arrived on Tsukachi's cell phone, who upon reading it, looked at Izuku and said, Let's change the hypothetical situation. Tsukachi. Izuku, if you had the chance, would you use your capabilities to stand up for what's right for Japan, not as a hero, but as the one who takes them down when they step out of line? Tsukachi. Yes, I would. Izuku said with eyes full of conviction. Right after Izuku replied, a new message appeared on Tsukachi's phone. Smiling, he said, Izuku, let's make something clear. Your name is clear. There will be no public announcement, for the sake of the country's image, but you are a citizen with a clean name and no criminal record. Tsukachi. Now you have 2 choices. Tsukachi. You can go back to your normal life, where I doubt anyone could kidnap you again with your current capabilities. Tsukachi. Or you might meet someone who wants to offer you a deal where you can help the entire country. Tsukachi. The choice is entirely yours. Tsukachi. What will happen to my mother? Izuku said after thinking for a while. Your mother will go and talk to this person with you, she is your guardian, and if you refuse the offer nothing will happen, I assure you. Tsukachi. I see, then I want to meet that person. Izuku said calmly. Excellent. Tsukachi said calmly. The next moment the door opened, and a very muscular man with a black power hair who appeared to be 50 years old and had a well-groomed mustache and was wearing a suit said, "Hello, I'm Takeshi Yamamoto, and I'm the one who wants to make you the proposal." Izuku. "Well, I think you already know, but I'm Izuku Midoriya." Izuku. "Yes, I know about you, Izuku." Takeshi. "But I know you don't want to beat around the bush, but first let me say something." Takeshi. Looking around the room, Takeshi said, "Everyone who isn't Scotchy, get the hell out of the building before I kick you out of the bedroom window." Takeshi said coldly. A soldier opened his mouth to complain and was kicked out of the room before he could react, but instead of the window he was thrown through the door. "Let's get this straight. I'm here on behalf of the Japanese government, with the authorization of every influential person within the government that doesn't involve the heroes. That is, I'm the highest fucking authority here, and disobeying an order from me is disobeying a higher authority. Whoever wants to take the risk can go there and cry to the Prime Minister." Takeshi said, withdrawing a mandate signed by all members responsible for enforcing the law who are above a delegate, giving authority to Takeshi. Midnight, seeing that, reluctantly left the room along with Cementas and everyone else. Outside they found an entire team of soldiers who expelled them from the building to ensure that the conversation did not leave that room. After receiving confirmation, Takeshi looked at Izuku and said, "Izuku, now that we are alone, let me say, I am sorry for the wrongs done to you." Takeshi said, bowing slightly before standing up and saying, "Now we can talk seriously, Izuku. I'll be honest, what you said about the heroes couldn't be more true. The hero system is extremely flawed." Takeshi. "People with powerful quirks most of the time become villains who pretend to be heroes, or villains who hurt the innocent without caring about their image. Very few actually become worthy heroes." Takeshi. "But until now we let it happen, because we had no choice." Takeshi. "We didn't have anyone strong enough to suppress several heroes with extreme powers, and we had no way to give quirks to worthy people." Takeshi. "So with no other option, we had to accept for the greater good of the people." Takeshi. "But you can change everything, Izuku." Takeshi. "You are strong, and you have the ability to be the missing piece to fix this fucked up society. A person who can take the powers of the unworthy and give them to the worthy. A person who can consume the evil and become stronger to protect the innocent. A true pillar for this nation." Takeshi. "Not a sham like All Might and those unworthy UA teachers, but a true champion of justice." Takeshi. "Someone who stands for the right values." Takeshi. "I'm not going to lie, Izuku. If you accept my proposal, I'll warn you that you'll probably have to kill people." Takeshi. "For everything to work as it should, you have to be the strongest to act as a deterrent against the nation's enemies, and because of that your consumption quirk will be essential." Takeshi. "The Japanese government will support you with whatever you need, but we need you to be willing to cooperate with us." Takeshi. "I know it's a difficult thing, Izuku, really, but to prevent other people from suffering like you did, to prevent more innocent people from being forced down the wrong path by these cancers that the current heroes are, I ask you, could you help the Japanese government to make this nation better?" Takeshi. Looking at Takeshi, Izuku said with eyes that contained infinite resolve, "I accept." Izuku. While mentally thinking, talking to Alice. "We did it, Izuku." "Indeed, Alice." 2 days later. News of what had happened at UA traveled across the country like the wind. The fact that All Might was injured and how his muscular form was a facade, as well as Izuku almost killing him even though he was irrational and unable to control his body, alarmed everyone in the country. It was scary for them to know that there was someone with all that power, and him being declared a villain before didn't help. Another shocking news was that the kidnapped heroes were found in an abandoned factory, found due to Izuku Midoriya's testimony about the situation, with the only exception being Endeavor, who was presumed dead. The news sent shockwaves across the country, as many people began to fear what would become of them now. Crime in recent days has skyrocketed. The name of the League of Villains has been widely talked about in the underworld. The situation was complex, and at that moment the Japanese Prime Minister, Hayato Imagawa, spoke out and said that he would make a very important announcement to the entire country. Everyone was watching on devices as they waited for the announcement to begin. In front of a platform, a muscular man who appeared to be in his 50s was in front of the reporters and cameras, while not far behind him there was a huge group of agents, and someone who was wearing a sweatshirt covering his face. Next to him, a huge, muscular man with a black power and a mustache was standing with a serious expression. Walking to the front of the platform, the Prime Minister looked at everyone and said, Hello everyone, today I come to communicate some important information, as well as make an announcement to all the villains in the country. Hayato. First of all, the announcements. Hayato. Everyone should know about the case of Izuku Midoriya, where he was kidnapped, experimented on by villains, and turned against his will into a weapon against the symbol of peace, All Might. Hayato. I hereby clearly communicate that Izuku Midoriya is a victim and not a villain. He was not in control of his actions, he was forced to do that, and it is not fair that he pays for crimes where he could not even control his own body. Hayato. At that moment the reporters went into an uproar, when one of them went forward and said, "What about the previous crimes he committed?" Reporter 1. Looking at the reporter in question, Hayato said, "They are false. The villains wanted Izuku to be on their side for years, due to the brilliant mind he possesses, and they planted a huge amount of false information about him with the intention of incriminating him, to make him willingly join their cause, when he felt wronged in order to make him rebel against society." Hayato. Fortunately for everyone, he is a legitimate, respectable Japanese citizen, and refused to hurt innocents, which led the villains to have no choice but to use a method where they suppressed his conscience to force him to act the way they wanted. Hayato. This plan has been in place for years, but they only took active action recently. Hayato. Isn't that too convenient as an excuse to clear his name? Reporter 1. Looking at the reporter, Hayato said, "What's your name?" Hayato. "I am Tokunita Ryureko." Tokunita. Tokunita-san, allow me to ask you, have you or the newspaper you work for investigated Izuku Midoriya's past in depth? Hayato. Yes. Tokunita. Excellent, then allow me to ask you. Hayato. What are the names of the victims he allegedly assaulted? Hayato. Tokunita looked and spoke. Tamura Shigaraki, Endo Hijui, Toga Himiko and Miyuki Haimgawa. Tokunita. All these people are in the League of Villains today. Hayato said as he opened a holographic image showing the profiles of each of the people mentioned, along with images of the League of Villains attack. Tell me, what are the chances that people he bullied and committed crimes against will become villains like him, turn him into a weapon, and use him against the symbol of peace, who has never harmed them? Hayato. And not just that. Hayato said opening another file, Hayato showed Izuku at several charity events, where he helped several people, even while he was injured. In the last few years, Izuku has helped out at over 30 charity events, where he volunteered, read to children in orphanages on the weekend, helped collect and separate recyclable waste, acted to save a person who was attacking him when several heroes in the place didn't, which ended up buying enough time for All Might to arrive and save the girl in question, and the list goes on. Hayato. Even when he suffered, due to wrong beliefs, that two young girls who had a heroic heart made. Hayato. Even when he was discriminated against for being quirkless. Hayato. Even when he had to go through many difficulties, Izuku Midoriya never stopped trying, he always helped those who needed it. Hayato. I have a collection of almost 800 hours of testimonials praising him, from various people he helped. If you want I can send them to your station so you can see the kind of person he is. Hayato said calmly. Even though he had everything to be a villain, he acted like a hero. Hayato. This is the person you say is convenient, when I say she is innocent. Hayato. And if you want even greater proof that all the news is fake, just look and see if there are any open charges, or any crimes he committed being recorded, before All Might's statement about him. Hayato. Izuku never did anything he was accused of doing. Hayato. But why would villains try so hard to incriminate him? Tokunita. Because of the enormous potential he has. Hayato. It is not known by many, but Midoriya Izuku is a genius with an IQ over 300, making him one of the most intelligent people on the planet, possibly one of the most brilliant minds that will walk this planet. He could be the next Einstein with an IQ like that. Hayato. And he's far from weak. Hayato said opening the video of the UA exams where Izuku destroyed robots. Even though he was previously quirkless, Izuku was someone extremely capable. He could now go to any college in the country, and teach any equipment development, biology or chemistry class in the country. Hayato. In terms of combat, with technology he could deal with villains or rank B heroes before he even had a quirk. Hayato. Not to mention that his analysis skills have already been proven due to how the heroes were defeated. Hayato. But the plans used against them came from Izuku, doesn't that make him responsible? Tokunita. No, Izuku did indeed develop the plans, but it was as a way of telling the heroes where their weaknesses were. Hayato. He had handed over all the notebooks containing the plans he had already created, into the hands of UA Director Nizu and Professional Hero Eraserhead. We have the testimony of both confirming this. The notebooks were moved to UA and we kept guards near the place for security, as our experts were analyzing the notebooks in search of a way to find countermeasures for our heroes' weaknesses. Hayato. Unfortunately, due to a very skilled hacker, the existence of the notebooks was revealed to the villains, who managed to steal them and use them in that horrible way, and worst of all, because of our mistakes they found out about Izuku and kidnapped him. Hayato said with an expression of regret and pain. Izuku is not to blame for what happened, he is a victim, and due to a failure of our government and UA, he created the notebooks to help improve our society. Unfortunately, the villains did not see this as a way to help the heroes, but rather as a weapon against them. Hayato. He suffered for months, because of our mistakes, and I can't regret or apologize enough for everything that happened to him. Hayato said with deep sadness on his face. That's why blaming him, even after he did everything right, would be the same as blaming a kitchen knife manufacturer for someone being stabbed with one of them. It's simply illogical and immoral to do. Hayato. If this villain's plan was made in such detail for so long, why didn't they just kidnap him when he was younger? Tokunita. Because Izuku had not become a threat to them, and the villains believed they would have all the time in the world to slowly convince him while manipulating him due to the severe discrimination he suffered due to the villain's own actions in framing him. Hayato. But when Izuku took the UA test to become a hero and handed the notebooks to Nizu, they despaired and decided to speed up their plans. Hayato. If Izuku took the test to be a hero, why didn't he join UA even though he came in third place? Tokunita. Because of one of the children who was in one of the orphanages he went to read. Hayato. A beautiful little girl named Yui Kagayama who had a quirk that granted her blood the ability to purify any toxin, but as a price it did not allow her to move anything other than her head. Hayato. Izuku wanted to help her so much that he gave up his dream of being a hero and went to Techno Academy. He wanted to get a developer's license so he could give her the chance to move around on her own again. He developed a design for an exoskeleton that could allow her to move around. Unfortunately, Izuku couldn't create it without a license. So that she could walk and interact normally, Izuku was willing to give up his dreams. Hayato. On the day he was kidnapped, he was going to deliver the project to little Yui. Hayato said with an expression of even deeper sadness. Unfortunately, due to scum like the League of Villains, Izuku had to suffer a lot. Hayato said with the same expression of sadness, but composing himself he continued. But returning to the original subject, due to recent issues, it has been proven that Izuku's existence can be an asset to the heroes, or a threat to the society we know. Hayato. The matter with Izuku happened that way because the villains needed someone with a very specific gene to create the weapon against All Might. Hayato. A gene so rare that less than 0.000000001% of people around the world have it. Izuku had it. And this caused the current situation, and only Quirkless born to two parents who have quirks have the chance of having this gene. Hayato. This gene is so rare that less than 1 person in 100 million has it. It is a gene that allows the body to adapt faster than normal, and is something fundamental to their research without being derived from a quirk. Hayato. That's why they managed to turn it into a weapon that could take down All Might. Hayato. However, the villains made a horrible decision. They created a weapon to kill All Might. But they didn't realize that at the same time, they created their worst nightmare. Hayato said, smiling calmly. After rescuing the heroes who were trapped in the Tengaku factory, which was one of the League of Villains operations centers, in a successful operation where we captured several wanted villains, the data from the inhumane and immoral research that was done with Izuku was found. Hayato. And this research pointed out to us that what they did gave Izuku a large number of quirks and abilities. None of them were weak. But there was one that caught the attention of the entire government, the quirk of the most feared villain in the entire history of Japanese society, someone who terrorized Japan for almost 150 years, before All Might took him down. Hayato. All for one. Hayato. The moment Hayato spoke the name, the journalists who were in an uproar turned pale and fell silent. Soon the memories of the darkest time of everyone's lives came flooding back. Anyone over the age of 20 knew who All for One was. He was the Japanese nightmare after all. Fear and shock were written all over the faces of the older generation in Japan, as they thought that an era of terror could return at any moment. Seeing that it had the desired effect, Hayato smiled as he continued. Luckily, Izuku is a young man with a heart of gold, and instead of wanting to use his new abilities to do evil, he found something better. Hayato said, catching everyone's attention once again. Today, because of the current situation, a new project was approved, a project that can finally put an end to this era of senseless discrimination, a project that can finally use power correctly for the good of the population. I present to you the project, Hayato said with a confident smile. Nodding, he signaled for Izuku to come closer and remove his hood, revealing his face to all the media. The Izuku Midoriya project is intended to use the abilities that Izuku obtained after having to go through many hardships to help the country prosper. Hayato. There has always been a flaw in the government, ever since the era of Quirks began. Hayato. The villains killed, stole, raped, and demolished only to be arrested, and after some time they were released or escaped so that everything would happen again. Hayato. And thanks to Izuku's huge, just and kind heart, this will end. Hayato. From today onwards, all villains who have been and will be captured using their quirks to harm the innocent will have those quirks removed and passed on to quirkless children who wish to be worthy members of society. Hayato said calmly. It's time for the worthy to have power. Hayato said with unwavering determination. And not only that, Izuku Midoriya will also help in fighting the villains when given authorization in situations where excessively dangerous villains are attacking. Hayato said, making the journalists vibrate. To improve himself, for the time when he has to fight villains, Izuku will be enrolled at UA, and will study only with the best teachers. Hayato. These were the announcements I had to make for today. Now it's time for the announcement to the villains. Hayato. Looking at the camera with a huge smile, Hayato spoke. I, Hayato Amagawa, as Japanese Prime Minister, say to all the villains in the country, be afraid and regret the day you chose to walk the wrong path, because no matter where you run, no matter what hole you hide in, we will find you, we will arrest you, you will lose your quirks, and wonderful heroes will be created with them, while you will be left to rot in some random jail, watching all the good that other people do with their abilities. Hayato said and left the stage. Soon after, the entire country went into turmoil. But no one got into more of a commotion than Katsumi Bakugo, who was lying on his bed watching everything on his cell phone, who upon seeing Izuku shed tears while murmuring. POV. Katsumi. Hello, I'm Katsumi Bakugo, a complete idiot, who destroyed the one she loved the most. To understand my story, it is necessary to go back in time a few years to be more precise. When I was younger I had a friend, someone who was truly very important to me. His name was Izuku Midoriya. Our mothers were friends, and when they introduced us, it was an instant friendship. How I miss those days. Unfortunately I fucked up, and because of my colossal stupidity, I will never be able to get that back. Izuku and I have been inseparable since we were introduced. I loved being around him, he brought me peace, as it was as if having him around cleansed all the negative things in the world. Izuku always maintained a smile so pure and gentle, it could melt a mountain-sized iceberg in seconds, always striving to help those who wanted it. He was a born hero. Our childhood until we were 4 years old was good, even though his slutty sister always tried to keep him away from me. But all that changed when we received a single piece of news. Izuku didn't have a quirk. At first it didn't matter much to me. Izuku didn't lose his dream, and when he discovered he didn't have a quirk he focused on his studies to improve himself. Our goal of being heroes together didn't change, but over time I changed, and that was a terrible mistake. Everything changed for me when my teachers approached me and asked for my help and Sakura's to convince Izuku to give up being a hero. Thinking back now, it's clear that they were just manipulating me to hurt him out of prejudice. But at the time I didn't notice it. I'm sure it was the same with Sakura. They showed images of several dead and injured heroes, and told us that if Izuku became a hero, this was what would happen to him. Seeing that and imagining Izuku in that place, my heart ached a lot, my mind almost collapsed, and I decided that day, I would make him give up on being a hero. After trying to make him give up being a hero using words and failing, I became desperate. It became clear to me that words would not be enough to convince him. Izuku's determination seemed to be made of diamonds. I spoke to my mother, his mother, and whoever else I could, hell, even Sakura. However, no one was able to make him give up on his dream with words. And that's when the teachers approached him again, and suggested that if maybe he felt a little pain, and knew that we despised his dream, maybe he would give up. I should have noticed, I should have realized that it wasn't meant to help, but to make him suffer. But I didn't realize, I was too stupid to see even a hand in front of my own face, about how wrong that situation was. What followed were years of torture for Izuku. The more I hurt him, the worse I felt. Each time I humiliated him, I felt horrible. I did horrible things to him, and worst of all, I isolated him. The boys never liked Izuku, because he was always the best at everything. The girls already adored him, but I couldn't just leave him with them. No, I had to be a damn arrogant piece of shit, and push away every girl who came near him. I got to the point where I caused the supposed suicide of the only girl who was his friend. But that day, I didn't mourn for Miyuki. I was actually very happy with what I had done. Izuku might not notice, but I did. Miyuki was never his friend. That bitch had ulterior motives. I had seen the looks of several people towards Izuku. I knew what it was like to look in love with him. Hell, I was in love with him myself. Seriously, a girl has to be very masochistic to meet a guy who is handsome, affectionate, attentive, intelligent, kind to her, determined, fun and capable, and not fall in love with him. But Miyuki never liked Izuku in a romantic way. She actually looked like she didn't even want to be around him. That's why I was always harder on her, and when I heard that she killed herself, I was incredibly happy. And the only thought in my mind was, it's about time, you bitch. Okay, maybe I was slightly possessive of him, but in the end I was right, and Miyuki was no flower to be sniffed at. And after that the routine continued. Every day I hurt Izuku, I felt bad. It got to a point where I started cutting myself with a razor. Every day I hurt him, I made a cut on myself. If I hurt him and humiliated him, it was too. I knew that my hands and arms were always highlighted, but no one would notice cuts on the soles of my feet or thighs, because I always wore a long skirt and sneakers, or pants and sandals. Whenever I got hurt, I felt a little better. I know it sounds crazy, but knowing that the person who hurt someone as kind as Izuku was also suffering, even if just a little, brought me comfort. I continued to injure myself every day, until the day the incident with the sludge villain occurred. That day I stopped hurting myself, because I saw something that I will never forget. I was suffocating, almost dying, and I saw all the heroes in the place, and no one deigning to help me. The only things I thought at that moment were, pathetic. Everyone thinks they're heroes, but no one moves. If it were Izuku, he would do everything possible to save the captured person, even if he died for it. Would he save me if he were here? My answer came as I saw a young man with green hair running maniacally and breaking through the barrier. Izuku at that moment had never looked cooler. He didn't hesitate, he didn't even blink when he acted. Taking one of the pens out of his bag, he threw it like a dart straight into the villain's eye. It wasn't something random, it wasn't something that happened by chance, it was planned. He knew what he was doing from the beginning. Because the villain was in pain and had one of his eyes gouged out, he loosened his grip and I was able to breathe a little. Grabbing me and pulling me hard, Izuku managed to get me out of the villain. From start to finish, he knew what he was doing. You could see it in the way he acted. After I lost reach, the villain tried to attack him with a tentacle, and I saw it. Izuku definitely could have gotten out of the way. He had time, and with the reflexes he had acquired over the years of training, it would have been easy. But I was behind him. If he left, I would have been hit. Knowing this, he bit the bullet and positioned his arms to defend himself from the impact while positioning himself so as not to let the blow hit me. But instead of the blow hitting him, All Might appeared and saved the day. When I saw that he was safe, I felt so happy. However, when I saw the heroes scold him after that, I became furious inside. How dare they? They didn't do anything to save me, but Izuku who did was scolded. Pathetic, all of them. When All Might chose me as his successor on the day of the incident, I was overjoyed and accepted without thinking. Seeing that villain almost hurting Izuku made me redouble my determination to make him give up on being a hero. He didn't need to risk himself. I would do it for both of us. That's why I told All Might that I would be his successor. I knew that pain wouldn't help to demotivate Izuku, not with him so close to the exams. 10 years didn't shake him, 10 more months meant nothing, so I stopped hurting him, but I still insulted him. I also stopped cutting myself. I couldn't allow myself to defile the body he risked his life to save, no matter how disgusted I felt at myself and my hypocrisy. When All Might told me how well Izuku had done on the entrance exam, I knew I had to do something. That's why I begged All Might to stop Izuku from entering UA. I didn't want him there, because whenever I thought of him being a hero and dying, my heart would break. When I heard that his place had been denied, and that he had lost faith in everything, I knew I had achieved my goal, but I also knew that I had destroyed him. I didn't even think I was worthy of being in the same place as him, so I made up my mind, I wouldn't appear in front of him anymore. Surely with how amazing he was, in time he would recover, find a nice girl, and build a family. I would become a heroine, and protect him from the shadows. He didn't need to know about me. Being safe was enough. Unfortunately, things didn't go as I anticipated. Just a few days later I received the news that he had been kidnapped. And when I found out about this, I felt my heart breaking. Every day I looked at the news to see if there was any news about him, but there was never anything. But I didn't let myself get down. I wouldn't give up. If he was in danger, I would save him. I dedicated myself to training and mastering the use of one for all. Above all, I wanted to save him. When the heroes started falling, I knew it had to do with Izuku's notebooks, and when I told All Might that jerk told me the whole story. The anger I felt when I learned that everything was Yue's fault made me fume, but I still endured it. Everyone makes mistakes, I knew that. That's why I didn't say anything. Until All Fucker had the brilliant idea of framing Izuku and destroying his entire future. I confronted him the same day I saw the statement on television, and when he explained to me that Izuku's mind was too dangerous, I understood. All Fucker wasn't a hero, he was a villain who pretended to be a hero. After insulting him, I didn't even care to listen anymore. I had already mastered the use of one for all at 40% throughout my body and 70% in my arms individually. Luckily, I was inspired by Izuku and always kept myself in shape, in addition to my quirk giving me strong arms due to the burden of the explosions. Even indirectly, he always helped me. On the day of the villain's attack, I knew All Might would try to kill Izuku there, however the result was not as expected. When I saw All Might almost dead, I smiled at the scene. And as a bonus, I disfigured the face of that shit who fucked Izuku. The strangest thing was that in the footage, which will come out, it didn't show that it was me who disfigured him, but it clearly showed the beating that Izuku gave to All Fucker. They were edited, and his disfigured face was shown as the result of an accident where Izuku accidentally used 13's quirk to do that. The service was so good that even a professional would have to dedicate a huge amount of work, focus, perception and effort to identify that the video had been edited, even knowing what to look for. It was clear that whoever had posted the video wanted to protect me. Watching him on TV now, and knowing what he went through, all I felt was sadness, knowing that not only did I fail to keep him from becoming a hero, but I left him a broken man. Because I could tell the smile he showed on TV was fake. Don't ask me how. I just knew. POV. Katsumi. Off. Izuku, forgive me please. Katsumi said, looking at her cell phone. As she spoke this, a strangely feminine demonic voice sounded to her, spoken as if it was right next to her ear. You know that with the current situation, that will never happen, right? The moment Katsumi heard it, she sat up in bed and looked around, and said, Who's speaking? Where are you? Katsumi. I'm Alice, I'm inside you, Katsumi Bakugu. It's time for us to talk, Alice said, and Katsumi fell completely unconscious in her room. This place brings back happy memories, doesn't it? Alice. Looking towards the voice, Katsumi saw a female figure completely made of shadows. What the hell are you and how did you bring me here? Katsumi. I'm the other side of Izuku, and now we're in your mind, so it's easy to bring you here. Alice said, smiling maniacally. What do you mean the other side of Izuku? Katsumi said, narrowing her eyes. It's actually quite simple, Katsumi. You see, Izuku in the experiments actually received a quirk, but it wasn't all for one, it was me, who is an evolved version of that quirk. Alice. I am a sentient quirk, very similar to Fumikage Tokoyami's Dark Shadow. When you held Izuku on the day of the attack I entered you, the former bearers of One for All even tried to stop me, but I assimilated them all. Alice. What do you mean? Katsumi. One for All isn't just a power accumulating quirk like All Might described to you, it's somewhat unique. Alice. One for All doesn't just pass on power, it passes on everything, quirks, important memories, consciousness and much more. Alice. All Might can never access his full power, because the previous wielders never recognized him as worthy. The same would happen to you. Alice. Why did you come inside me? Katsumi. For 3 reasons. Giving One for All to Izuku is the first and most important. Originally the second was to make you suffer as much as possible, and the third was to kill you. Alice. But because I can see your memories I changed my mind. I won't kill you, but rather offer you a deal. Alice. What do you mean? Katsumi. He now hates you very much, and in the end the result didn't change at all. Not only did you fail to stop him from becoming a hero, but you also lost all the affection he once felt for you. Alice. I, on the other hand, need a compatible female body to be able to be by his side permanently. Normally I would have to wait to have a quirk that would allow me to merge into a person's body, along with a quirk that would allow me to destroy their mind, thus transferring my mind to that body. Alice. But because of the way All for One and One for All work, a new chance has arisen. Alice. What chance? Katsumi. A chance for you and I to be happy with the man we love simultaneously, using All for One and passing you a quirk with a bit of my consciousness without Izuku knowing I infiltrated One for All. Now I am a part of One for All. Alice. And since One for All adapted his body to have access to me, who is a quirk, I can transfer part of my main body to his and we can merge. Alice. Instead of just Katsumi or just Alice in body, it will be Katsumi and Alice. Your body will go through some changes, but it would still be you. Alice. Originally my plan was to consume you, and take your body for myself, but seeing how you truly love it, I decided to make a deal. Alice. What would be the catch? Katsumi. If I do this it's permanent, you'll be part of me, and I'll be part of you. Alice. Goodbye to Katsumi or Alice, you will be forever and without the slightest chance of remedying Katsumi and Alice. It will be the fusion of me and you forever. Alice. What do you mean? Katsumi. I have no physical body in this dimension, I am just energy and information. Katsumi. In order to stand by Izuku's side as the empress he deserves, I need a permanent physical body. Alice. It will take years, maybe decades for Izuku to be able to create a body of my own for me here, and even when he does, I could never have children with him, because to be compatible the body would have to have genetics practically identical to his. Having a child with that kind of genetics is asking for him to have several consanguineous problems. Alice. I don't want that for my future children with Izuku, but having a child that isn't really mine, with a body that I wear like clothes, isn't pleasant for me. Alice. I know I can adopt, and I would certainly treat them as if they were my own, but I want to experience what it will be like to give birth, and be a mother. Alice. For that I need a compatible body. Alice. You will probably be the last woman to wield One for All, because from now on it will be Izuku's, and he would never pass this ability on easily. Alice. Basically your body is the only one that is compatible to make it happen. Alice. Because I am a being that is connected to Izuku, I can take my consciousness to as many bodies as I want, and control them. Alice. It will be like a puppeteer controlling dolls, but if you accept the deal, my consciousness that is in your body, and you will merge permanently. Alice. It will still be you and me, but just a fusion. Alice. Katsumi, hearing this, thought for a bit as she said, If I accept, will I be able to stay with Izuku? Katsumi. You won't just be able to stay, we will be his empress. He will certainly have many women over time, but we will be the ones who will own his heart. Alice. Only we will be worthy of all his love, the others will be just mere whores that he will have to satisfy his lust and give some heirs inferior to ours. We will be the ones who have his heart in our hands. Alice. We won't be Alice or Katsumi, we'll be Callus. Alice. Callus. This has become Game of Thrones. Katsumi said in amusement. Don't judge me, the other combinations of our names are ridiculous. Atsumi, Katsus, Katsulis, Katsuli Alamai, Alitsu, Alika, Tsus, Catlice, and the list of monstrosities goes on. Alice. What a bunch of horrible names. Katsumi. That's right. Alice. Although it wouldn't be wrong to call us Daenerys, after all sooner or later we'll certainly ride the dragon. He said in a perverted way. You're a pervert. Katsumi. Don't pretend to be a saint, I could read your mind. I know about your erotic dreams about him, and they are not at all saintly. Alice. Why would we share him with others? Katsumi asked something that bothered her. Because no woman in the world can stand him in bed, Izuku will continue to evolve constantly, and this includes his physical capabilities and instincts. Every day his libido increases. Currently his sexual stamina would allow him to have sex for 3 days and 3 nights without any problem. Alice. And let's say that if we were to compare a man's dick to a sword and an average man's would be a short sword, Izuku's would be a really wide and thick claymore. Izuku could be an actor in a porn movie with the Harry Potter theme. The title would be Izuku and his Nimbus 2000. Alice. Add that woman killer, and an inhuman resistance, and Izuku will probably kill us on the bed, and we won't even be able to satisfy him completely. Alice. Thinking a little, Katsumi said. Okay, I'll accept. Katsumi. Shall we start now? Katsumi. No, let's wait a little longer. I need Izuku to be close to you for everything to work out, For now I'll make you get used to the quirks of the former one for all holders. After you wake up, I'll start adjusting your body from the inside to become fit for our fusion, and when you're ready we'll join. I estimate that you'll be completely ready in 3 weeks. Alice. Okay. Katsumi. Meanwhile in Izuku's shadow, Alice smiled for a while, before looking at Izuku who was calmly sitting alone in a car as she sighed and said mentally, Izuku, please don't be angry, Alice. What was it, Alice? Izuku asked, already imagining from the emotions she was sending that he wouldn't like what he was going to hear. Do you remember that theory you formed about one for all being able to make someone capable of being a suitable body for me? But you said it was too risky to try. Alice. The moment he heard Alice, a vein popped on Izuku's forehead. Alice, don't tell me you. Izuku. Yes, I did, Alice. Fuck, Alice, what the fuck were you thinking? Izuku roared mentally. That theory implies that this method is a two-way street. If you try to take it on and fail, you may end up being destroyed, Izuku. I warned you about this risk too. It wasn't worth it for a quirk we can obtain by safely consuming fucking Katsumi. Izuku. But it wasn't because of Quirk, Alice. Thinking for a bit, Izuku deduced a few things and forced himself to calm down as he mentally said. You wanted her body, Izuku. Yes, I theorized that since we could do it with someone else's body I could also do it with her body. Maybe I could make it so that the body would be permanently mine now, since I consumed her entirely. That way I could stay by your side, and support you in a much more active way, Alice. It wouldn't be any use, you would have entered one for all in an external way instead of always being part of it, which would make the quirk in your case and the user who is Katsumi two different points. The only viable way would be a fusion between you and Katsumi where it would no longer really be you but a fusion of two entities, Izuku said mentally. In addition, the burden of that bitch Katsumi's one-for-all quirk would reduce the body's life expectancy exponentially, unless there was external intervention, Izuku. Well, I only discovered this after I had already consumed all the users, Alice. It's okay, Katsumi certainly hasn't been accepted by the previous ones, and she can't access the quirk core yet. When I'm in the same classroom as her, I can touch her, you come to me and the problem will be solved. She'll probably never know, since one for all will still stay with her, just in a weaker version. Unfortunately, this will solve the burden problem which will allow her to live much longer. But nothing that consuming her can't solve, Izuku thought calmly. However, when he sensed Alice's feelings of hesitation, Izuku said, Open the game, Izuku. You see, Izuku, by chance, I ended up discovering that Katsumi loves you as much as I do, and thinking about our happy future and how magnificent it would be to have children of our own, I kind of decided that I wanted to merge part of my consciousness with hers, Alice. As Alice finished speaking, she felt Izuku's fury rising to an incredible extent. Before he took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said mentally, You know how I feel about her, right? Izuku. Yes, you really hate her, to a point that it's even greater than your hatred for Miyuki after finding out about the betrayal and setup she's doing, Alice. Then why? Izuku. Why do you force me to have to choose between looking at a face I hate, or forcing my will upon you? Izuku. You could have chosen any other woman other than Sakura or my mother on the fucking planet, and I wouldn't have complained, so why? Izuku. Because she was his first love and his first kiss, Alice. Say what you want, Izuku, but you will always remember Katsumi as the first girl you ever loved in your life. She will always be the first one your heart ever skipped a beat for, and I refuse to accept being second in anything in your heart. That's why I took the risk. That's why I decided to take the risk. Because I want to always be number one for you in your heart, Alice. And even if the result of the fusion between me and Katsumi isn't entirely me, at least 50% will be, making it so that at least part of your first love will have been me, Alice. I don't care if you have other women, but your heart must belong to me, and only to me. If I merge with Katsumi, she will be a permanent part of me. Then the first girl you will have fallen in love with will be me by default, because she will be a part of me, Alice. I know my logic isn't the most accurate or reasonable, but I don't care. I want to be your first in everything in a romantic sense, Alice. Listening to Alice, Izuku took a deep breath as he said, Alice, I'm going to be very direct with you. I can understand you. After all, I can feel what you feel, but going behind my back is unacceptable, Izuku. What's done is done, and as much as I don't like what you did, I will accept it, and I will continue to love you, but let it be clear, this has to be the last time you go behind my back. No more secrets. No more schemes, no matter the reason, Izuku. We are an Alice. We must be able to trust each other without reservations. If we start making plans behind each other's backs, sooner or later paranoia will arise and destroy us, Izuku. If you chose that this was what you should do, then so be it. I will cooperate, but no more secrets from now on, Izuku. You have my word, I will never betray your trust a second time, Alice. Sensing Alice's sincerity, Izuku nodded and said, I love you, Alice, Izuku. I love you, Izuku, Alice. 10 days later. At this moment Izuku was in a base in the middle of somewhere in the ocean, while he was in a cell block and all the prisoners were completely covered by a dark mist before it returned to him. The expression he had on his face was one of agony, as if he was feeling really bad for doing that. Soon the familiar warm feeling returned to his body, and he felt the difference. Not far from him, Takashi watched the scene with a proud face as he looked at Izuku. Okay, I got the information you wanted. These clowns work for someone called Overhaul. He commands a group of criminals called Shihouseikai. Izuku said as if he was disgusted to do that. Looking at Izuku, Takashi spoke. Izuku, know that what you did today made the world a better place. This pile of shit would have escaped from here sooner or later, and would have hurt innocent people. The information you got can help all of Japan, and can guarantee a better future for everyone. Takashi said seriously. I understand, I got a list of quirks from the other people working for Overhaul that those guys knew. Izuku. Great, go take a shower and rest, because classes start for you in 4 days and we don't need you to go there exhausted. You can write the list later. Takashi said in an understanding tone. Nodding, Izuku left the place and went to a room prepared exclusively for him. In the last few days his routine has been a bit busy. First he returned the quirks of Ragdoll, Ryukyu, Kamui Woods and some other people from whom he had taken the quirks. Second, Izuku discovered that he would receive memories without emotions if he consumed a person entirely with his quirks. Thirdly, a huge group of experts ran a battery of tests on Izuku. Unfortunately for them they couldn't find anything, as Alice was a special type quirk. Izuku's blood showed the quirk he had, but only half of it. The other half was with Alice in another dimension along with all the quirks acquired during all this time. There is no way they can find out how his quirk works without having the details. Fourth, Izuku discovered something interesting. His children were 100% sure of inheriting their mother's quirk, or not having a quirk. Something that neither Alice nor he knew until the exams is that the quirk factor in Izuku's DNA was instantly destroyed as soon as it left his body. All his children would inherit would be superior genetic quality, and genetic abilities that did not involve quirks that he was using at the time of the act of fertilization. For example, if Izuku consumed a gorilla, and was using these abilities while impregnating the woman, the child would have the same gorilla traits that Izuku had at the time of the action as a genetic ability. Literally being able to grant your children the abilities of several different animals. Fifth, Izuku began going to orphanages and passing on the quirks of villains he consumed who had useful quirks to quirkless children. It was also considered a service to ask Izuku to take a quirk, or exchange it when a person was either harmful to others or themselves. For example, a boy who generated toxic gas involuntarily, or another who had a poisonous touch but could not turn it off, meaning he could not touch anyone else, and so on. However, because he was only one, there was a huge queue to be able to do this. However, Izuku's efficiency was supernatural. He was able to handle almost 2,500 cases in a single day. It wasn't enough to solve all the requests, but it was still impressive. In the 10 days since the announcement, Izuku's progress has been abominable. On the first day he had to consume some people and vomited because he was not used to killing. In the second one he once again had to consume, but he was better. In the third it was the same thing as in the second. In the room it was a little better. On the fifth he had to consume an entire group and so on. Whenever he did, Takashi was there to comfort him, and when it wasn't Takashi, it was a young girl named Vivian. In addition to people, he also consumed a huge amount of animals and insects that the government obtained for him, while they continually comforted him and showed him the changes and how good the government was. They were basically trying to brainwash him. Unfortunately for them, Izuku was not a young man with a kind heart who was traumatized and filled with uncontrolled hatred. Izuku was taking full advantage of everything the government offered, and today he had gotten what he needed. He had finally gathered enough energy to evolve Kurogiri's damn portal quirk to jump between dimensions. Smiling, Izuku said mentally. Finally, Izuku. Izuku, what do you plan to do? Alice. Let's prepare to take the first jump soon. First I need to go to a secluded place, then I'll upgrade my quirk, and then I'll jump for the first time, Izuku. Before you jump, can we convert Katsumi? Alice. Hearing Alice, Izuku sighed before saying, Okay, let her know that we'll do it soon, tell her that I'll come to her soon, and that I'll give the signal when everything is ready, Izuku. Okay, Alice. After that, Izuku focused on improving the warp gate quirk he got from Kurogyri, and seeing all the available routes he selected the one he wanted the most. Dimensional Gate. Once Izuku made up his mind, all the evolutionary energy he had accumulated so far moved into a copy of the warp gate quirk that was created, and evolved it. Izuku could feel every change in the quirk and fully understood how it worked. Kurogyri's quirk warp gate doesn't actually teleport people. What it does is create a shorter path passing through a dimension where the laws of physics don't exist. Teleportation itself means deconstructing a body into energy, and making the energy travel to a certain place and reconstructing the body there. Basically, it is the deconstruction of matter at a given point, the sending of that matter in the form of atoms, information and energy to another point, and the reconstruction of it in the given place following the information, allowing an instantaneous trip to the given place. Kurogyri's quirk worked in a completely different way. At no point did it deconstruct a body. What it did was create a tunnel to shorten the path from one point to another. An example would be a journey across a mountain to get to the other side. Without his quirk, it would be necessary to go up and down the mountain to cross it, which is the longest way. With his quirk, a tunnel in the middle of the mountain itself is created, which allows for much less walking to reach the same destination, without having to go through the difficulty of moving excessively. The tunnel that is opened with the quirk warp gate travels through a dimension where the laws of physics do not exist, which implies that there is no concept of distance, time, or space. A step in this dimension can cover a distance of 1 million steps, or no steps at all, since the concept of space itself does not exist. What Kurogyri's quirk does is create a safe path through this dimension, which connects two parts of it, one that you enter through and the other that you exit through, thus allowing quick travel through the tunnel. Because the laws of physics are non-existent, one step is enough to cross the entire tunnel, and it appears to have been teleported, but the reality is different. Whoever crosses the created portal simply traveled a shortcut instead of the long way. Kurogyri's mist simply acts as the tunnel itself. And guys, this is the best explanation I could come up with, based on what is presented in the anime and manga, about how Kurogyri's quirk works. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. I came to the conclusions I presented for 3 reasons. 1. The incident with All Might where Kurogyri would split him in half. If Kurogyri's portal deconstructed matter and relocated it, it would be impossible for All Might to slowly and only halfway pass through it, since if he is deconstructing matter that comes into contact as soon as All Might's body comes into contact with it, he would be deconstructed and transported, instead of stopping in the middle the way he did, which in turn rules out teleportation via quantum entanglement. A wormhole is also not viable, because theoretically speaking, if Kurogyri's quirk created wormholes, his quirk should generate or at least maintain kinetic energy at the exit. But it doesn't. In reality, the kinetic energy is dispersed. Something that is proven when All Might suplexes Nomu. Because with the strength and speed he executed, if it were a wormhole, he would have passed straight through it and come out the other side before Kurogyri could stop him. Because even with Nomu holding All Might, if he had nothing to hold on to, his body would be thrown forward or downwards because of the gravity and force applied, since at that moment Nomu had nothing to support himself. Which basically would mean that it would be the equivalent of All Might punching him in the air, which has already been shown to accelerate Nomu's fall. The evolution he made this quirk a little different. Instead of traveling through the empty dimension connecting 2 points in the same dimension, this quirk opens a tunnel that connects 2 identical points in 2 different dimensions using the empty dimension, at the same point where the portal was opened. Basically the same portal, only instead of connecting 2 different points in the same dimension, the portal connects 2 identical ones in different dimensions and sends the information about what surrounds the exit on the other side. Another ability of the dimensional gate is that Izuku can create markings in a certain dimension at a certain point. In this way he can open portals from 2 different places between dimensions to previously marked points. After seeing the evolution he wanted, Izuku smiled as he quickly thought about a plan and decided how he should act. Getting up, Izuku left the room and went to where he knew Takeshi would be. Arriving in his room, Izuku knocked. They were currently in a facility run exclusively by Takeshi. It was a place in the middle of nowhere, where Takeshi conducted covert operations for the good of the country. "Come in, Takeshi." Entering the room, Izuku looked at Takeshi and said, "We need to talk urgently," Izuku said with a serious expression. "What happened?" Takeshi. "Sir, I ask that you allow me to seek the Prime Minister and a General of the Armed Forces before I tell them, as this matter is big enough to end up triggering another world war. Only this time it will be everyone against Japan. Izuku said seriously. How serious would you say the matter is, giving it a score from 1 to 1000? Takashi. -1 million. Izuku said with eyes showing nervousness. What the hell is this serious matter? Takashi. Sir, I found a way to travel between dimensions. Izuku. The moment Takashi heard Izuku, and knowing that he had never joked around since he arrived at the place, Takashi took out his cell phone and called the Prime Minister warning him about a really dangerous situation and then the General of the Japanese Armed Forces. After that Izuku opened 2 portals, and the Prime Minister, along with an extremely muscular man who had a bear's head, appeared in their place. Looking at Takashi, Prime Minister Hayato Amagawa said, What's so serious that you called me urgently, Takashi? Hayato. Izuku, repeat what you just told me. Takashi. I acquired a way to travel between different dimensions. Izuku. The man who was next to Hayato said in a serious tone as he understood the implication of the matter, looked at Izuku and said, Kid, this is not a joke. Do you have any idea what this could imply? Yes, General Hisaki, I am fully aware of what this implies. I know that this opens a whole new window of opportunity for Japan, and that if this becomes known to other countries, a war will begin. Izuku. Hayato looked at Izuku and took a deep breath and said, Tell me, Izuku, what method did you find? Hayato. Today, at the request of Lord Takashi, I consumed a group of villains, and one of them had a quirk that fused with others that I had acquired and formed a quirk that allows me to open portals through dimensions. Izuku said, mixing lies and truths. I was in my room when I discovered a new dimension, where there is a habitable planet due to this quirk. Izuku. As soon as I found out, I immediately came here, so that I could inform you, because I understand that this ability is priceless for a country, the ability to exchange natural resources, technologies and other things with people from other dimensions is priceless, especially if we can acquire high-quality things at low prices, so as soon as I found out, I immediately came to inform Mr. Takashi. Izuku said with eyes that exuded an enormous amount of patriotism. At this point, using the enhanced quirk insight to learn acting was proving to be a truly worthwhile investment. Listening to Izuku, Hayato, Hisaki, and Takashi had calculating eyes as they thought about the possibilities Izuku spoke of. Izuku, can you give us more detailed information about the world on the other side? Hisaki. Unfortunately not, I only know what was within a 3-meter radius of my portal, but I can travel to the other side and check. Izuku. No, it's too dangerous, we can send a reconnaissance team. Hayato said calmly. Sir, with all due respect, we don't know what we might face on the other side. I am the most adaptable and versatile of all the people you currently have at your disposal. I can adapt to almost any situation, and I have the most powerful immune system. Izuku. Sending me is more efficient, and in the best interest of the country, especially since only I can open the portals, and whenever I open one it can only stay open for 5 minutes. Izuku. You're a liar, you can open a portal and keep it open as long as you want, Alice. Yes, but if they know about this, we won't be able to go to the other side, Izuku. I felt that in the environment of that world there was a different form of energy, and considering that that planet has many similarities to ours, and that it should just be an alternative version of Earth, the chance of there being biological creatures that can use that power is high, and with that in mind, a new range of options may be viable for us, Izuku. Ask Mirko to accompany us, along with the quirks you need so I can take over her body. I want that body, Alice. I'll try, but I can't guarantee it, Izuku. I don't know if there will be a difference in the time ratio between our world and there, which implies that for the best performance, I must go. Izuku. You are still a young man who is only 15 years old. Hayato. And I am probably currently the strongest being alive in Japan. With great powers comes great responsibilities, sir. If I can do something to help this great nation and the innocent and worthy people who live in it to improve with my powers, then I have a duty to do so. Izuku said with eyes full of fervent patriotism. Hayato was about to argue when Hisaki said, Very well said, boy. This is the Japanese spirit that honors our ancestors. I completely agree with what you said, and I have to say, Hayato, I also think Izuku should go, but I think that along with him a specialized team should accompany him. Some heroes, some soldiers, and some diplomats. Hisaki said seriously. Have you lost your mind, Hisaki? He's just a child, Hayato. A child who went through something no other would have endured. Hisaki said in a cold tone, looking directly at Hayato. We're not talking about an ordinary young man. We're talking about someone who endured 10 years of a life that seemed like hell. And who became the greatest predator on the planet. Currently he is so strong that not even 3 All Mights added together would be a threat to him. The boy is our best chance of being able to explore the world safely. And if with him there we can't do it, without him we will only send people to their deaths. At least with him there, a portal can be opened for them to return home. Hisaki. We'll send him along with a team, with each one having full equipment to ensure they don't catch any unknown viruses. And we'll make sure to send a really capable group to ensure everything goes smoothly. Hisaki. And before the trip, we will request that people with quirks suitable for long-term survival come and allow him to take their quirks. While paying compensation for it, we can also use the villains who have those quirks and are in prisons, or whose whereabouts we can find in the meantime. Hisaki. Hayato, hearing Hisaki, looked at Takashi and asked, "What do you think?" Hayato. I think we should send Izuku along with them, but we should prepare a specialized team to accompany him. Takashi. Listening to everyone, Izuku's eyes sparkled for a moment as he said, "If you'll allow me to speak, I would like to request that the heroine Mirko be included in this list, and I have another suggestion as well if you're interested and willing to listen." Izuku. Can I know why you want Mirko there? Takashi. Blushing. Izuku said, I know it's a bit selfish, but I'm a big fan of hers, and I'd like to have the chance to meet her at least once. Izuku. Hearing Izuku, Takashi had a shit-eating grin on his face as he said, Look, it seems that puberty hit young Izuku hard, but I think it's a good choice. After all, Mirko is one of the strongest heroines, and is used to fighting on different terrains. Takashi. What other suggestion? Hisaki. Let's involve students from the UA Hero course and other high-ranking schools. Izuku. Why? Hisaki. Because they have potential and need experience. Besides that, many people among these students have overwhelming powers, which can be well used in this situation. A perfect example is my sister and Katsumi Bakugu. Izuku said seriously. I thought you didn't like them. Hayato. And I don't like it. I can't just forget everything I've been through because of them. But I also can't let my personal feelings affect my decisions when it comes to something that can affect the entire country. It is necessary that raw power be acquired, for a case where there are hostile forces against us, and there is a blatant need for new heroes, especially since the crime rate since All Might was forced to retire has increased in an alarming way. Izuku. Innocent blood is being spilled. We need a new model who can be the symbol of peace. I unfortunately will not be able to occupy such a position, because consciously or not, I was the one who crippled and almost killed the previous one. Izuku. I don't know about the other students, but my sister and Katsumi have the potential to be greater than All Might. An experience like this can help speed up the process, and if things get too dangerous, I'll send them through the portal first. Izuku. Other students need experience too. Survival is important, and I can help with their quirk training as long as I receive authorization. Izuku. And not only that, if we can establish a trade relationship with the other side, the entire game will change. Japan will need heroes who can be adept at this. People who, despite being heroes, can also learn diplomacy. Something that is very beneficial in the long run, and since it would take a long time to hammer this into the minds of the current heroes, the new generation is the best investment. Izuku said with eyes containing the purest patriotism. Almost as if for Izuku the country was the only thing that mattered at the moment. Takashi and Hisaki had smiles, thinking that they managed to lightly brainwash Izuku. Hearing Izuku's reasons, and evaluating everything, Hayato, even with an ugly expression, nodded. Okay. Hayato. We can organize everything to leave in 1 week, but there is still the issue of the UA Sports Festival that cannot be done that way. Hayato. I suggest we change the date. The matter at hand is of the utmost importance at the moment. A sports festival is not even close to being something as important as the discovery of a new world that we can access. Hisaki. Looking at Izuku, Takashi said, Izuku, tell me, which quirks do you think would be best to help in exploration? Takashi. Advanced telepathy that allows me to extract information from other people, possession, item storage, water creation, tracking, and weather manipulation if possible. Izuku. Can I know why? Hayato. Advanced telepathy so that I can acquire information without killing a person, thus preventing me from ending up creating enemies for us once we arrive in case I kill someone too important, and being able to pass on important information to other people. Izuku. Possession so I can infiltrate their society if necessary. Izuku. Item storage so I can bring a huge amount of resources here. Izuku. tracking in case the group and I get separated due to some undesirable situation. Izuku. Climate manipulation so that I can alter the environment to something advantageous to me, in case they are enemies, or use it as a bargaining chip, because if there is a species similar to us on that planet that cultivates plants I could offer to alter the climate and leave something favorable for them. Izuku said calmly. I understand. I will arrange everything with a qualified team and find people with these quirks. If they are villains you can consume them. If they are civilians you will have to use all for one to take away their quirk and give them another temporary one in its place. Hayato. No problem. Izuku said with a face that only showed patriotic determination. Using the government to find what we need was brilliant, Alice. What can I say? I'm just amazing like this, Izuku. After saying what he needed to, Izuku put on a contemplative expression as he said with a slightly complex expression. Sir, since I'm going on this expedition and I don't know how long I'll spend there, I would like to be able to go meet my mother. I miss her. Izuku. Hearing Izuku, Hisaki was about to deny when Takashi stepped in front and said, No problem, Izuku, you can go. Take the next 3 days to spend some time with her. After that come here using a portal. Takashi. Thanks, sir. Izuku said and left the room. Hisaki, seeing him leave, looked at Takashi aggressively and said, Why did you let him go like that? What if Inko convinces him not to play our game? Hisaki. Because the closer he is to Inko, the more stable he will remain. The only reason I was able to hammer patriotism into him so quickly was because I used what he feels for his mother to boost the sense of justice he already has. Takashi. And Inko won't convince him to turn against us, not as long as it's beneficial for her son's future. Takashi. Izuku hasn't realized it yet, but the boy is almost a living god at this moment by our standards. There is no common weapon that can hurt him. If we wanted to cause damage to him we would have to at least use a nuclear warhead. Takashi. Equipment to nullify quirks doesn't work on him. Hell, not even quirks that are used to nullify quirks work. Takashi. We have nothing against him currently, but due to his innate sense of justice and kindness, we can manipulate him to play our game as long as he has positive feelings for us. Takashi. If we show ourselves as understanding people who support him, Izuku can be molded into our tool for justice. Takashi. If we force him against his will, he will step on us. Takashi. Inko is his stable point. Forbidding him from seeing her is counterproductive to our goals, especially when he knows he might go on a long-term expedition. Takashi. By showing him that we understand him and that we support him, he begins to trust us more, and in this way we increase our influence on his decision-making. Takashi. Don't be fooled, Hisaki. Izuku is a genius. The proof of that is that in minutes he came up with an effective plan so that the excursion to the other side would be viable, and when he was asked which quirks he thought it was best to have, he presented the quirks and the reasons instantly. Trying to deceive someone like him is stupid on several different levels. Instead, it's better that he comes to us of his own free will. Which will only happen if he feels he can trust us. Takashi. Izuku, by showing us the dimensional portal the day he discovered it, even knowing its importance, showed that he is trustworthy. We need to start playing the long game from now on, because if we rush we will lose him. Takashi. Hearing Takashi, Hisaki had an expression of realization before saying, It's no wonder you're the leader of our country's special operations. Hisaki. Meanwhile with Izuku, he and Alice were having a conversation. Why did you reveal that you can travel to other dimensions to the government? Alice. Convenience in 4 matters. First, so that they can quickly find what we need. If I had asked before, they would have suspected my motives and would have made it difficult to find what I need so that you can take over other bodies. With this everything will be much simpler, Izuku. Secondly, they had to trust me completely. Me revealing a trump card like that the day I found out proves that I trust them blindly, which will make them believe that they can manipulate me and give me more freedom. An example was that I was able to convince them to take the UA students and let me see my mother now without any problems, Izuku. In the past few days, they've kept me away from her so as not to risk her influencing me to not play their game, but due to what I've done now, that's no longer necessary, and they'll try to keep me close to her as much as possible, in addition to providing her with far superior protection, Izuku. Why? Alice. Because she will be the stable factor they will keep in my life. Vivian and Takashi are the ones they want to use to anchor me in the government. Takashi as a father figure, Vivian as a possible romantic figure, Izuku. After all, why do you think they chose someone who was only 2 years older than me to work on a case like mine? Izuku. Sons of bitches, Alice said, and Izuku could feel the enormous bloodlust coming from her. Alice was not happy about it at all. Relax, now that I've proven that I'm trustworthy, they'll start playing it safe, thinking about the long-term game in fear that if they push me too hard they'll end up losing me, which is exactly what I need right now, Izuku. Thirdly, to increase my value in the eyes of the government, so that it makes them spend even more resources on improving me, which makes our lives much easier, Izuku. Fourthly, notifying the government that I can open dimensional portals is done so that I can prepare for the future. In case things go the way I plan, consider this a plan B, Izuku. What do you mean? Alice. Everything is moving as it should now, but there are 3 factors that remain unknown at this time that could severely disrupt my plans, Izuku. The first factor is All for One. He is problematic in many different ways as he has Tamura as a backup, and when he realizes that he can't convince me to create a world for the villains, he will want to go with the backup plan, Izuku. The second factor is Nizu. That rat son of a bitch could be a problem for me, and I have to be careful that he doesn't notice my endgame before I have the power to make it happen, Izuku. Why don't we just kill him now? Alice. The first suspect would be me. I'll have All for One get rid of him, but until then I'll have to tread carefully, because since most of the current heroes graduated from UA during Nizu's term, things could be dangerous for us if he decides to pull some strings to deal with me before my power is enough, Izuku. We are currently the strongest being on the planet, but if there is one thing that history has taught us, it is that humans are very good at overcoming those stronger than them, and I will not make the mistake of not learning from history, only to make the same mistake, Izuku. The third factor is All Might. That son of a bitch wanted to kill me before, and I crippled him. It's only a matter of time until he tries to get rid of me, especially since I'm the only thing standing in the way of his successor being the next symbol of peace, Izuku. If things don't go as planned, I'll go to plan B, Izuku. What would it be? Alice. I'll cause a world war, and use that to take control of the entire world at once. Honestly, I'd rather not do that, but if it comes to that, then so be it, Izuku. You plan to reveal that you can open portals, and instigate other countries to want to take you over, as the Japanese government will never allow this. A war will inevitably happen, and when it does, you will capitalize on it, Alice. Izuku, I'm really excited right now, just thinking about how cruel you can be. I can't wait to have a body, where we can vent all our lust, Alice. You'll be able to do it soon, but for now let's continue with our plans. We have to prepare some things, Izuku. Yes, soon we will be together in body and soul, instead of just soul, Alice. And Izuku, I've been thinking, you told me before that if you were right, only a body very similar to yours could be used as a body that's actually mine, right? Alice. Yes, you were created from my quirk, and only a body that is very similar genetically speaking could be compatible enough to keep you permanently, Izuku. Staying silent for a while, Alice said mentally. Would Sakura's body be suitable for just me to inhabit it without having to merge my consciousness or wear it as clothing? Alice. The moment Izuku heard Alice, he stopped before saying mentally. Yes, she probably would be, after all we are twins, but I'd rather you not take over her body, Izuku. Why? Alice. Consanguinity. If we ever decide to have children, they will have almost a 90% chance of having problems due to this. Until I am sure that I can solve this problem, I prefer that you do not take over her body, Izuku. What if I have a way to solve this? Alice. I would support you, and if necessary I would destroy her mind myself, so that you could take over her body. But do you have that way? Izuku. I have a theory. I saw that due to One for All, the quirk adapts the user so that they have the quirk factor of another person. When we are close to Katsumi you will receive this quirk, and after we consume a certain number, I believe it is possible to evolve it, so that this quirk allows those who are in its core to remodel the body on a genetic level. That way I can pass it on to Sakura's body and remodel her on a genetic level. Once I have taken over the body, it will no longer matter whether or not the DNA is compatible anyway. Alice. Thinking for a bit, Izuku said mentally. It could work, however things are more complicated than that. If you do it that way, the part of your consciousness that was in that body would lose connection with your main body. Remember, you are connected to me with a genetic lock by quantum link, so only I can access your main body, Izuku. Even using One for All as a catalyst wouldn't change that, because in the end, she wouldn't have my DNA or quirk factor, she would only have you, Izuku. And in the end it wouldn't be exactly you, it would be similar to what would happen to Katsumi, Izuku. Is there any way to change this? Alice. That I can think with the knowledge we have now, no, but fortunately we have a new chance in front of us, Izuku said mentally with a smile. At that moment understanding came to Alice. The new dimension, Alice. Exactly, in the new dimension there is a new type of energy in the air, which implies new chances. And if it doesn't work in it, we will go to another, then to another, and as many more as necessary. It may not even be necessary to use Sakura's body, and we can create one of your own. But for now we must prepare ourselves, Izuku said mentally and opened a portal to his mother's house. 1 week later. At this moment Izuku was calmly standing in an open area. Around him was a group of 687 people. Among them were Katsumi Bakugo, Momo Yayorozu, Sakura Midoriya, Shoto Todoroki, Mirko, Midnight Snipe, Present Mike, Takashi, Ryukyu, Kamui Woods, Hawks, 300 soldiers, a group of students from various schools who were considered to have high potential, a group of scientists, and a few more people. Looking at Izuku, Takashi nodded before turning to the others and saying, "As everyone has been informed and already knows, today we will be part of a new project, which should take up to 2 months to be completed," Takashi said in a serious tone. "And as previously reported, promising students from the hero course will be involved. You didn't know what it was until now, but you agreed to contribute to the future of our great nation, so I will be informing everyone of the situation." Takashi. A way to travel to new dimensions has recently been discovered, and in the dimension we discovered most recently, a planet has been found whose environment appears to be identical to ours and may be able to support human and sentient life. Takashi. The objective of this group is to explore this new planet. Takashi. The moment Takashi spoke, everyone was shocked. No one had been warned about a new planet and a new dimension. When the vacancies were offered, the only thing that was warned was that there would be a period of absence for 2 months, and that it could be dangerous. The government did not lie to anyone about the chances of dying. It made it very clear that it could be dangerous for everyone and that although the chance of death was not high, it existed. But it also made it very clear that the experience and benefits that they could gain on this expedition were colossal. At the very least, all those who went and survived would return much more capable than they were when they returned. The government emphasized to all the students' families that when they returned they would receive hero licenses immediately, in addition to government support as new heroes, propelling their careers to a new level. In the past 4 days, several tests were carried out under the supervision of the Japanese government, and some things were discovered about the other side, and an advanced base was set up there. First of all, humans could survive in that environment. Second, the ecological environment in question was almost identical to Earth's, but there were some differences. Third, that planet was definitely not Earth. This was confirmed due to the constellations that the place had. All the star constellations were different from those on Earth. Fourth, the time ratio between the new planet and Earth was 4:1, with that world having faster time. Fifth, there were unknown substances in that world. Sixth, there was an unknown form of energy in the air, which has so far not been shown to be harmful to humans. These were the findings that people previously submitted 4 days ago had so far. Izuku was watching Takashi explain the whole situation from the other side to those present, and when he saw that Takashi finished and waved at him, when Izuku saw the scene he went forward and said, "First of all, let me clarify a few things. Izuku, I'll make something very clear now. Everyone present will be separated into 6 teams, each team containing an aspect of the procedures. I will be the one leading the exploration team. Along with me will be Katsumi Bakugo, Kyokujiro, Meze Shoji, Recovery Girl and Momo Yayorozu from UA, Mirko and Hawks from the Heroes and the 11th Platoon of Soldiers as part of the army. Izuku. The rest will have specialized instructors in the appropriate areas. Izuku. Why are you qualified to lead a division? Mirko asked in an inquisitive tone. Because I have the best skills as a scout, combatant, situation analysis, and information gathering. Izuku said calmly. Takashi's words, not mine. Izuku said as he shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't care. It's true. Takashi. How can you decide that he should be in charge? He was the one who crippled All Might and killed Endeavor. Hawks. Looking at Hawks, Takashi said calmly. First of all, I can decide because the entire operation is under my command, so I decide who I deem suitable for the posts. Takashi. Secondly, I assure you that Izuku is qualified for the position. I've already seen what he's capable of. Takashi. Thirdly, when he crippled All Might and killed Endeavor, Izuku was being controlled, and this was confirmed by multiple people, be it the scientists who did the evaluation on the equipment he was using, or people with lie detection quirks. Takashi. It's a good thing we managed to consume that guy with the quirk that allowed us to deceive the senses, Alice. Indeed, if not I would have to resort to other methods, Izuku thought calmly. Fourthly, Don't pretend you didn't know what happened even before the events occurred while trying to glorify all might and endeavor. You know as well as I do that there was more to that situation, so follow the arrangement you agreed to make. Because when Shizuka appointed you, I made it very clear that you wouldn't lead, and you accepted it in good grace. Takashi. Clicking his tongue, Hawks fell silent. You can continue, Izuku, Takashi said as he looked coldly at Hawks. Now that I've settled some matters, I'll open a portal, go through in an orderly fashion one by one. I'll send you and the equipment through first. Once that's done, the scouts will be the last to go through the portal, and we'll begin work as soon as we get there. We'll start by searching the 200 kilometers area around the base, and then we'll slowly expand the range. Izuku. Shouldn't we first get used to the environment for a few days? Mirko. No, we've already delayed the search for 4 days. We can't waste any more time. Once we arrive, we'll start speeding things up. Izuku. Why all the rush? Hawks. Because I'm the team leader, and I've never been the type of person to waste time unnecessarily. Izuku. Everyone came here rested, which implies that you are already ready. The environment is extremely similar, and the energy detected did not prove to be harmful to humans. Izuku. The only reason we're wearing these clothes is to avoid the risk of catching an unknown disease in the area. Izuku. And the people who went there didn't feel any difference even after being there for a reasonable amount of time. All the people in the reconnaissance team can easily cover 400 kilometers in a few days and return, which implies that we won't be gone for more than 4 days, and that's in the worst case scenario. Izuku. Honestly, I would rather do the reconnaissance alone, but that would waste a lot of time, so the reconnaissance team will be divided into 4, Katsumi, Momo and I will make one group, Mirko, Mezushoji, Kyokujiro and Hawks will form another, and the soldiers of the 11th platoon will divide into 2 groups and we will all go out together in the 4 cardinal directions. Izuku. I got a telepathy-type quirk, which once connected can maintain the connection for up to 900 kilometers. I'll make the connection when we get there, and we'll use it for communication. As I have no idea if the range will be the same on the other side, we'll need to work with the hypothesis that it won't be the same, so I'll make it very clear now. If we lose contact when we get there, we must regroup at the base in a maximum of 96 hours. Izuku. Does the reconnaissance team have any questions? Izuku. Seeing that no one stood out, Izuku nodded and said, Excellent. Whoever is on the reconnaissance team, move towards the wall behind me. The rest position themselves and prepare to go on the trip, as I will begin opening the portals. Izuku. After that, everyone followed the instructions, and when only Izuku, Takashi and the reconnaissance group remained, Izuku looked at them, went to a secluded place and returned with 2 huge boxes, one of which contained a very advanced type of communicator. They were all bracelets with microphones to speak, and small headphones that would go in the ear, so that they could listen without showing anything. And another with backpacks that had resources for survival and camping. Take it, this is our means of communicating, and the supplies we'll need when we arrive. Izuku. Looking at Izuku, everyone was surprised. Didn't you say you had a telepathy-type quirk? Hawks. And I do, but I'm not going to use it. Izuku. Why? Mirko. I wanted to clean the house. I knew there were rats infiltrated among us, so to speak, because for this operation many resources were moved quickly, and this type of action draws unwanted attention. Izuku. That's why I said I would only use the telepathic quirk there, when in fact I was using it to read the minds of everyone who was here. Izuku. And of the nearly 700 people present, 90 were spies planted by villains and some other curious governments. Izuku. And why did you allow them to go? Hawks. Who said I allowed it? Izuku. I don't have just one portal quirk, I have 6, among them. I opened a portal inside another. The first would teleport the spies to a predetermined place. The other would take them to the new dimension. Izuku. What will happen to the spies? Momo asked in a somewhat anxious tone, as she didn't want to imagine the worst-case scenario. You don't need to know. Takashi. Why did you say you would make the connection on the other side? Hawks. In total, the reconnaissance team consisted of 56 people including Izuku, and each and every one of them was shocked. My telepathy-type quirk can only pick up on superficial thoughts that a person has. I needed to give them news that would make them think about reporting everything to their superiors, so I dropped one bomb after another, while keeping everything at a confusing pace. That way they would think without reservations, and the result was defined. Izuku said calmly. Grab the equipment and supplies, and let's proceed. When we arrive and leave the base we will be gone for a total of 72 hours. while we search the area for intelligent life and animals or other creatures that could be dangerous to us. Izuku. Waving, everyone went ahead and picked up the equipment, and Izuku opened another portal. When the last person from the reconnaissance team passed, Takeshi looked at Izuku and said, "Izuku, don't trust Hawks. He and Shizuka are planning something, so if you notice that he's going to try something against you, kill him without hesitation and consume him. I'll take responsibility for that." Takeshi said calmly and entered the portal. Looking at where Takeshi was, Izuku said mentally, "Shit, All Might is moving, Izuku." "What do you mean?" Alice. "Hawks is a soldier raised from an early age by the association. If he is going to act against me, it is because he received orders. Nizu is too smart to risk messing with me now, especially since without a doubt Shizuka knows about my ability to open portals to another dimension. I have become invaluable at this point. If Nizu tries to deal with me now, he will end up in a laboratory as a test subject, Izuku." "I doubt that rat would risk doing something like that. My father wouldn't act that way, because he knows about you and that there's no way Hawks stands a chance against me no matter what he tries or what he has in his hand. Which implies that it's All Might. That son of a bitch wants to fuck me, Izuku. All Might must be wanting to overthrow me from my current position, since I am untouchable now. To do that he needs a scapegoat. Hawks is that goat. Hawks attacks me, I kill him, All Might accuses me, and with the weight that the previous title of Symbol of Peace brings, he would overthrow me in a normal situation, or he attacks me, kills me and I stop being a problem, Izuku. Why would Shizuka help him? Alice. Fear. Shizuka knows she fucked me over before, and that the more time passes, the more valuable to the government I will become, and the more valuable I am to the government, the greater the chance that I will decide to go after her in search of revenge and get away with it. That's why she's helping. She's afraid of what I'm going to do to her, Izuku. Hawks is the disposable sacrifice. Whether he succeeds or not, he is already gone, Izuku. And what shall we do? Alice. Absolutely nothing. Let Hawks play his little game. If I'm not wrong, he'll try to deal with me from the other side, Izuku. But that wouldn't be counterproductive after all. You dead means everyone is stuck there, Alice. That's exactly the idea. Everyone being trapped there means there's no threat to him, which means he can get away with killing me, and no one in this society would have to risk me going crazy and deciding to rule over everything or seek revenge, Izuku. With all those experts there, they can recreate the current society there, even in the unlikely event that the planet is uninhabited. It's all a suicide plan, in the belief that Hawks can kill or disable me. That way they won't have to worry anymore, Izuku. You crippled All Might. Why would they send Hawks? Alice. Because Kai Chisaki has a bullet that cancels Quirks. If he manages to poison me, Hawks has a chance to kill me. That's the thought All Might has. Unfortunately for him, All Might doesn't understand that as long as I have you, Chisaki's trick won't work on me, Izuku. Why wouldn't it work? Alice. Ares' quirk only works on organic beings. You are an existence formed from energy, linked to me by quantum entanglement. All my quirk did was create you and link you to my DNA. It's that simple. Our entire quirk works in a symbiotic relationship where as long as one of us has it, the other can always access it. If someone destroys the DNA in my body that contains my part of the quirk, but doesn't destroy you, I would recover instantly. If someone destroys your part of the quirk in some way, it wouldn't help, because mine still exists, which would make you recover instantly. The only way to eliminate our abilities is to eliminate both of our abilities simultaneously. And even then, I have contingency plans for that scenario. Izuku. Takeshi seems to know about this plan, Alice. Yes, he seems to know, but Takeshi is someone smart and ambitious. As long as I'm alive, and he believes he can manipulate me, he won't let All Might's plan run free, Izuku. And since I've told him all my plans and abilities so far, Takeshi believes that I have blind trust in him, so it's not an option to let Shizuka try to screw with me. After I finish off Hawks, he'll probably just accuse him of treason to the nation, and destroy Shizuka's credibility simultaneously to remove her from the game, Izuku. But that doesn't matter, it's time for us to go, Izuku said mentally and crossed. When he came out the other side, Izuku saw everyone from the exploration team looking at him, as he said, I thought I was clear about how as soon as you arrive you should leave, but okay, since you haven't left, let's begin. Mirko, you lead your team and explore towards the south. Izuku. I will head north. The soldiers must decide who will go in each team, and lead in 2 fronts towards the east and west. Izuku. Why can soldiers choose teams? Mirko. Because they are a specialized organization. Soldiers are trained to explore new terrains, and have a predefined chain of command. If I try to lead them without having experience, I may end up reducing their efficiency, but by letting them do this mission on their own, they will be able to work at maximum efficiency, as they already know how to act. The 11th platoon is composed entirely of scouts. They are the best the army has to offer when it comes to exploration and tracking. I'm not dumb enough to decrease their efficiency just to prove that I'm in command. Izuku. Hearing Izuku, each of the soldiers nodded as a look of respect appeared on their faces. Any more questions? Izuku. Why leave me and Hawks on a team? Mirko. Compatibility. Your team was created to be balanced, in combat power, detection in all directions and mobility. Izuku. Hawks is strong in aerial confrontations, but in a forested area like the one surrounding the camp he will have his strength reduced, while you will have yours maximized. Izuku. Kyoka and Shoji can support you in tracking and finding any problems or life forms in an effective manner, allowing you to maximize your efficiency. Izuku. Kyoka and Hawks have long-range attacks. You and Shoji have short-range attacks. Your group's efficiency will be balanced while maintaining high performance. Izuku. Taking out a compass and a watch, Izuku said. Let's leave now. We'll be back here in a maximum of 96 hours. Map and analyze as much as possible within that time. Any contact with a new life form, you must contact me or this base. Izuku. Now go to the tents and get the supplies and information you need before leaving. Izuku. Listening to Izuku, no one found fault with what he said, so they nodded. Am I making myself clear? Izuku. Yes, sir. All soldiers. Looking at the students and the heroes, they nodded as well. Excellent, let's leave now. Izuku said calmly as he turned around and started walking. Katsumi and Momo followed him, while the others began to disperse as well. When they got far enough away from where the camp was, Izuku looked at Momo and Katsumi as he said, Listen, our mission is different from theirs, and so I'm going to make something very clear. Follow my words to the letter, or I'll kill you. Izuku. What do you mean? Momo. Do you really think that with people with specialized quirks it would take 16 days to set up an advanced base and explore the surroundings? Izuku. But you only sent them here 4 days ago. Momo. And what is the proportion of time? Izuku. -4:1. Momo said, understanding the implications. And do you really think that with a quirk like yours, or Katsumi with hers, you would be chosen for a reconnaissance unit? Izuku. Momo, don't be fooled. All the research of the nearby area has already been done, as well as the exploration of the nearby areas. Izuku. Then why did you send them to explore other places? Momo. Because I received orders to keep them away from the Rio prize. Human life has already been discovered in this place, Momo. The reason I'm here is to make first contact with them. Izuku. The language spoken here is different from ours, but there are severe similarities to ancient Japanese, but it is still different enough that the people who were sent here would not be able to understand them. Izuku. So far we have not been able to extract information from some people who were captured. I am here to resolve this and make the first contact with the powers in this place and judge if they are threats to us and the interests of the Japanese government. You are here to show what we have to offer in case they are not. Katsumi is here to protect you in case a fight breaks out and I have to focus on combat. Izuku. We didn't come here now to explore. That's already been done within a 400 kilometers radius of the base location. We came here for another purpose. Izuku. Why didn't you tell the others? Katsumi. Because I don't trust the Hero Association, and if you're smart you'll do the same. Izuku. What do you mean? Momo. Momo, understand one thing. Everything that happened to me was planned, but there is no way it could have been done without outside help. When I was kidnapped it happened because of the notebooks. But only Yue and the heroes knew that I had given them the notebooks. My kidnapping was an inside job. Izuku said calmly. You're wrong. There's no way the heroes would participate in something like this. Momo. No. Izuku. So how did the villains find out if I gave the notebook exclusively to Nizu and Aizawa? Izuku. Why was I considered a villain like that? Izuku. Your name was cleared on national television. Momo. Because I crippled All Might, and the government needed someone to put fear into the villains. Or do you think someone would call All Might a liar on public television because of a Quirkless? Izuku asked mockingly. Wake up, Momo, Hero Society is rotten. Do you really think my place at UA was denied because of unfounded rumors? Izuku. How exactly was the UA deceived but the police weren't, to the point where no police officer filed a complaint? Izuku. I assure you, there is much more to this story than what was said. Izuku. Hearing Izuku, Momo was at a loss for words. Katsumi, hearing Izuku, clenched her fist tightly. Looking at her, Izuku said, "Enough talking, time to begin," Izuku said as he began to transform. Momo watched in shock as she saw Izuku transforming into a gigantic green dragon moving his hand. Some people approached bringing something similar to a piece of equipment. They soon placed it on Izuku, who calmly allowed it. After everything was in order, he nodded, as did they, and left the place. Those were part of the group of scientists who had come in advance. Taking Katsumi and Momo in one hand, he moved them up to his neck. "Get into the device on my back. It's made so I can carry you efficiently." Izuku. "Where are we going?" Momo. "To a place far from the exploration area. Go up quickly." Izuku. Katsumi, hearing Izuku, went up without hesitation. Momo, seeing her, did the same. When the two entered, Izuku flapped his wings and began flying at high speed towards his destination. After flying for some time, Izuku landed at a base 700 kilometers away from where he was supposed to be. Landing on the ground and lying down, a group of technicians removed the huge capsule from his back and let Katsumi and Momo out. After that, Izuku returned to human form while completely naked, and a very beautiful girl with green hair, golden eyes and a well-defined body approached and gave him clothes as she said, "You should be wearing adaptive clothing." "What's up, Vivian? That thing keeps getting stuck in my lower part, and it's extremely uncomfortable to use." Izuku. Most of the men, upon seeing Izuku naked, cursed at him. Let's just say that Izuku actually inherited some of the reproductive capabilities of some animals, and that he was well endowed where he should have been. The women blushed hard seeing Izuku naked, while some more fearless ones looked at Izuku as if he was prey that they should have. "You would save me a lot of trouble by not showing off, you know," Vivian said with a warm and affectionate smile towards Izuku. This was something he never understood. One of the quirks he acquired with All for One was empathy, and unlike other people, the only feelings Vivian had towards him were love and affection, nothing more. "Izuku, don't you dare fall in love with her, Alice. You know that I love you above all else, and I wouldn't even hesitate if you wanted to consume her," Izuku thought calmly. "And I hope it stays that way," HMMP, Alice, communicated by sending feelings of jealousy to Izuku. "Let's start. What do we need?" Izuku. "Yes," Vivian said and signaled for Izuku, Momo and Katsumi to follow her. Following behind Vivian, and seeing her beautiful and perfect as Izuku said, "Vivian, tell me, you never treated me like the others. I can see in your eyes that you are different from them, so why?" Izuku. "You really don't remember, do you?" Vivian. "What are you talking about?" Izuku asked confused. -4 years ago, you met a little girl in one of the hospitals you visited to read, Susan Haichiko. Vivian. "She had a very rare and powerful quirk, which prevented her from moving her body, but in exchange allowed her to purify any type of toxin." Vivian. "I remember Susan. It was her story that was used in the lie told to everyone. They only changed the names of all the people involved and the part where I handed the project over to her without any problems," Izuku said calmly. Something that surprised Momo when she saw that Vivian didn't deny it, while Katsumi looked at Vivian aggressively. "What you gave her was a low-quality version of an exoskeleton that was extremely difficult to assemble. You assembled it using several pieces of scrap metal, a makeshift forge, and a piece that cost you all the money you had saved over 4 years, selling recycled materials and your own projects. But you told Susan that it was all free, and that you found a lot of good people." Vivian. "That exoskeleton was exquisitely crafted to be comfortable and allow fluid movement without causing discomfort to the person. Any idiot who looks at it can tell that it was made with an unfathomable amount of effort." Vivian. "Every single piece in that exoskeleton had to be molded from scratch, collecting materials, melting everything, making molds, manufacturing the pieces, assembling everything and carrying something that weighed almost 60 kilograms, having to carry it all the way to the hospital, and climbing several stairs with that, is a burden that can only be considered inhumane." Vivian. "But you did all this, so that a girl you barely knew could smile," Vivian said melancholy. "That project was imperfect. If I had the resources, I would have created a better one for her. Susan was just a sweet and pure child who deserved to be happy," Izuku said calmly, but still looking embarrassed. "Imperfect," Vivian said in amusement. "Izuku, did you know that so far on our island, what you created with cheap scrap, an unfathomable amount of effort, and a piece that, despite being expensive, can be purchased by any family, is considered one of the miracles that revolutionized their technology. Vivian. That exoskeleton made from scrap metal performs better than almost all in the current line, doesn't put any burden on the user, can be equipped under clothes, and can even allow anyone who is paralyzed to move, just by thinking about it. Vivian said as she walked. What you created was a miracle. Vivian. You know Izuku, you had never met me before going to the base, but I knew you because my sister Susan told me a lot about you. Vivian. The kind boy who would read her stories in his free time even on days when he was in pain from being injured, the incredible boy who gave her back the chance to walk on her own 2 feet once again, she still calls him the Emerald Knight of Hope. Vivian. She told me a lot about you and your achievements. I never had the chance to thanks for it. Vivian. Looking at Vivian shocked, Izuku said. Susan never told me she had a family. Izuku. Because even she didn't know before 1 month ago. Vivian stopped walking and looked at Izuku gently. You know Izuku, I am the illegitimate daughter of Sir Night-Eye and a woman he met on a drunken day who was an army lieutenant at the time, and I was taken by the government when I was born, to participate in something called the New Era Project. Vivian. Susan never knew that I was her biological half-sister, or what my real relationship with her is due to a series of circumstances, and probably would never have known if it weren't for your existence, so I am very grateful that someone like you exists. When I wasn't there for her, you were there and took care of her, you gave her something that I never could, you allowed her to walk again. Vivian said, giving Izuku a dazzling smile. Holy shit, she's Susan's sister, Izuku. Alice was silent, as she thought to herself. Looking at a door, Vivian stopped and pointed at it as she said to Momo and Katsumi. You two will stay in this room. Vivian. Why? Katsumi. Because these are orders coming directly from Takeshi, who is the commander of this mission. The next part has to be decided exclusively by Izuku. Vivian. Hearing her, Katsumi and Momo entered the room, before Vivian continued walking while guiding Izuku, this time with the two of them being alone. You know Izuku, my quirk is called clairvoyance. It's a much more powerful version of Night-Eye's quirk. Vivian. Whenever I activate my quirk, I can see the 10 most likely destinations for me within up to 2 years, allowing me to see which paths my decisions lead to. Vivian. And in all my 10 most likely paths, sooner or later, we end up together. Vivian. To be more exact, Alice and I fused, and the result of the fusion marries you. Vivian said, surprising Izuku and Alice. Before a cold gaze crossed Izuku's eyes. Relax, I didn't tell anyone. Vivian said, stopping and smiling peacefully at Izuku. I would never harm you. Vivian. At that moment Alice emerged and said aggressively. Why would I merge with you? Alice. Because before the end of your stay in this world, you will gain something you have been dreaming about for some time, but simultaneously you will also discover that just 2 people cannot keep Izuku satisfied for long, which makes your plan for the whores useless, since he will end up spending more time than you would like with him, which will make the current plan fail. Vivian. And since there is no way you can keep him all to yourself, but being possessive the way you are, you will initiate Plan B. Vivian. Hearing this, Izuku looked at Alice and said, What's Plan B? Izuku. Divide my consciousness into several parts and merge them with several women in a similar way to what I will do with Katsumi. Alice. Exactly, and I'm one of them. Vivian said, smiling. You seem happy for someone who is technically going to stop being a singular entity and become a fusion. Alice. For years I lived worried about my younger sister. I did several things that I'm not proud of, Alice. But I always thought about Susan, until 3 years ago I was able to meet her, and since then I visit her often. Vivian. The only times I saw her being happy during that time was when she talked about Izuku and the experiences she had with him. Vivian. Izuku saved my sister from a miserable existence, as well as a huge number of other people, but no one was there for him when he needed it. Honestly, he should have gone through what he did. Vivian. That's why I decided, just like he was always there for other people, I would be here for him. Vivian. That's why I can remain happy even knowing that in a few months, I will be a different existence. Vivian. Because I know that this existence will make you happy, and that makes me happy. Vivian said with a genuine smile. Alice, seeing her, was silent for some time before saying, We'll see how everything unfolds. Alice said and returned to Izuku's shadow. And the two continued walking. Arriving in an isolated room, Vivian said, Izuku, you know how it works. Vivian. I enter consumption, acquire the information and then pass it on. Izuku said calmly. when Vivian nodded. Entering the room, he saw nearly 100 people who looked identical to humans and had been captured. Some of them had civilian clothes that harked back to the Warring States era in Japan. Others had different clothes. And they wore some kind of bandana, with the same symbol, a green vest, and pants that looked like they were made for combat. Some of them had different clothes or a unique emblem that stood out on their uniform. They had an emblem that resembled a fan, being red and white. Sighing, Izuku simply said, "Showtime." Izuku. Within seconds his shadow expanded and consumed everyone before they could react. But something different happened to Izuku this time, compared to the others. As his body refined what was absorbed, he felt pain along with the traditional heat, as he felt his body creating a new meridian network and began to generate a new energy source. Biting his teeth as he endured, Izuku felt the changes in his body as his eyes, which were previously emerald, took on a red hue with 3 tomos in each eye. Izuku also felt that Alice was changing along with him. It was as if their bodies had unlocked something, and were evolving with it. A sea of memories also flooded Izuku, and soon he knew everything he needed to know. He was currently in a place known as the Elemental Nations, and there was a war going on. The energy he felt when he arrived in this world was called chakra, a form of energy that mixes physical and spiritual energy. He received a lot of knowledge on the subject, along with all the knowledge that those people had, and taking into account that it was a caravan of merchants that traveled through all the Elemental Nations, it was a lot. Those who dressed differently were shinobi. And best of all, for Izuku at least, he arrived at a date where he could maximize Alice's predatory capabilities while simultaneously gaining benefits. He arrived at a time of war. Soon the pain passed as Alice's voice sounded in his mind. "Izuku, we hit the jackpot. It seems we fell into a world truly suited for our growth. At the right time, we arrived exactly when we needed. Apparently the second great ninja war will begin soon. All that's missing is the fuse. We can take advantage of it, Alice. And not just that, I evolved once again. Now I have the ability to generate chakra as well. According to the memories of those shinobi, I became something similar to a Bija and you became my Jinchuriki. The only difference is that I simply don't have a physical body, and you don't have a seal to contain me, Alice. The physical body part is something we can fix. Things have changed now, Alice. Chakra has opened up many new possibilities for us, and luckily we fell directly into the world we needed at the time we needed. With this energy, a whole new range of paths has opened up. Here we have new resources, techniques, and opportunities, Izuku. How shall we proceed? Alice. Let's follow a two-pronged approach. First we'll offer ourselves as mercenaries, and then we'll use that position to consume various people with various abilities. Hopefully we'll discover the whereabouts of a Bija and consume it. After that we'll continue exploring, Izuku. Also I have a particularly juicy target I want to consume, Izuku. What do you mean? Alice. Alice, if the information I got from these people is correct, there is a huge place, full of many people with incredible abilities that will be decimated, in a few years at most, Izuku. What place? Alice. Yuzushigakure. If I'm not wrong, that village will be obliterated in a few years, and in their misfortune, our chance arises, Izuku. Why do you say something like that? Alice. Simple, they are too powerful right now. The Uzumaki have too much potential in their hands to be left aside, especially since they have a defined side in this war, Izuku. If they were neutral and open connections with other villages, perhaps it would be different, but with their fixed alliance with Konoha, destruction is imminent, Izuku. If I were the leader of a large military village, I would never let a rival have an entire village of people specialized in nullifying the capabilities of my weapon of mass destruction alone. I would ally with other villages in the same situation and launch a joint attack to annihilate the main support point of my rival village and then ask for peace, because even if I lose in this war, in the next one Konoha's chances of victory drop drastically, and without a doubt Konoha would not dare attack my village with the aim of extermination because that would mean all-out war, and even if Konoha could destroy my village, in the end it would be destroyed by the others, Izuku. The main point of support in Konoha's case is Yuzushigakure, and since the current Hokage is not a Senju, I highly doubt he will try to protect Yuzushigakure, even risking Konoha's existence, Izuku. If I were the leader of a large fighting force, I would join forces with 2 other large villages, and leave one out. That way when I attacked I would be sure that Konoha would not interfere, Izuku. Why wouldn't they interfere? Alice. Because of the village that was left out. Imagine the following. Even in the slim chance that Konoha tries to act to stop a combined force of 3 other large villages, and that Konoha together with Yuzushigakure manages to defeat the attackers, how many casualties would they suffer to repel an attack of that proportion? Izuku. How many lives would be lost? Izuku. How much strength would they still have to fight? Izuku. And that would mean that another village could attack Konoha at that time, and annihilate it. Taking that into consideration, Konoha will be left out of the attack because of the village that didn't join, Izuku. The result is Uzushiogakure being exterminated, and Konoha being able to request whatever the others take from there as compensation so that the war stops, Izuku. In the end, Konoha becomes richer, and the other villages annihilate something that could become a future problem for Konoha, because according to the memories, Uzushiogakure had an alliance with Konoha because of the Senju, which means that the connecting link is the Senju, Izuku. Now that a Senju is no longer Hokage, the alliance could be broken, and if that happens, Konoha is the one who gets screwed, Izuku. I will take advantage of this situation to consume the entire population of Uzushiogakure. That way we will grow much stronger. We will acquire all the knowledge that Uzushiogakure has about Fuinjutsu. We will acquire all the corpses from all sides of this war, and we will also be able to charge the other villages for this, Izuku. A viable plan in moments. I find it so sexy when you start acting so controlling and smart, Alice said sensually in Izuku's head. And speaking of sexy things, I want Momo Yayorozu's body too, Alice. Why? Izuku. Because we can take advantage of it while we're here, to start converting some people into bodies for our pleasure, and I really want to have a body. If we do it only with Katsumi, it will be strange that only she changes. But if we do it with Momo too, we can claim that they touched something they shouldn't have along the way, and ended up suffering a mutation in their bodies. We can even add chakra paths to their bodies, which would further consolidate our story, Alice. That can be arranged, Izuku. But I have to admit, getting some members of the Uchiha clan who had their Sharingan awakened was a huge stroke of luck, Izuku. You know those eyes can still evolve, don't you? Alice. I noticed, when I consumed one of the evolution options that appeared to me, it was to evolve the Sharingan to the next stage, but awakening the ability that one of these guys would have, Izuku. And why didn't you do it? Alice. Because my body needs to adjust. Until now I had never come into such intimate contact with the chakra, which in turn caused rejection when I consumed a huge number of people who had it at once. And even with my insane adaptation capabilities, I realized that my body did not fully adapt to the enormous sum of energy that entered at once, Izuku. Even now the adaptation is taking some time, so I need to rest for a while before trying my luck, not to mention that if I evolve them now, I'll end up regretting it, Izuku. Why? Alice. Because among the paths of evolution, I noticed that in my next awakening, the more I use the Sharingan, the more I will become blind, and since I consumed the bloodline before these guys awaken the new stage, the weaknesses will continue if I awaken the next stage, as it will not be a weakness of their power, it will be of mine, Izuku. And now I still don't have enough bioenergy to evolve, discarding this weakness. These guys I consumed didn't know about the next stage and hadn't even awakened it, but there must be someone in the Uchiha clan who does, and if there isn't someone who has awakened, I'll simply force a situation where they awaken and then I'll consume them. I have to know what I'm stepping into before continuing. Everything here is new territory, and I'm not going to risk our existence just because I couldn't wait a little, Izuku. It makes sense. When I consumed these Uchiha, I noticed that there are several flaws in their DNA. It's almost as if their genetic sequence had been split in half and was incomplete, Alice. My ability stabilized the genetic sequence, but there was no way to repair it, as I didn't know what it was like in the first place. It was exactly the same as you consuming a being with an organ missing. Despite not having inherited the weaknesses, you still couldn't overwrite the defects, Alice. We need to find a way to fix this, Alice. Looks like we're going to have an adventure here, Izuku. As long as it's with you, new adventures are always welcome, Alice. Taking a deep breath, Izuku closed his eyes and made them return to normal, before leaving the room, where Vivian and a general that Izuku recognized as Hisaki were already waiting for him. It's better if we go talk to Takashi now, as the matter is something we need his opinion on. Izuku. Right after saying that, Izuku opened a portal, and he, Vivian and Hisaki went through, arriving straight inside Takashi's room, which was already waiting for Izuku's visit. The moment he saw Hisaki walking out of the portal with Izuku, Takashi narrowed his eyes slightly, but when he saw Izuku nodding, a cordial smile appeared on his face. So what? Takashi. Basically, we are in a world where there is a type of energy with infinite potential, but those who can use it are too stupid to realize the size of the gift they have in their hands. Izuku. And they decided to use a dictionary to kill a cockroach. Izuku. What do you mean? Takashi. Basically the same thing that happened with quirks in our world, only in this one, it's been happening for a longer time, and their evolutionary potential is lower as a species and higher individually. Izuku. Do you think we can negotiate? Takashi. Yes, mainly because the powers of this world will go to war very soon. There is a huge chance for negotiation if we know how to take advantage of the chance. I already have a plan drawn up, which is, Izuku was going to start explaining when he was interrupted by Hisaki. In terms of military power, who would be stronger, us or them? Hisaki said hurriedly. Looking at Takashi, Izuku saw him nodding for him to answer. It depends. Izuku. Of what? Hisaki. If I had to hold back when fighting, if I was going at it 100%, with the intention of total and immediate annihilation, us. Izuku. If not, they. Izuku. What capabilities do they have? Hisaki. Too many to describe: mastery over the elements, advanced body reinforcement, illusion and mind control, item storage, and the list goes on. Izuku. The only reason we have an advantage in case I go 100% is because with my current capabilities, I'm the equivalent of 1,000 nuclear warheads exploding simultaneously at a single point, and they don't have the power to face me currently, otherwise they would win 10 out of 10 times. Izuku. Their army is better trained than ours, has more capabilities. Hell, they have kids 13 years old or younger acting as assassins nowadays, and almost any of them could kill someone like Hawks, if they had enough preparation. Izuku. Hearing the huge disparity in strength, Hisaki and Takashi were shocked, as Takashi thought for a bit and looked at Izuku as he said, "How do you think we should proceed?" Takashi. Honestly, sir, I suggest we act diplomatically for now, and trade with the real powers. Izuku. In particular, negotiating with the strongest, a war is on the horizon, we can use this to our advantage. Izuku. How do you propose to do this? Takashi. Trading resources and offering mercenary labor in exchange for prosperous trade. However, we should not trade technology under any circumstances. Izuku. They still have a relatively backward standard of technology. Despite having discovered electricity, due to the continued use of chakra, they have not explored much of what the technological field has to offer. Izuku. Would firearms be useful against them? Hisaki asked calmly. Depending on the weapon, and if it's like a surprise attack, yes. Izuku. Otherwise it would be the equivalent of trying to use firearms with people who have rank B or higher enhancement type quirks. Izuku. And that's if we're only including the mid-level ones, against the most powerful among them. Well, the result would be using firearms against All Might at his peak. Izuku. Hisaki, listening to Izuku, had a very serious expression when he spoke. Izuku, answer me honestly, would you be willing to fight a war where you might have to end up killing innocent people, for the good of Japan? Hisaki. Yes, I would. Izuku said, looking into Hisaki's eyes with unwavering resolution. I'll be honest, General, I don't feel comfortable taking innocent lives, not at all comfortable. Izuku said with an expression of some reluctance. But if it's for the good of Japan, and for Japanese justice to prevail, I will do it. Izuku said as the reluctance faded, and a look of fierce determination appeared on his face again. Seeing Izuku, Hisaki and Takashi gave a huge smile. When Hisaki approached, she placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder and said, Son, I'll be honest, you are an example of what a true Japanese should be, and I'm proud to be able to say that I work side by side with someone so incredible. Hisaki said with an expression full of pride. You honor our ancestors. Without a doubt, at this moment all the ancestors of the Midoriya family must be proud to have such a worthy descendant, who, unlike the stain that Hisashi Midoriya is, honors them as a good man. Hisaki. For your service to Japan, I only have one thing to tell you. Hisaki said and bowed 90 degrees to Izuku. Thanks for everything, Izuku Midoriya. Hisaki. Fake son of a bitch, Alice. No doubt, but he's still useful. Time to get the excuse for Momo and Katsumi's conversion, Izuku. General, I am very grateful that you hold me in such high regard, and I am honored to serve my country. Izuku said with eyes of unwavering devotion. But sir, I have to tell you something, it's a delicate matter, and it has to be discussed now. Izuku said as he looked at Hisaki and then turned to Takashi. Nodding, Takashi said, You can speak, Izuku. Takashi. Sir, I have discovered a huge amount of information that will be useful about the new energy and its uses, as well as many interesting things. Izuku. And after checking everything, I developed a theory that may be viable to strengthen our side to a new extent. Izuku. But there's a problem with that. Izuku. What would it be? Hisaki. I need to test this on other people, but for the test to be successful, there are 5 prerequisites that must be met, which greatly limits my viable options. Izuku. What would they be? Takashi. First, the test subject has to be under 16 years old. Izuku. Second, it has to be a woman. Izuku. Third, you have to have a body that has undergone training and is strong. Izuku. Fourth, the test subject must possess a quirk that directly affects the functioning of his own body. Izuku. Fifth, the test subject's quirk has to function relying only on what her body can generate. Izuku. Hearing Izuku, Takashi and Hisaki were surprised for a while, when Takashi said, "What kind of experiment is this?" Takashi. Sir, I think I've figured out how to allow access to this energy to people on our side instantly, but only to people who meet the above requirements. Izuku. Maybe the age requirement can be waived, but the rest is mandatory. Izuku. Why? Takashi. The energy that these people use is called chakra, a mixture of physical and spiritual energy, which passes through a path of meridians in people's bodies. Izuku. I have a theory that I can replicate these meridians, and start the process by injecting my own chakra into their network. Izuku. But I'm a man, and according to the memories I got, this makes my chakra mostly of the yang type, which in turn makes the process have a much greater chance of success if we use a woman who theoretically would have a yin chakra. Izuku. If I inject my chakra, which is yang, into the body of another man who will also have a yang chakra, what will probably happen, at least according to the memories I obtained, is that there will be rejection, similar to how the body rejects an unknown organ. Izuku. But with yin energy, it's different. Yin seeks yang, and yang seeks yin, they complete each other. Izuku. Basically opposing energies that balance each other out. Izuku. If it's easier to imagine 2 magnets, opposite polarities attract each other, equal polarities repel each other. Izuku. The reason for the age is that I wouldn't do this kind of experiment with a child, but young bodies would adapt better to the changes. The age between 14 and 15 is perfect. Izuku. Creation-type quirks that directly affect the body would help the body adapt, and could even boost fusion. Izuku. A trained body is necessary, as filling another person's body with my chakra would be the equivalent of filling a water balloon. Izuku. A weak body is the equivalent of a small, easily burst balloon. Izuku. A strong body is the equivalent of a large and durable balloon, exponentially increasing the success rate. Izuku said as he explained reasonably. Do you have any suggestions for candidates? Takashi. Momo Yayorozu and Katsumi Bakugo would be excellent candidates. Momo because she is the perfect candidate. Katsumi, I admit it is mainly out of personal grudge, but she still fits the profile, and if something goes wrong with her, I will not risk Momo's life by repeating it. Izuku said calmly. Takashi smiled as he heard Izuku admit that Katsumi was chosen mainly because he already has a grudge against her. He liked that. The more honest Izuku was with him, the more it showed trust, and for someone like Izuku who could have easily claimed project compatibility to admit that it's mostly out of spite, it shows that he has trust in Takashi. I understand. Takashi. Izuku, how confident are you in making it work? Takashi. -89% certainty in Katsumi's case, 99.5% in Momo's case. Izuku. Hearing Izuku, Takashi and Hisaki widened their eyes. Halt. Hisaki. Among the people who were captured, there were supposedly experts in the use of chakra, and they had a really high amount of information. After consuming them, I have my own chakra network, in addition to having an idea of how it works. Izuku. And Katsumi and Momo meet all the requirements to take an ideal test. Izuku. The rate is only not 100% because I need to practice a bit before guaranteeing that rate. With time I'm confident that I can adjust the design to fit all soldiers, but for now, I'll stick with my current expectation and play it safe. Izuku. Do you think they might suffer from some kind of side effect? Takashi. At most some relatively minor changes in physical appearance, and a massive increase in power. Izuku. How relatively small? Takashi. They can mature faster, their physical shape can change slightly, their eye color can change, and in extremely unlikely cases a slight change in their bone structure, but only enough to change their face and size slightly. Izuku. Another possible side effect is that they may end up developing a very strong attraction to me, just as I do to them, because as I said, Chakra is a physical and spiritual energy, and since it will be my energy that will be used to assimilate with the opposite, I am forced to risk an unwanted attraction. Izuku. I see, and don't you feel uncomfortable having to risk being with Katsumi Bakugo? Takashi. Honestly, I feel. But still, if necessary, I will do it for Japan. Before coming here, I had a measure of power in mind. Now I was able to witness that my measure was wrong. Izuku. Japan needs a greater power in its hands. Izuku. Why do you say that? Takashi. If I can travel between dimensions, another being must be able to too, and just as we think about the possibility of gaining a new planet, the other being may think the same. Izuku. To prevent a scenario where our country is destroyed, it is necessary for our defense lines to become stronger, and they need to become stronger quickly. Izuku. And I believe that using chakra for this is the most viable means we have at the moment. So even at the risk of ending up in a somewhat unpleasant situation with Katsumi, I will do it, because this is for the good of Japan. Izuku. Hearing Izuku, Takashi smiled deeply as he said, "You have my permission to conduct the experiment. Do so after leaving the base with Katsumi and Momo." Takashi. There is a lake not far from the base. Stop there and have them collect samples. When they approach the lake, push them inside, and knock them out before performing the procedure. Takashi. No matter what happens, we will blame some substance in the lake. After that, spend the next few days exploring the surroundings, and then come back here. When you return, we can talk in more detail about your negotiation plans. Takashi. Okay. Izuku said and opened a portal to return. Vivian accompanied him, while Hisaki stayed behind. When they saw the portal closing, the two's smiles widened greatly. A few hours later, Izuku was calmly standing by the edge of a lake, while Momo and Katsumi were wrapped in two black cocoons. As soon as he arrived at the base, the first thing Izuku did was to tell the two that a mission had changed slightly, and that they had to explore a lake. The moment they landed, Izuku said nothing and knocked Momo out, before starting the process. First, he destroyed Momo's conscious mind, leaving only memories. Without sentimental connections, her entire life would be at most a movie, where the actors don't convey any emotion. Then Alice passed a copy of the modified One for All that Izuku evolved exactly so that this function could be performed without problems. When One for All was passed down, it adapted the body so that it could support the genetic capabilities of previous bearers. And since Alice was the current carrier of the version she passed on, the user's body would adapt to it. Although it wasn't perfect, it was more than enough. Using the All for One quirk, Alice passed part of her consciousness to Momo, and using the possession quirk she merged a part of the energy body. One for All would adjust the body to her. All for One would allow Alice's consciousness to take over. Possession would allow her body to merge with Momo, allowing access to part of the capabilities of the powers accumulated by Izuku and Alice. With Katsumi, the process was almost the same, with the only difference being that instead of destroying the mind, Izuku just added Alice, and forced the fusion to happen. The next moment he sat down and waited, while Alice did her part. With Momo, she just had to take over the body. With Katsumi, a fusion would have to happen. Taking a deep breath, Izuku simply smiled as he waited. Soon he would have his beloved in his arms, being able to physically interact with her. As he relaxed, Izuku detected a group heading towards him with the quirk search. Narrowing his eyes at the direction they were coming from, he positioned himself ready to fight, when he saw a group of Konoha shinobi. In the lead was a man with brown hair, who Izuku recognized as the Hokage of Konohagakure, Hiruzen Sarutobi. As soon as he appeared, Izuku looked at him and said, "I didn't expect to be graced with the presence of the Hokage himself. Can I help you with anything?" Izuku said in his native language. "Who are you?" Hiruzen. "I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm part of a nomadic clan." Izuku. "Nomad clan?" Hiruzen asked, narrowing his eyes. "Yes, a clan of mercenaries and merchants. We work selling labor. In a way, we are similar to the clans that existed in the period of the Warring Kingdoms. The difference is that we do not live off mercenary contracts. We are mainly merchants, and we accept missions when necessary." Izuku. Looking at the cocoons, Hiruzen said, "What is that?" Hiruzen. "Behind me are my brides. They are awakening their Kiki-I Genkai. I would like, if possible, you to simply leave us alone, as I prefer not to have to confront you unnecessarily, especially since our patriarch plans to establish a commercial relationship with Konoha soon." Izuku. One of the ninjas beside the Hokage, someone Izuku recognized as Danzo Shimura, said, "And what guarantees us that you're not lying?" Danzo. Looking at Danzo, Izuku simply smiled. before moving at a speed untraceable by everyone, and touching his cheek with his finger, before saying coldly, "What my words assure you of is that you are still alive." Izuku said, and when everyone was about to start getting into position to fight, they saw Izuku disappear and return to the same place as before. "As I said, I don't want to antagonize you. I just came here so that my brides can awaken their Kikei Genkai in peace." Izuku. Hiruzen, hearing Izuku, and seeing the display of power, nodded before signaling for everyone to stay calm. "How long will it take for them to awaken?" Hiruzen. "A few more hours, after that I'll leave with them." Izuku. "You said your patriarch wanted to establish a trade agreement. Can you tell me what kind?" Hokage. "Basically, chakra metal, war supplies, mercenary services, the usual." Izuku. Hearing Izuku, Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and said, "How much metal chakra and supplies are we talking about?" Hiruzen. "We're talking about selling by the ton, and a large enough amount of resources, so that all fronts during the upcoming war will be supplied for decades." Izuku. "And what does your clan seek in return?" Hiruzen. "A free pass through the land of fire to do our business in peace, permission to create a settlement in Konoha as a civil clan, and of course money. After all, nothing is free in the world." Izuku. "Why doesn't your clan join together as a shinobi clan? After all, from the amount of power you've demonstrated just now, it's clear that you're at least an S-rank shinobi." Hiruzen. "Because one of the reasons why my clan has always prospered is that we do not take sides in wars. If it were not for the need to stop moving a little to train the new generation, we probably would not even make a deal like this with Konoha." Izuku. "Establishing ourselves as shinobi of your village implies that we are forced to take sides to favor Konoha in the war, something that does not bring us profit." Izuku. "And why would you say that? There are many advantages to living in a village after all: prosperity, safety, protection, and children can grow up in peace, rather than living in a lifestyle where they can die at any moment." Hiruzen. "Yes, of course, I bet that those who live in villages fart rainbows too. Don't come to me with that shit, Hokage-sama. I'm not a naive child to fall for that nonsense that villages protect the clans in them." Izuku. "Just look at how the Uchiha ended up." Izuku. "They are one of the founding clans of Konoha, and the clan disowned Madara so that Konoha could prosper, and now they are ostracized in the village itself, being forced to assume a position that will not only make other people see them in a negative light, but also distance them from having political power in the village." Izuku said calmly. "If one of the founding clans ended up like this, how will a foreign clan end up like this?" Izuku asked mockingly. Hiruzen, along with everyone present, including some members of the Uchiha clan, widened their eyes, but could not refute it. It was true and everyone knew it. "What happens if Konoha doesn't negotiate with you?" Hiruzen. "We'll simply negotiate with another village." Izuku. "As I said, we are nomads. We are used to traveling and trading. If it doesn't work out with Konoha, we will go to another village and trade with them." Izuku. "Aren't you afraid of becoming enemies of the land of fire by doing this?" Hiruzen asked coldly. "The question you should be asking shouldn't be this, Hokage-sama. The question you should be asking is, are you ready to be enemies of my clan?" Izuku. "You don't know anything about us, other than that I'm incredibly fast and I have 2 fiancés with Kikei Genkai, and you don't even know what Kikei Genkai are either. You have no idea how we fight, what we look like, what we're capable of, what our specialty is, what our Kikei Genkai are, what our jutsu are, or anything else." Izuku. "You don't know anything about us." Izuku. "We on the other hand know a lot about you. We know about what is happening in Konoha. We know who you are. We know a lot about your jutsus and how they work. We know what your clans are and what their specialties are. We know who your Jinchuriki is. We know that Mito is old and can no longer fight efficiently. We know how Konoha's defenses are organized." Izuku. "We know almost everything we need to know." Izuku. "And that's what defines the difference between us and you." Izuku. "If a fight breaks out between my clan and you, I alone am capable of taking most of your elite shinobi to the grave with me." Izuku. "My clan is not made up of weaklings either." Izuku. "Do you really think you can face us, and then the other big villages in the coming war?" Izuku asked calmly. Hiruzen, hearing Izuku, narrowed his eyes, but chose to remain silent. He knew Izuku was right. Facing Izuku alone would be difficult. Facing a clan, with unknown numbers, unknown resources, unknown capabilities, and who obviously possessed Kikei Genkais when a war was about to break out, was suicide. "How long have you been here?" Hiruzen. "A few hours." Izuku. Did you see a caravan of merchants and shinobi from Konoha, or do you know what happened to it? Hiruzen. I know what happened, but I didn't see it directly. Izuku. What happened to her? Hiruzen asked anxiously. She was intercepted by ninjas from Iwagakure. They said that this caravan contained someone important, and that now with her captured, everything could flow according to a plan. Izuku said, lying through his teeth. The caravan was actually a facade for a delegation for an alliance. Within the caravan was one of the granddaughters of the current fire daimyo. She would be sent as a hostage to Kumogakure, while one of the grandsons of the lightning daimyo would come to the land of fire. In this way, they hoped to establish a lasting alliance for the next war. Obviously, things didn't go as expected. In the attack of the Japanese forces, the girl was captured. Luckily, she wasn't among the people Izuku consumed. As the only child in the caravan, she was identified as a possible high-priority target, and separated from the rest, and after Izuku returned to base, he informed Vivian of her importance. Do you know which direction they went? Hiruzen. When I passed them, they were heading north. Izuku said calmly. I understand, your clan will be welcome in Konoha for negotiations, but for now I must leave. Hiruzen. Okay. Izuku. After that, Hiruzen and the shinobi left the place quickly. The only reason he stopped for so long was that Izuku being here with two huge black cocoons was something that had to be investigated. Mainly because the chakra sensors had warned that someone with a huge chakra was here, and there were two other chakra sources that seemed to be constantly increasing. When checking the matter, Hiruzen even got a clue as to what could have happened. The matter was strange to say the least. When they arrived at the location where the caravan was, all they found were signs of a struggle, but the strange thing was that there were no residual traces of chakra. There had clearly been a quick battle at the scene following an ambush, but there were no traces of any chakra usage by the attackers, and this left Hiruzen clueless. But upon learning that IWA was involved, it made sense. IWA was known for being able to use ninjutsu with the earth element. They may have hidden and made an ambush, and used only one jutsu to hide, thus killing efficiently, and then capturing the targets and getting out of range. What Hiruzen didn't know was that the people who captured the shinobi were the Japanese Black Ops Squad. A group created to be elite assassins and soldiers from the moment their quirk manifested. Each of them was an expert in their own right. All having quirks, extremely versatile or powerful. Vivian was just one of them. There were 32 members in this group, each of whom could take on 10 top 50 pro heroes on their own at the same time and prevail. Each of this squad had incredible assassination and capture capabilities. The shinobi who didn't know what to expect and had already been detected were doomed to lose from the start. As he continued to wait, Izuku heard Alice. Is Izuku okay? Alice. Yeah, take it easy, I can protect both of us, Izuku. It will only take 2 more hours, Alice. Take your time, Alice. We're in no rush as it will take days for Hiruzen to search and return Izuku. And even if he comes back, I have full confidence in killing him if I'm going all out. Don't forget, Alice, what I don't lack are the capabilities to kill a target. One touch of my hand, and Hiruzen is gone. The rest of the Konoha ninjas pose no threat to me, Izuku. Speaking of Konoha ninjas, tell me, Izuku, do you think that village has any good bodies for me to take over? Alice. You haven't even finished taking over Momo and Katsumi, and you already want more. Izuku. 2 women won't be able to satisfy you currently, even if hell freezes over. With the enormous amount of stamina you currently have, you could easily spend months having sex, non-stop. Don't forget your current attributes are the equivalent of almost 2,000 people and 700 animals combined, Alice. I can strengthen their bodies, as well as give them some abilities while reforming them, but their bodies cannot keep up with you. Expansion is necessary for us to live perfectly content with each other, Alice. I don't want you looking for bitches far away. I'd rather you focus on me, Alice. I told you before, it will always be you and me, Alice, Emperor and Empress. It's that simple. You can feel my love for you. I never locked any of my connection to you, Izuku. I know, but I like to assert my position in your heart, and soon I will assert my position in your bed as well, Alice said predatorily. A few hours later, while Izuku waited, he saw that there were changes in the cocoons, and knew it was time. The cocoons began to crack, and soon they broke completely. 2 stunning girls emerged from it. Momo hadn't had many changes other than an increase in her breasts and hips, in addition to the sclera of her eyes being completely black and her pupils pink. The moment Izuku looked at her, he knew that body was born. Katsumi, on the other hand, had changed a lot. Her hair had grown a lot and was straight. Her features were more mature and refined. Her body had developed more, and although her breasts were smaller than Alice's, they were a perfect size to fit in the palms of her hands. Her eyes, like Alice's, had completely black scaras, but her pupils were a vivid red. The moment the two emerged from their cocoons, they were completely naked, but soon Alice took on her newly acquired quirk and created two sets of clothes. One for herself, which was the hero costume that Momo previously wore, and another for Katsumi, which was a pair of short golden shorts, a golden bra and a white shirt along with some jewelry. Getting dressed, Alice smiled as she said, "Today is the day, open a portal to your room." Alice. Smiling, Izuku did as requested, and soon he, Momo and Katsumi left there. Izuku opened a portal for Katsumi, and sent her away to a hotel, while he took Momo with him to an isolated apartment that he had obtained before leaving Japan. Line break. After a few hours Alice woke up, and as she looked at Izuku sleeping next to her, only one sentence crossed her mind. "Shit, that bitch Vivian is right." Alice. Alice realized the fundamental problem in her plan where she takes over bodies. When she uses a method where she maintains the connection between her consciousness and that which is in the body, all the pleasure she feels in that body comes back through feedback, and there is a limit to how much pleasure she can endure before having to stop. Because of this, Alice had a huge problem on her hands. As her plans went up in smoke, she needed to change them and do it quickly. Alice could feel that Izuku wasn't really satisfied. He stopped for her, and that made her angry. She knew that a single body wouldn't be able to keep Izuku satisfied, so it would take several. But with the feedback problem, she couldn't keep it to herself, and if she cuts the connection without having something to anchor her consciousness in a body, the consciousness in that body will disappear. She needs to think of a viable plan, or else she will have to learn to share Izuku with other women, and knowing that doesn't make her happy at all. And worst of all, Alice knew that Plan B would also fail. The merger with Katsumi was proof of that, as it didn't go as expected. Originally the two consciousnesses were supposed to have merged completely. When dissolving, it only made a partial fusion, dividing the body into two entities, which shared the same body. Alice and Katsumi had qualified the missing body so that Callus would be born, but now Katsumi and Alice existed, and the damn connection also made the connection. Therefore, Alice knew, when the time came for Izuku to eat that body, she would undoubtedly go through the same problem, unless she let Katsumi take over the body completely during the act, and Alice didn't want that. She had to plan. After Izuku woke up and saw Alice, who had a frown on her face, Izuku felt her emotions and thoughts and said, "You know you don't have to share me, right? Izuku. I don't mind holding back." Izuku said affectionately to her. Alice, feeling Izuku and his sincerity, gritted her teeth tightly. For her the worst thing was that she knew that for her, Izuku would resist and hold back even if it meant never being sexually satisfied. And that ate away at her. Izuku loved her more than himself, but for her to share was difficult. "Izuku, is there any way to solve the connection problem?" Alice. "That I can do now, no. If we had a quirk that allowed us to disassemble and rebuild a body it would be possible, but currently I don't have a way." Izuku. "What do you mean?" Alice. "The main problem with your main body's connection to this one is that we're maintaining it forcibly through telepathy and possession, which means that if you disconnect even partially the connection, you lose your body." Izuku. "We need a way to integrate my DNA in a way that fuses it at a cellular level in the body. That way when your energy comes into contact with it, the connection can be established in that body as well, similar to how you have with me." Izuku. "This way you will be able to stop depending on telepathy to maintain the connection, which will give you much greater control over it, in a similar way to what you have with my connection. Being able to block the feeling of ecstasy from affecting your main body, taking over the body in a more permanent way, and without having the problem of having to keep the connection active all the time in a forced way, because instead of being something active, the connection becomes something passive and your consciousness could be linked to something, thus giving you full access to the body. The pregnancy problem would still remain, but everything else would be resolved at once." Izuku. "Currently with Katsumi, your fusion probably wasn't perfect, right? Right now you're sharing the body like two parallel existences sharing the same physical body. At any given moment only one can take over and control the body." Izuku. Hearing Izuku, Alice nodded. "Well, this happens due to the lack of the key link. The connection that you and I have, one for all and all for one, can make the fusion happen, but only when you are completely linked to the body, it is complete." Izuku. "If you knew about this, why didn't you tell me?" Alice. "Because I wasn't sure. I thought it was possible, but there was no way to be absolutely sure, as the connection itself is something highly advanced." Izuku. It requires careful analysis, something I couldn't do without risking hurting you or waiting to see. Izuku. At this moment your situation with her is similar to a Jinchuriki, but at the same time different. She has her soul sealed in her, but without access to the body or chakra. Izuku. What about the situation with Katsumi? After all, sooner or later she'll want to have sex too. She's already had a taste for it through our connection. Alice. For now, we should wait a bit. I won't say that I'm not attracted to her at all, but for now I want to focus only and exclusively on you. Izuku. You still hold grudges. Alice. You don't forget 10 years of abuse. Izuku. I could have overlooked it, if it was exclusively you in that body, or if it was a perfect fusion between you and her, because as much as I hate Katsumi, I love you more. However, knowing that she is still there the way she is, makes it difficult for me to accept. Izuku. She and I will eventually do it, but not now. Izuku. Did you expect this result with Momo? Alice. I imagined it as one of the possible outcomes, but I didn't care. Izuku. Why? Alice. Because I wanted to hold you in my arms. You're not the only one who wanted to be an active part both physically and spiritually of another's life. I wanted it just as much as you did. Alice, my entire life I've been alone. The only real comfort I've ever had was my mother, and even she wasn't there for me 100%. Izuku. I wanted to be loved too. I wanted to have someone who loved me unconditionally. I wanted to have you. Izuku. And now, I have this chance. So even knowing that the connection could be maintained, and that perhaps I could not be satisfied sexually, I decided to go ahead. Izuku. Every day that I could only wait and dream to have you was a punishment. It seemed like a damn eternity. Now, even if it's still not ideal, at least I have you by my side physically, and for me that's already paradise. Izuku. Oh wow. Alice said with moist eyes full of happiness. She could feel it. Izuku loved her as much as she loved him. Every word of his was true. To make something clear, the two share feelings, they are linked, and Izuku has never in his life had anyone who loved him unconditionally, in addition to being excluded and mistreated by almost everyone he met. Make no mistake, in a situation like this developing feelings would take a matter of days. Izuku has been with Alice for months, exchanging feelings with her, always supporting him. That's why the emotions developed so quickly. Smiling and climbing on top of Izuku, Alice said, Well, I may not be able to handle that monstrous resistance of yours, but I can very well give you pleasure for a few more hours. Alice said with a mischievous smile, before she and Izuku began to love each other once again. 3 days later, Izuku was in front of Takashi. So you're telling me that it was a success, but that due to the connection between you there was an issue where you crossed the line, and that because of that the effects on them will be permanent. Takashi. Yes, I feel a little bad for being weak and taking advantage of them in a moment of vulnerability. Izuku said with a regretful expression. Looking at Izuku, Takashi smiled as he said, Izuku, you shouldn't feel guilty. They're the ones who should feel happy. Takashi. You, Izuku Midoriya, are a true man, someone honorable and who would protect his home and family even risking his life. Them being by your side is their blessing. Takashi. You are currently the strongest person in Japan, and yet you are a man known for your kindness, working hard for the good of our country. Takashi. And even today, when you had the chance to get 2 beautiful girls easily, you feel guilty about them, while any other man in your place would be abusing this ability to make a gigantic harem. Takashi. They should be happy to become engaged to someone so incredible and who cares so much about them. I honestly doubt they will find a better match anywhere in Japan. Takashi. Hearing Takashi, Izuku had a somewhat difficult expression as he said, I don't know, Takashi, it shouldn't have happened that way. I should have resisted, but the temptation was so great that I weakened. Izuku. It was as if every cell in my body, every tiny piece of my being, was screaming for me to take them as mine. Izuku. Looking at Izuku, Takashi smiled warmly as he said, Izuku, it's not your fault. You're a man at an age when hormones are more active. Add that to the interconnecting effect that chakra gave, and it would be the equivalent of you being drugged with the most potent aphrodisiac in the world. No one could expect more from you than what you accomplished. Takashi. The important thing now is that you take responsibility for what you did, acting like a man should. Takashi said with a fatherly tone. I will. Izuku said with determined eyes. Excellent. Takashi said smiling. Now I know it's annoying to spoil the mood, but I have to ask. Takashi. Izuku, what are their current capabilities? Takashi. Momo and Katsumi received a huge boost in their physical capabilities and quirks. Izuku. Momo can use her chakra to create items with her quirk instead of the lipids in her body, something that greatly amplified her productivity. Izuku. Katsumi's attack power has also increased greatly, and her quirk has become much more powerful, being able to generate massive explosions using chakra instead of sweat. Izuku. Both of their physical capabilities have been increased to what would be the equivalent of a rank B body enhancement. Izuku. Were there any unwanted side effects other than the attraction they have for you? Takashi. No. Izuku. I see. In that case, allow me to ask, on a scale of power currently, how strong do you think they are? Takashi. Same level or even higher than Endeavor, but still a little behind All Might. Izuku. If we compare it to the level of power in this world. Takashi. They are powerful, but they still can't reach the peak. Izuku. At most an above average Jonin rank. Izuku. Izuku had already given a complete report about all the knowledge of the functioning of the world that he had acquired to Takashi. The power levels in this world were Shinobi rank E, basically academy students and children of ninja clans who have learned a bit of the shinobi way. Shinobi rank D, genin, people who have learned the basics of being a ninja and have some skills although not as many as shinobi. Shinobi rank C, chunin, people who have learned beyond the basics and can already be considered quality ninjas. Shinobi rank B, jonin, shinobi specialists with combat strength not inferior to that of professional heroes like Endeavor, but much more lethal than him. Shinobi rank A, almost Kage, basically jonins much stronger and more lethal than common jonin, but still lacking the power of a shinobi rank S. Normally shinobis of this level should be able to kill people like All Might without much trouble with some proper planning. Shinobi rank S, Kage, truly powerful shinobis who can change the entire tide of a war between shinobi. Each of them possesses the military power to devastate entire cities on their own with some effort, and if they gave it their all along with proper planning, they could destroy a country. Shinobi rank SS Super Kage. There have only been 2 documented cases of shinobi at this rank, Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. Their power was so oppressive, it was ridiculous. If the descriptions Izuku obtained from the memories were correct, they could destroy entire countries without much effort, probably having the power to conquer entire continents if they so desired. I see. What rank would you put All Might in? Takashi. A strong jonin, or a quasi-kage at best. Izuku. I see. Takashi said as he evaluated. And what rank do you place yourself in? Takashi asked calmly. Honestly, I'm probably SS rank at the very least. I can't tell you for sure without having a chance to witness the power of these shinobi for myself, but it shouldn't be too far from that. Izuku. You told me you contacted the Hokage. What do you think is the best plan of action? Takashi. Send representatives to negotiate as if we were a nomadic clan, because if the people of this world find out about Japan, believe me, they will try to conquer us. Izuku. The best plan of action is to pretend to be nomads and send some families of soldiers to Konoha, preferably strong families that can defend themselves. Izuku. We will infiltrate Konoha and obtain information about their techniques. Izuku. Konoha will undoubtedly request that our clan act as mercenaries in this war. We can take advantage of that. Izuku. Listening to Izuku and thinking a little, Takashi said, Izuku, it may be necessary for a political marriage to be established. If we need that, would you be willing to sacrifice yourself once again for the nation, and marry a woman from this world? Takashi. Hearing Takashi, Izuku had a difficult expression on his face as he said, Sir, I'll be honest, I don't even know how to solve my current situation, much less if marriage would be a good choice, especially since I still intend to return to Japan, and I won't leave Momo and Katsumi alone after what I did. Izuku. Izuku, if necessary I can convince the Prime Minister and Parliament to approve polygamy in Japan. Takashi said calmly. I'm a straightforward person, Izuku, and I honestly know that I'm abusing your goodwill towards the country. Time after time I keep insisting that you do things that are difficult for you, and I'm really sorry for that. Takashi said with an apologetic expression. But for the sake of Japan, I ask you to consider. Takashi. Manipulative son of a bitch, Alice. Well, he's playing the card. It's for the good of the country, knowing that poor me, who is just a young man with justice in his heart, won't refuse. But this is good for us. I'll take advantage of this, Izuku thought mockingly. Izuku, from what I was told, Japan does not have the military power to live in this world on its own. We need a strong ally here, so we can start exporting and take advantage of the resources. Takeshi. The culture of this place is closer to medieval Japan. Political marriages can be used to benefit both places. Takeshi. And without a doubt, after the last demonstration, Konoha already has a strong image about itself. A political marriage is a guaranteed way to gain a powerful ally. Takeshi. That's why I would like you to consider this. Takeshi. Sighing, Izuku looked at Takeshi as he said, "If it's for the good of the country, I'm willing, but if the marriage is to happen, I want to meet the bride first, and for polygamy to be legal in Japan." Izuku. Don't worry, Izuku, I'll make sure everything is in order. Takeshi said with a smile. Nodding his head, Izuku left the room without saying anything else as he began to walk through the base. When he noticed he was being followed, he diverted his path and went to a more secluded part of the forest. Izuku said, "You can leave, Hawks, I already felt you." Izuku. Coming out from behind one of the trees, Hawks had cold eyes as he said, "How did you detect me?" Hawks. It wasn't even that hard, you didn't hide your bloodlust very well. Izuku. Sensing his surroundings and knowing that there was no one nearby, Izuku said, "And now, do we kill each other?" Izuku. It's more like you kill me. My only hope was to take you down in a sneak attack, which is obviously impossible, and I don't think you'll let me go after knowing that I wanted to kill you. Hawks. That's right. Izuku. Can you make it painless? Hawks. Yes. Izuku said calmly, before moving at an untraceable speed and breaking Hawk's neck. With Alice consuming him in moments. One less problem. Izuku said and returned to the base. 1 month later. At that moment, Izuku was calmly leaning against a wall as he watched Takeshi and a few other people talking to the Hokage, negotiating the terms of an alliance between the Asahi clan and Konoha. Asahi means rising sun. Japan is referred to in several works of literature as the land of the rising sun. And so far he was making sure that everything would be worth it. Takeshi introduced himself as one of those responsible for the clan's external relations, and soon the negotiations began. The problem is that it had already been 8 hours that Takeshi and Hiruzen had been negotiating. Hiruzen was a rogue. He wanted to take advantage of this clan as much as possible, while Takeshi was the meanest son of a bitch the world had ever seen. Even the negotiation team that came with him was more open-handed than he was, and among them there were only people who would never buy something for a higher price than it was worth. The result was this. One side tried to increase prices, while the other wanted to reduce them. Izuku genuinely laughed at this. It sounded like two old men arguing at the fair over the price of vegetables. While he was calmly standing there watching the scene for a while, Izuku calmly watched Takeshi negotiating when he heard something he didn't expect. Why is a child present during negotiations? Looking at the speaker, Izuku saw that it was Danzo who had just arrived and entered the room. Takeshi, hearing Danzo, narrowed his eyes as he said, "Speak with more respect. Izuku-sama is the next patriarch of the Asahi clan." Takeshi said coldly. "So what? This is Konoha. A clan is not worth the same as a village." Danzo. Glancing briefly at Hiruzen, who chose to remain silent, Izuku smiled as he said, "You're right, a clan isn't worth the same as a village, but an advisor isn't worth the same as a Kage either." Izuku said calmly. "You are nothing more than someone who can at most advise the Hokage, and you are insulting the heir of a clan that could become an unimaginably precious ally, especially since we can provide crucial resources for the entire Konoha warfront, and our value increases even more because the war is already in plain sight, and every single person in this room knows it." Izuku. "Are you sure it's wise to insult me now? Especially considering that we're a nomad clan, and we have no loyalty to Konoha." Izuku said calmly. "And are you sure it's a good idea to threaten Konoha now?" Danzo said, narrowing his eyes. "After all, you and your group are inside the village, and we can deal with you." Danzo. Smiling, Izuku calmly said a sentence that made all the Konoha shinobi alarmed. "Are you sure you can?" Izuku. "You are surrounded, outnumbered, and we are on our territory. If we want, we can kill you all." Danzo. Smiling even wider, Izuku said, "Is that so? Wow, it seems like you thought this through, but let me ask the Hokage something first." Izuku said calmly with an even calmer smile. Calmly turning to the Hokage, Izuku said, "Do his words represent Konoha's will?" Izuku. Hiruzen, listening to Izuku, was considering his options. Things shouldn't have turned out this way. Danzo shouldn't have threatened a clan that could be an ally. There was certainly a plan in place for things to go wrong in the negotiations, but it wasn't meant to be used in that way. And Izuku's question put Hiruzen at a crossroads. If he supported Danzo, he could forget the agreement and end up becoming an enemy of the Asahi clan. If he didn't support Danzo, Izuku could ask for Danzo's head in exchange for the alliance, as Izuku said. Danzo had insulted the heir of a clan directly, when the clan came to offer a mutually beneficial deal. It was a difficult situation. Takeshi, seeing the Hokage, stopping to think, narrowed his eyes at this even more. He wasn't liking how this was going. Sighing, Hiruzen said, "Why don't we calm down a bit?" Hiruzen, "I see you choose to support him. Izuku, in that case you leave me no choice." Izuku, "Takeshi, let's go." Izuku, "Do you think you can come and go as you please?" Danzo said with a confident smile. "I think," Izuku said calmly. "You know, Danzo, you're so arrogant that you didn't think of a single point in this scheme of yours." Izuku, "And what would that point be?" Danzo, "Where is the rest of my clan?" Izuku. Hearing Izuku, everyone had a bad feeling, when Izuku smilingly said calmly, "Want to guess, Danzo, what my fiancés and the rest of my clan are doing right now while all of Konoha's elites focus on observing me?" Izuku said with a mocking smile. Narrowing his eyes, Danzo had a murderous aura as he said, "What did you do, Danzo?" Just then, a messenger came in shouting, "Hokage-sama, we have a problem. Mito-sama has disappeared." Umbu. The moment this was heard, everyone present widened their eyes as Izuku smiled even more maniacally. "Did you really think you were the only one with a plan in case things didn't go the way you wanted?" Izuku. "But don't worry, Mito isn't the only one who disappeared." Izuku. "Soon the news that the heirs of each clan that is in Konoha accompanied her will arrive." Izuku. "If something happens to us, I wish you good luck in winning the next war without the Kyuubi and with the heirs of all the clans being dead and you having to deal with internal turmoil, as they will be killed far away from here and my clan will spread the news to all the villages, after taking the heirs of the Uchiha and Hyuga to one of the other large villages, giving 2 new bloodlines to those villages." Izuku. "I wonder if you guys will be able to suppress the Kyuubi without Mito, especially with the matter of Konoha stealing Fuinjutsus from the Uzumaki clan." Izuku. "You son of a bitch," Danzo said, gritting his teeth. He planned to capture Izuku, place a slave seal, and force the Asahi clan to show themselves and serve Konoha, but now things have gone south. And worst of all, the game had completely changed. If he tried now, Mito was dead. Without her there was no hope of winning the next war. The Kyuubi was the deterrent tool that Konoha had. Without it, Danzo could already predict that the other villages would use a tactic where they released the Bijus on Konoha's battlefronts, then seal them again. And it was just as Izuku had said, the Uzumaki clan and Konoha weren't getting along. Mito had leaked several of the Uzumaki's Fuinjutsu techniques, so Tobirama could create jutsus like Edo Tensei and Hiraishin, as he was using Uzumaki-style Fuinjutsu. And to say that the Uzumaki were not happy about this was an understatement. They reached a point where they refused to send a new Jinchuriki to Konoha. Only after Hiruzen personally went and negotiated a lot, were they allowed a child with royal blood to come to Konoha. They wouldn't send another one, much less help stop a war that Konoha started by making stupid decisions, especially since the Asahi clan tried to negotiate first, and if that happened to them, the Uzumaki can certainly imagine that sooner or later they would be on the other side. Hiruzen, who heard Izuku, had a murderous expression as he said, "You plotted this from the beginning." Hiruzen. "I had this as a backup plan, because my fiancés and I are mentally connected due to a special jutsu from my clan. The plan was only executed now, because I was always sincere about the negotiations. Unfortunately you were not." Izuku. "You let your advisor threaten me and humiliate Hiruzen. You chose to allow this plan to happen. You are the Hokage and yet you lowered your head and accepted that your advisor threatened me. My clan brought a beneficial business, and you repaid me with death threats." Izuku. "Did you really think this shit wouldn't have a cost?" Izuku. "You're making an enemy, kid," Hiruzen said coldly. "It may be, but think carefully. Who will take the biggest loss, me who will die with a dozen men after having killed several shinobi from Konoha, or you who will have Konoha destroyed?" Izuku. Hearing Izuku, Hiruzen gritted his teeth, while Takeshi had a calm smile. "Izuku-sama, I think we should give Konoha one more chance." Takeshi. "And why should we do that?" Izuku. "I tried your way, and look at the result. Konoha spat in our face, For 8 hours I stood by and let you do what you wanted, and where did that get us? Izuku. Lack of respect, threats to our lives and betrayal. Izuku. If we bring our clan to Konoha, you can be sure that we will be attacked. It was clear that the Hokage does not keep his word. Izuku. A month ago, that old bastard told me that Konoha would welcome us for business, and I brought you guys. Izuku. The result was this affront, where an advisor openly challenges and threatens us, and the Hokage allows it. Izuku. N.A. Remembering that Danzo here was not a man who went through 3 wars, and had acquired all that experience in the political game, he was much younger and reckless. I respect you, Takashi, because you were my mentor and my father also respects you a lot, but this idea of yours was flawed from the beginning. Konoha proved itself unworthy of doing business. Izuku. Hearing Izuku, everyone present on Konoha's side had difficult expressions. After all, the mistake was entirely on their side due to Danzo's actions. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, everyone on Konoha's side knew that Izuku was right. He came in good faith, was respectful, remained calm and composed throughout several hours of negotiations, and yet never said a nasty word. Danzo spent just as much time devising his scheme, and came out insulting Izuku when he thought he had the winning hand. Danzo, looking at Izuku, had a murderous look on his face. Hiruzen, hearing Izuku, sighed as he said, I know that Konoha made a mistake, but I hope that trade can be maintained. I give my word that this situation will not happen a second time. Hiruzen. At that moment Izuku said, Your word is worthless to me now. You let your elder openly threaten me, which implies that you accepted his actions, so don't give me that shit. From my point of view, this could very well be a setup created by you, because there's no way a Kage would be incompetent enough to let an elder threaten a clan that came looking for an alliance without doing anything if he's against it. Izuku. Takashi, seeing Izuku acting, also had a smile, when he looked at Hiruzen and said, Hokage-sama, do you mind if we talk alone for a few minutes? Takashi. Please ask everyone on your side to leave. Izuku-sama, I have to ask the same of you and the others. Takashi. Looking at Takashi, Izuku narrowed his eyes as he said, And why can't you talk in front of me? Izuku. Because this is a direct order from the Patriarch, in case a situation like this were to happen. Takashi. Hearing Takashi, Izuku was silent for a while, before waving his hand, as a black mist appeared and swallowed everyone from the Asahi clan, who wasn't Takashi, causing them to disappear, before turning around and calmly leaving the room while saying, I'll be at the gates of Konoha. I hope you won't take too long. Izuku. Seeing that Takashi was left alone in the room, Hiruzen said, Everyone who isn't Takashi, get out of the room now, and don't try any more funny stuff. Hiruzen. Danzo was about to speak, but he saw Hiruzen's cold eyes looking straight at him. I said everyone, and you better listen this time, Danzo, or else, Hiruzen said without completing the sentence, but making his murderous intention clear. Understanding the message, Danzo got up and left. When Takashi and Hiruzen were alone, Takashi said calmly, Well, Hokage-sama, I will be direct. The current situation is far from ideal. I noticed that your advisor acted without your permission, but for some reason you decided to protect him, even risking losing a very profitable business and making powerful enemies. Takashi. I'm sorry for Danzo's actions. It wasn't supposed to happen that way. I swear that Konoha really wants to maintain healthy trade and that I will punish him for this insubordination. Hiruzen. Relax, I don't need you to apologize to me. Takashi. Let's be fair, Hokage-sama. Izuku is not that different from Danzo. They both had a plan going on that was not warned or authorized. Takashi. But it is a fact that Izuku executed his, because Konoha became aggressive, just as it is a fact that whether you like it or not, you supported Danzo. Takashi. Just your word isn't worth risking the future of the Asahi clan. Takashi. At that moment Hiruzen noticed that Takashi wanted something else. Why don't you tell me what you want? Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, the truth is that the current situation is very dangerous for both sides, both for me and for you. Takashi. The idea of allowing the new generation to come and train in the village was mine, and even with all the elders and Izuku disagreeing, because the Patriarch saw merit in my idea, he approved it. If it fails, it's my head that will roll. Takashi. For you guys is to make Izuku your enemy with this new incident, which I guarantee will not end well for you. Takashi. Izuku is a peak S-rank ninja being on the verge of SS rank, and that's if he hasn't already. And that's having reached that level of power on his own, and he's not even 16 years old, and he's definitely far from reaching his full potential. Takashi. Take the basis for the ease with which he can claim that he would kill dozens of Konoha ninjas and with what he demonstrated being less than 10% of what he can actually do. Takashi said seriously. Something that Hiruzen nodded at, although he didn't want to admit it. Izuku really did have that ability, just the high-speed movement he showed proved it, because with a speed like that, killing dozens of people in the time of a snap of his fingers was easy for him. And if Izuku started to act, it was highly likely that he wouldn't be able to be stopped easily. Honestly, not even Hiruzen had the confidence to deal with such speed one-on-one, and that already showed the insane difference in power. If he leaves here today with the impression that Konoha is a hostile place to the Asahi clan, say goodbye to Konoha, because he will find a way to destroy this village one way or another. Takashi. From the plan he drew up and executed, you can get the basis of the type of mind he has, and based on the meeting you had a month ago, I imagine it's clear what type of ability he has. Takashi. Yes, I realize that. Hiruzen said with a sigh. That's right. The Patriarch was fully aware of the type of personality Izuku has. Izuku is someone extremely loyal to the Asahi clan and who would not put personal interests above the interests of the clan, in addition to being willing to go to the most extreme to protect the clan, an offense or threat to the clan, and he would go to rip out jugulars. I guarantee if you hadn't supported Danzo, Izuku would have asked for his head. Takashi. That's why in a situation where that were to happen, I was instructed to offer an alternative arrangement. Takashi. We can maintain the current agreement, just as we can tilt the rates a little so that they are favorable to Konoha, but in return, we expect something stronger than your word to be presented for this alliance. Takashi. And what would that something be? Hiruzen asked, having a bad feeling. Tsunade Senju. I hope she is one of Izuku's wives. Of course she will take on the role of first wife. Takashi. What's up? Hiruzen said, narrowing his eyes dangerously. You heard me right. Tsunade is 20 years old right now, just 5 years older than Izuku. Takashi said calmly. Which means nothing to our clan. Takashi. A marriage between her and him could cement this alliance permanently. A talented Senju and granddaughter of the first Hokage, and the heir to a clan that can practically give the next war on a platter to Konoha, seems like a good combination to me. Takashi. From my point of view, there are only advantages to this marriage. Konoha gains a solid alliance along with many resources, and avoids an enemy like Izuku. The Asahi clan receives a safe haven for when we need to train the younger generation in addition to many resources. Izuku gains a suitable wife, and Tsunade receives a strong and capable husband, with the only disadvantage in the entire situation being that she has to share Izuku with 2 other girls. Takashi. There are only profits in this. Takashi. I can't decide something like that for Tsunade. Hiruzen. Of course you can, you are the Hokage, and she is one of your shinobi. Takashi. I know she won't be happy at first, but over time she will accept it, as love can slowly develop between Izuku and Tsunade. But this alliance is something that cannot be delayed, for either side. If we leave Konoha without having established the alliance, Izuku will certainly pressure and convince his father, who is the patriarch of the clan, not to make it, because as he said, you yourself said that we could come to negotiate and that we would be well received. In the end we would be attacked, and if it weren't for Izuku being treacherous and having prepared and executed a sordid plan, a fight would have broken out, and although Izuku could leave alone and perhaps manage to take me with him, the rest of us would have died. Takashi. I can assure you that Izuku will accept, as it will be for the good of the clan in the long run. The question is whether you can make Tsunade accept for the good of Konoha. Takashi. Hearing Takashi, Hiruzen had a difficult expression as he thought for a bit, before saying, Why does it have to be Tsunade? Hiruzen. Because no one in Konoha will try to attack the clan of the future husband of the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the second Hokage, in addition to the student of the third Hokage and the princess of the Senju. It would be political and physical suicide, especially with the benefits that this marriage will bring. Takashi. Don't get me wrong, Hokage-sama, but your word is worth nothing right now. If I want to convince everyone that it is a good idea to bring our younger generation here and that we can and should ally ourselves with Konoha, there has to be a guarantee that the clan will be safe, and a political marriage like this will provide that security. Takashi. Hiruzen listened and thought for a few minutes when he said with regret. So be it, Izuku and Tsunade will get engaged and get married. We can make the announcement in 5 days, and for the wedding we can do it sometime after that, giving everyone a chance to prepare for it. Hiruzen. At that moment Takashi nodded with a smile, as he thought. Everything according to plan. Nodding, Takashi said. Excellent, now that that's settled, I think we can call it a day. I'll talk to Izuku and make him understand. I hope you do the same with Tsunade. Takashi. I will go. Hiruzen. After leaving Hiruzen's room, Takashi saw that Danzo was outside with a really ugly expression. Looking at Danzo, Takashi said coldly, "Do you have any idea what you almost caused?" Takashi said in a deadly tone, "I tried to get rid of Konoha's enemies." Danzo. "No, what you did was almost condemn Konoha to extinction, and along with it the entire land of fire, you imbecile." Takashi. "I was born in the capital of the land of fire. I was raised in this land. That's why the first village I instructed the clan to come to in this situation was this one, and you almost destroyed the entire land of fire, for being an imbecile thirsty for power and recognition." Takashi said with coldness all over his face. "If it weren't for my influence in the Asahi clan as the man who married the eldest daughter of an elder, Konoha wouldn't even last until the end of this year." Takashi. "Think about that the next time you decide to provoke Izuku, because he won't hesitate before destroying this entire village if he feels that the clan could be threatened by Konoha." Takashi said coldly. "Konoha won't fall so easily." Danzo. "And how would you survive without the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, and having lost several soldiers to Izuku?" Takashi. "You better start thinking about the repercussions of what you do, Danzo, because Hiruzen won't always be able to protect you." Takashi said as he walked away, leaving a Danzo with an ugly expression behind. Walking calmly through Konoha, Takashi felt nostalgic when he saw Izuku standing at the village gate. "We'll be staying a few more days." Takashi. "In that disgusting village that tried to kill us." Izuku. "Did everything go well?" Izuku. "Yes, but I have to say, you will have that engagement, Takashi." Izuku. "I'll be frank, for the good of the clan, you will have to marry Senju Tsunade. We will stay here for a few days so that the engagement can be announced." Takashi said with a serious expression. "I won't marry her until I'm sure I won't lose Momo or Katsumi." Izuku. "Don't worry, as soon as we get back to base after the engagement announcement here, you open a portal and I'll talk to the Prime Minister, and I guarantee that in less than 2 weeks I'll have convinced everyone who matters in the government to approve polygamy as something official." Takashi. Having an indignant expression, Izuku said, "Takashi, this can only be a bad joke. They tried to kill us less than 30 minutes ago, and you tried to marry me to the disciple of the man who supported the attack on us." Izuku. "She'll probably try to kill me at the first opportunity." Izuku said disgustedly. "Izuku, I did this with the Patriarch's permission, because he sees the benefit of this marriage for the clan. I ask you to think calmly, that way you will see that there are only benefits." Takashi. "We need to prepare ourselves. I think Danzo will be plotting some scheme for our stay here for the next few days." Takashi. "If it happens, I have a plan to take advantage of the situation." Izuku. Having a dissatisfied expression, Izuku took a deep breath and calmed down, as he said, "If it's for the good of the clan, I will do it, but keep in mind that if this fails, I won't deign to give it another chance. Death is what awaits you and everyone in this village." Izuku. "I understand, could you please bring the kidnapped people back? It was part of the deal, not to mention you kidnapped your fiancée's grandmother." Takashi. Hearing Takashi, Izuku grumbled as he waved his hand, and a portal appeared. Not long after, some people passed by carrying several children who looked scared, and a red-haired woman who looked elderly, being dragged by Momo and Katsumi, while Katsumi kept her hand on the back of her throat. Not long after they passed through the portal, Hiruzen and an entire Umbu unit appeared at the gate of Konoha along with several people who had come to retrieve their children. Takashi, seeing the scene, looked at Hiruzen and said calmly, "I am acting with faith that you will keep your word, Hokage-sama." Takashi. "Don't worry, I'll keep what I said." Hiruzen. Looking at everyone, Izuku said, "You can let go." Izuku. Soon all the children were released and returned to their parents. Mito was also released. As soon as Katsumi removed her hand from her neck, Mito turned around and looked at Katsumi and said, "Young lady, may I ask how you can generate those explosions like that?" Mito. "It's none of your business, old lady." Katsumi. Hearing Mito smiled slightly, and before Katsumi could react she took a kick in the stomach that sent her flying. Izuku, seeing that, had murderous eyes and was about to advance with murderous intent when Takashi grabbed his arm and shook his head negatively. Mito, seeing the situation, said calmly, "Calm down, young man, she's fine. I just kicked her to pay her back for her rude behavior towards me earlier, and now, you don't need to try to kill me for it." Mito said with a calm smile, but with a cold sweat on his back. Izuku's killing intent reminded her a lot of Kyubi herself. She didn't expect such a strong reaction from him. And honestly, she thanked God that Takashi was there. She felt the spike of chakra that Izuku emanated when he was about to attack, and could say for sure that Izuku was not someone to be taken lightly. Not even using the Kyubi's power, Mito could be sure she could hold her own in a confrontation against Izuku. Soon Katsumi returned while dusting off her clothes with an arrogant smile on her face as she approached Izuku, kissed his lips softly and said, "Calm down Izuku, I'm fine." Alice. Relaxing Izuku still sent a murderous glare towards Mito. "I'm going to kill this old bitch in the most painful way I can, Izuku." "Why so much hate? It's not like she hurt me and remember the body is Katsumi's, Alice." "I don't care, you're controlling the body for now, it's yours, and attacking you is an unforgivable sin. I'll skin Mito alive for this shit," Izuku thought as he transmitted how much anger he was feeling towards Mito through the connection to Alice, who only felt sweet seeing how much Izuku loved her. Looking coldly at Takashi, Izuku said, "Let go of me or you'll lose that hand," Izuku said in a really cold tone. "Izuku, she is Mito Uzumaki, the wife of Hashirama the first Hokage. I understand your fury, but calm down for now, Katsumi is fine." Takashi. Shit, why this bitch had to hit the fucking reverse scale of a dragon. Takashi. So many people to attack and she chooses one of the only two Izuku cares about. Takashi. Izuku, calm down, think about the long-term plan, she will suffer for this, but not now, Alice. TCH. Izuku, clicking his tongue and letting go of Takashi before going to one of the columns and leaning against it, clearly dissatisfied. Seeing the scene, Takashi let out a sigh of relief, before turning to Hiruzen and saying, "Sorry for the lack of courtesy on Izuku's part. I ask that you understand that he loves his fiancées very much. They are his friends since childhood, and when someone attacks what we love, usually our first reaction is to attack." Takashi. Hiruzen, who had sensed the bloodlust and the enormous chakra spike and was thinking about how to make Izuku become loyal to Konoha, nodded as he said, "I understand, that's normal after all. If it were me, I would probably have had the same reaction when seeing what I love being attacked. But I can't take away Mito's reason either, after all she was kidnapped," Hiruzen said diplomatically. Takashi simply nodded, as he looked at Izuku and said, "Apologize." Takashi. Hell will freeze over before I apologize for something I didn't even get to do, especially when it was Konoha who attacked first. In both cases it was simply retaliation for an offensive move on their part, and I didn't even get to attack. Izuku. Takashi, don't push it. It's bad enough that I have to marry a complete stranger that I don't feel anything for and still have to be on constant alert in fear that she'll kill me if I let my guard down. I'm not going to apologize to Mito, she attacked Katsumi. And this shit is already hard to accept without crushing her bones, Izuku mentally warned angrily. Shit, I knew he was affected, but the connection affected Izuku more than I thought. No wonder he's so attached to Momo and Katsumi. I have to be careful what I do with them from now on. Takashi. Relax, I'm just putting on a diplomatic scene. I won't force you to apologize, Takashi. Hearing Izuku, Takashi sighed and shrugged in resignation. Takashi knew that if he tried to force it he would lose the influence he had over Izuku, and he couldn't let that happen. But he also decided that he would be careful before telling Izuku to activate chakra on other women from now on. Izuku had already warned him about the possible effects, and he definitely hated Katsumi before this, but seeing him like this, about to rip out Mito's jugular, made him understand the size of the problem. Hiruzen, seeing that Izuku wouldn't apologize, was a little dissatisfied, but before he could say anything Mito came up beside him and shook her head negatively before whispering, "Don't provoke him, I can feel his emotions, and the boy is definitely considering trying to kill us all right now. Those emotions weren't there before, but now it's clear that he became unstable after I attacked the girl. Let him calm down." Mito. Besides, those girls aren't weak, they suppressed me before I even had time to think about what happened. Definitely peak Kage level shinobi, with the boy being at Super Kage from what I could tell. Although he is weaker than Hashirama, he is at least as strong as Madara at his peak. Mito said, whispering. Hearing Mito, Hiruzen shivered before nodding. Takashi, looking at the situation, turned to Hiruzen and said, "I think we all need to calm our nerves, and I have to let my patriarch and the others know how everything went. I think we can call it a day, right?" Takashi. "I thought you would stay in Konoha." Hiruzen. "No need, Izuku has a jutsu that allows space travel, which is very convenient." Takashi. "I will inform the patriarch about this. We will spend the night in the clan and then return. I'm sure you will also need some time to talk." Takashi. Izuku, let's go. Takashi said calmly. Nodding, Izuku waved his hand and a portal opened. The soldiers seeing the scene simply passed through without saying anything. Soon Katsumi and Momo did so too. Then Izuku and finally Takashi, who before passing looked back and said, I apologize for the inconvenience, Hokage-sama, but I hope we can still maintain smooth business relations. Takashi. Don't worry, the deal is still on. We'll make the announcement in 5 days. Horizon. Excellent. Takashi said and entered the portal, which soon closed. After exiting the portal, Takashi wasted no time in signaling for Izuku to follow him. Arriving at a secluded spot, Takashi said, Open a portal to Japan. Takashi. No problem. Izuku said and did as requested. Soon he and Takashi returned to Japan. Arriving there, Izuku took a deep breath, as he said, I'm going to spend a few days with my mother. It's been a month after all. Izuku. Hearing Izuku, Takashi nodded and said, Go to her, and also tell her about the marriage. Do not tell her about your relationship with the girls being due to you passing on the chakra. Your ability to pass this energy to other people is a national secret. Takashi. No problem. Izuku said and left. Seeing him leaving like that, Takashi narrowed his eyes as he thought, Shit, I shouldn't have tried to force him to apologize. I need to work fast or he'll slip out of my hands. Takashi thought and started moving. 3 days later, Izuku said goodbye to his mother, and after moving far enough away, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Next to him, Alice with Momo's body and casual clothes had a smile. I'm going to see my father. You go back to your family and say goodbye. Let's continue with our plan soon. Izuku. Opening a portal, he appeared at one of the meeting bases he had arranged with his father. Not long after he appeared in the warehouse, a portal opened, and from within it, All for One emerged along with Kurojiiri and Dr. Garaki. I thought it would take 6 months for you to come find me again. Did something unexpected happen? All for One. Yes, I had a somewhat undesirable problem, and I need to talk about it. Izuku. What happened? All for One. All Might tried to kill me using hawks, and if it weren't for me being careful, he could have succeeded. Izuku. How is this possible? All for One said, shocked. He knew how strong Izuku was before the attack on Yue. With his capabilities, Izuku was at least as strong as All Might himself at his peak. After so much time, Izuku should undoubtedly be even more powerful. Hawks shouldn't even be a challenge. Taking a bullet, Izuku showed it to All for One. This here is a bullet with the ability to temporarily cancel quirks. If hit, your quirk will not work for a few hours. I don't know who gave it to him, but I really want to know. That's why I came back. Izuku. I need you to find the source of this, because it could screw up my plans to create the world in my image, and that is unacceptable. I want to know who is the son of a bitch who created these bullets and had the audacity to sell them to be used against me. Izuku. Hearing Izuku, All for One didn't even need to listen anymore. Taking the bullet from Izuku, he said, Don't worry, I'll find out who's behind this and deal with the problem permanently. All for One said angrily. It had taken years to mold Izuku into the perfect successor, and he wouldn't admit a threat now that he was almost there. Also, I'm here because I want to see Miyuki. I've obtained some very useful abilities that can give her the strength she needs to protect herself. Izuku said as he looked in a calmer and more caring manner. All for One, hearing Izuku, smiled, as he thought that his plan was working. I might have to get rid of Tamura soon. All for One asked. Miyuki is currently a bit busy on an information gathering mission about an enemy group, but I can arrange for you two to meet tomorrow. All for One. No problem, I'll be back here tomorrow without fail. An old man, a piece of advice: if you're going to be meeting my mother, make sure to be discreet. There are patrols around our property constantly. Izuku. And how do you know I met her? All for One. The whole house had your smell and hers, but at least you had the decency to stay out of my room, or I would have needed to change the entire furniture. Izuku. Hearing Izuku, All for One laughed and said, It's not like she and I aren't married. Men and women need interaction. All for One. I'm surprised you still have youthful vigor, since you're basically a man over 160 years old. I thought the tool couldn't even be lifted anymore. But as they say, live and learn, ha 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 ha. Izuku said and disappeared into a portal of his own. Garaki, seeing the scene, said calmly, It seems he doesn't mind you getting close to Inko. Garaki. Of course not, he's my son, and I'm good to his mother. As long as I remain a good thing for Inko, Izuku couldn't care less if I went out with her. All for One. What would happen if you became something bad? Garaki. I would be Alice's next meal. All for one, said as if it didn't even bother him as he left the place. After leaving the place where his father was, Izuku went to an isolated place. After some time a portal appeared and Alice came out of it in casual clothes. And then you told me you had a plan in play. What is it? Alice. Let's speed up the plan. Izuku. What do you mean? Alice. Alice, I can jump between worlds. Izuku. And I plan to take full advantage of it even more now that we can use the time loop effect. Izuku said calmly. What do you mean? Alice. In the shinobi world, time passes 4x faster than here. Izuku. We can go to the shinobi world and choose a world where time passes even faster there, so the original times 4 acceleration becomes times 16 or even more, which would give us the chance to increase our strength to the maximum in the shortest time possible. Izuku. Smiling, Alice said. Let's go. Alice. Taking some supplies and putting them in his storage, Izuku returned to the shinobi world. Heading to a place further away from the camp, Izuku focused, and soon returned to searching for other habitable dimensions. He had already marked the coordinates of his home dimension, as well as this dimension, so now he just had to look for a different one, where the time loop effect would allow him to travel efficiently. Soon Izuku felt a new habitable dimension with a climate similar to that of Earth, so he took out 2 identical chronometers and activated both at the same time, and while he left one in the shinobi world with the other he went directly to the other dimension where he appeared above the sea and after 5 minutes while marking the dimensional coordinates of that dimension, and then he returned to the shinobi world. Taking the shinobi world's chronometer he saw that only a little over 8 seconds had passed. When he saw this, a maniacal grin appeared on Izuku's face. A total of 35x the time, multiplying it by 4 would be 140x the speed of Izuku's home world. Smiling coldly, Izuku opened a portal back to his home universe, and headed towards his home. Arriving there, Izuku saw Takashi talking to Inko, while Alice watched with a smile full of amusement. When she noticed Izuku, Alice conveyed. Izuku, I might be wrong, but Takashi wants to be your new daddy, Alice said mentally full of amusement. Holy shit, you've got to be kidding, Izuku said in shock. I'm not, he's been flirting with her, complimenting her beauty, her qualities as a woman, saying how lucky the man who has her heart will be, and all that shit, Alice said amused. All for one will skin Takashi alive when he finds out, Izuku thought in amusement. Seeing the scene, Izuku showed discomfort as he said, Takashi, we have to go now, don't forget the deadline you gave Horizon. Izuku said calmly. Hearing Izuku, Takashi turned around and said, Did you solve what you needed? Takashi. Yes, I've sorted everything out. I'll have to come back here in a few days to get the equipment, but it's still manageable. I'll just have to manage until I have everything ready. Izuku. I understand. Takashi said thoughtfully. Are you sure it will work? Takashi. Something around 90%. Nothing is guaranteed until it's done. It will all depend on the compatibility between me and the particular person. As long as it's not high enough, with the equipment it should be fine. Izuku. Hearing Izuku, Takashi nodded with a huge smile on his face. What are you guys talking about? Inko asked curiously. Mom, I already told you that we're conducting a diplomatic mission to another dimension, right? Izuku. Yes. Inko. In this dimension, humans develop to be able to generate and use a special type of biological energy, similar to how we have quirks here. They have that energy there. Izuku. And by consuming some criminals from that dimension, which we obtained after negotiating with the leaders there, Izuku gained access to that energy as well. Takashi said, telling some lies. But until now, he couldn't pass on that energy safely. Momo could only obtain that energy because she had an inhumanly high compatibility with Izuku, and they had repressed feelings for each other. Takashi. Alice heard Takashi smile and said, Yes, because of that, Izuku has been working on a way to pass this energy on to other people, but he only found a safe way recently. Unfortunately, he will need access to equipment that he doesn't have yet, and he doesn't have time to build one himself, so he had to leave the design here, so that it could be generated while we went back there. Alice. Listening to Alice, Takashi, and Izuku, Inko nodded as she said, I understand. Inko. Takashi, seeing the situation, nodded before saying, The coffee was great, Inko-san, but we need to go, we still have a lot to do. Takashi said, and soon Izuku and Alice entered a portal that Izuku created. When they came out on the other side, Izuku said, Takashi, how is the matter of legalizing polygamy going? Izuku. It's in progress, within 1 week it will be voted on, and within 8 days from now, it will be in effect. Takashi said calmly on the outside. Are you sure about that? After all, I don't want to have problems with this later. Izuku. Don't worry, Izuku, I've already talked to all the important people, and they agreed to vote in favor. Takashi. Of course they would vote. I blackmailed everyone who matters to get polygamy passed. Either they vote the way I want, or I destroy their lives. Takashi. I see, that's perfect then. Izuku. Signaling to Alice, Izuku watched her leave as he said, Takashi, I'll be very direct. I found something that may be of interest to the Japanese government. Izuku. What do you mean? Takashi. I discovered information from a Jinchuriki from one of the other villages. I know I can capture and consume him, something that would be severely beneficial to us in the long run, but it will take me some time to do so. Izuku. How long are we talking about and which Biju? Takashi. Takashi had heard Izuku talk about the Biju before, and knew the power they had. They were basically walking calamities. If Izuku could consume a Biju or a Jinchuriki, his power would skyrocket, and with that it would be much simpler to suppress the shinobi and other important forces in this world. I discovered the whereabouts of the 5 tails, but to obtain, track, suppress and consume it will take me at least 5 months. Izuku. Listening to Izuku, Takashi had a serious expression. He knew that 5 months was no small thing. Why do you want to go after that Biju now? Takashi. -3 reasons. First, if I stay in Konoha with Mito there now, I'll rip out that old bitch's windpipe. Izuku. Second, Japan needs advanced military power. Izuku. Third, if I'm right, a Biju is a part of nature, so the chakra of one can be used to facilitate the chakra granting process. Izuku. I understand. After we stabilize trade relations with Konoha in the next 10 days, you will go after it and track its whereabouts accurately, kill whoever you have to kill to succeed. But if consuming it will take more than 1 month, return first, as your wedding must be the priority, and after that you can always consume this Biju once you know who it is with. And as for the matter of Hawks, don't worry, he has already been declared a traitor to the nation by both the army and the police. The heroes are the next to declare this, along with the Prime Minister. Takashi. Okay. Izuku. After saying that, Izuku opened a portal and he and Takashi passed through it, returning to Konoha. The moment they saw Izuku, a group of jonin who were at the gate approached and said, We were sent by Hokage-sama to accompany you to the place where you will be staying. Jonin. Okay. Takashi said and calmly started walking. Izuku, seeing this, followed in silence. Soon the two were guided to an inn and went to sleep. The next day, Izuku was calmly standing on top of Hashirama's head on the Hokage monument. Izuku POV. As I look at Konoha, the only thing I can think of is what a huge waste of potential these guys are making. They are similar to Quirk users, so much power in the hands of Neanderthals, people who don't understand how versatile chakra can be and use it only as a weapon. That's pathetic. There are tons of applications where chakra would be better utilized than creating human weapons. Healing, science, agronomy, pharmacology, technology, and the list goes on. These idiots could solve literally all natural resource problems in a matter of months. Instead they just use it as a weapon, to wage wars with no sense or real purpose other than killing each other. This is pathetic. Indeed a real waste, but what can be done? Humanity is a selfish race, together as one their potential is infinite, but instead of uniting, humanity moves away, having racism against people of the same species, Alice said to me mentally. It's stupid, think about it. For centuries racism has existed, whether white, black, Asian, indigenous, Israeli, Russian, American, etc. Alice. Whether it's because of skin color or nationality, there has always been racism and prejudice, where a large number of people from each country think that their country is better and that others are inferior, when in fact it's all the same. Everyone is just human, Alice. Not understanding this is pathetic of humans as a species, Alice. There's not much that can be done. It's human nature after all. We are a race that evolved when we have a natural enemy. In the beginning there were dinosaurs, then there were other natural predators, lions, panthers, wolves and all kinds of animals. Izuku. Knowing that there were predators forced our species to evolve. If they were faster and stronger, we needed to be smarter. Izuku. Knowing the dangers that lay out there, and knowing that we were no match for them, we improved our game. As we were not fast enough to reach animals like jaguars, we developed spears and bows that would do so. As we were not strong enough to kill beings like mammoths, axes and hammers were made. for each enemy, a weapon made to deal with it, Izuku. When we became able to dominate animals, and they stopped being a threat and became our prey for the most part, humans sought the next enemy to overcome, but there was only one species that was truly a threat to humans at this point, Izuku. The humans themselves, Alice. Well, no one seems to realize it, but the greatest medical advances have always come in times of war, Izuku. War has always killed thousands, perhaps even millions, but the cures and methods developed during that period have saved billions, Izuku. It's really sad, but necessity is the mother of invention, and the time when humans need things the most is during times of war, Izuku said mentally in self-mockery. Izuku, I've never asked you this, but now I want to know what motivates you to try to save humans and society in the end. Alice. I know you don't view humans as a species favorably, you're a realist after all, so tell me, why do you try so hard? Alice. After all, I know that you do not wish to rule them selfishly, and would not even think of taking the world by force if it were not to save the human race from imminent extinction, Alice. You never had the slightest intention of remaining king of the world unless it was absolutely necessary, Alice. Tell me, why try so hard for a species that only made you suffer? Alice. Because amidst all the filth, amidst all the scum that exists among humans, amidst all the ugliness of humanity, there exist the most beautiful beings. Izuku. They are few in number, almost non-existent to be honest, but they are there, the divergents, the ones who show how good humanity can be, Izuku. People who instead of talking about how good it would be to have a better world fight for it, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Tiradentes, Marie Curie, Rosalind Franklin, Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela and a few others, Izuku. All the people who fought hard in their lives for a better world, went through many difficulties and managed to make things better, Izuku. It's because of people like them that I still strive to try to save society as a whole, because they prove that even beneath all this filth, deep down humanity can be good, Izuku. Izuku, humanity doesn't deserve someone like you, Alice told me, before we fell silent. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.